You better be listening to Sleazoids or I must break you.
What I'm doing here is I'm creating a closed circuit. Very important to keep your cap shunted like this so you don't accidentally detonate your charge.
Let me ask you something. You make money with this little table tennis thing?
Not yet. You have a job? No.
Backhand, forehand.
We've been gone a long time. We back now. You twins? Nah, we cousins.
7, 6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles today, 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. Boot, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Sleazoids, the podcast where we go down the rabbit hole of 20th century genre fare from the most influential canon classics to the trashiest exploitation films we can get our hands on, and invite you to tag along in helping us create a canon of sleaze. Each week is a double feature, Grindhouse style, where we discuss two films loosely related by subject, genre, actor, filmmaker, or franchise, and at the end of each episode, along with our honorary Sleazoids, which you can become by subscribing on Patreon.
Next week, we are escaping into fantasy worlds to leave the hell of our reality. So join that sleaze.
It's a very good description. We decide on all the official ratings and rankings for every film that we cover as well. Patreon subscribers also get an honor shout out and 2 bonus episodes every single month, which we are officially in the 9th year.
Yeah,
I actually am starting to lose count. It's kind of crazy. I think we're in the 8th year.
I think it's 8th. Yeah, 2018 technically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're in the 8th year. Crazy.
We're in the 8th year. Yeah. All right. Don't check our math on that one, but I think that's what we've all I know for sure is that we have over 200 bonus episodes over at patreon.com/sleazoids podcast, and as a 60 plus, coming up on 70 bonus transmissions where we talk about new release genre films all year long outside of the episode you're going to be hearing today. So if you want what you're going to be hearing today throughout the entire year and longer segments,
yes,
patreon.com/sleazoids podcast, we would highly recommend doing that and helping support the show. And speaking of which, we had a lot of people make the jump this week. We had signing up at $5 a month, we had H, Peach, DV, Andrew Davis, Manslank, Kevin Carlson, Ethan Johnson, Scott Thompson, Alice G, Samuel Hooper, Greg, Jake Giddis, Chris Bench, Mad Michael, who signed up actually for an entire year of the show, because you get a little bit of a monthly discounted rate if you sign up at the annual tier. Mad Michael signed up for an entire year of the show.
Awesome.
Going back to monthly, we had Vince sign up, we had Doc Bones, we had Lawrence Taylor, we had Michael Keane actually upgrade from $5 a month to $10 a month, and is going to be joining us for the monthly virtual screening that we do for $10 patrons, usually on the last Thursday of the month. Sometimes, maybe it's a Wednesday, sometimes it's Friday. It depends on how crazy our week is. I think actually over the holidays we did the Tuesday because we wanted to make sure we weren't interrupting anyone's New Year's plans. So we were like, let's do a little earlier. But yeah, if you're interested in joining a virtual sort of like live stream screening with Jamie and I once a month, $10 tier, thanks to Michael. Going back to monthly here, we had Zachary Souza sign up. We had North Strathdy, Jesse Buckaloo. That's a crazy name. That's an awesome name. Haymu, Millen Stahl, Michael Leash, Justin MC, Shane. And hold on here, we had Jimmy D sign up actually for an entire year of the show by the looks of it, and Christopher Weller signed up for an entire year of the show. We had a lot of you here. We had Dylan, who last but not least, actually Dylan, who also upgraded from $5 a month to $10 a month. So thanks so much to all you folks for all that support. We really appreciate it, and hope you're enjoying all those bonus episodes.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, but that's the one plug for the week. The other plug, as always, is Apple Podcasts and Spotify. If you are listening on either one of those platforms, and I can see the stats, I can see you right now listening on both those platforms, give us a good old rating and review over on those platforms. It helps us climb the ranks and find new listeners. And the last plug, as always, is merch. If you are interested in a Sleazoids dad cap or our blowout-themed poster t-shirt designed by friend of the pod, Brandon Lim of Black Belt Cinema, who put a sort of a little bit of a design together that had some of our favorite 80s movies we've covered on the show, as well as some poster art. So all of our guests were kind of in the credits, some of our favorite guests that we've had, longtime guests on the show. So if you're interested in that shirt, I think it's a pretty sick design.
Yes,
we've been seeing some of you out in the world wearing it and, you know, picking it up. And if you want to support the show another way, that's how you can do it. The link is in the description of this episode for that merch, as well as over at sleazoidspodcast.com. But yeah, that is it for the intro. Welcome back another week. As always, I am your host, Josh Lewis, and joining me also, as always, is my co-host,
Jamie Miller. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome. I believe 2 weeks ago would have been the last time you folks over here on the main feed would have heard from us, where we would have been wrapping up our 2025 with some snowy cabin fever political satires, because I don't know if you guys know, we're Canadian around here. I'm sure a lot of you do. Sometimes you hear our voices or our accents and you're like, these are definitely some Canadian boys. But it's pretty snowy up here, so we wanted to, alongside our Canadian friend Meg Shields, who joined us, we wanted to talk about some sort of wintry, snowy kind of vibe film. So she brought with her two female-directed, genre-bending movies featuring a lot of snow. Antonia Bird's cannibal horror western film called Ravenous from 1999 with Robert Carlyle and Guy Pearce. And I will not butcher the Czech New Wave filmmaker's name again. The director of Daisies, named Vera. She had an art house sort of like teen science fiction horror film called Wolf's Hole from 1987, which is one of the more bizarre films we've talked about recently. I think that I won't even spoil for anyone, but somehow aliens are involved.
Yeah. It honestly feels more like a comedy than anything, and not in a necessarily negative way. It's just such a strange film tonally, and Ravenous also has that strange tone. I just think the balance that the director finds in Ravenous is incredible. Like it's both hilarious but still kind of mean-spirited and gritty.
Yeah. So if you haven't heard that episode, again, that was 2 weeks ago over on the main feed. But then last week over on the Patreon, it was the first episode of 2026 over on the Patreon. And since we, try to kick off the new year always with some sort of bang, we said, how about a bang called The Boz? And a very special, long-awaited episode we've been meaning to do for a while. It turned out it was the 35th anniversary of a movie that came out in 1991 called Stone Cold, and the 30th anniversary of a 1996 film called One Tough Bastard. And the uniting factor between these films is that they both star former NFL linebacker turned 90s like C-tier action movie star Brian Bosworth. And so we wanted to talk about both those films, but especially Craig R. Baxley's Stone Cold, which in our opinion is one of the most underrated and underappreciated action films of the 90s. This like undercover cop biker gang action thriller with just absolutely incredible biker antagonist performances by both Lance Henriksen and William Forsythe.
Oh yeah, it's unbelievable. It has all the cool guy macho bullshit about like Cobra, but then it just cranks the kind of ridiculousness up to 11, and it's what happens in that movie you really couldn't explain besides just go listen to the episode. It's unbelievable. And then the One Tough Bastard is just a 3-star dad classic, just very straightforward in that sense, and it's interesting to see Boz do both of them, kind of the more ridiculous rock star thing, and then have him do a very straightforward FBI detective kind of
I was
thing.
like Stone Cold, because it's directed by a veteran stuntman, Craig R. Baxley, it has that more like Raw Deal or like Cobra, like really over the top but like theatrical budget, and a lot of money went into some of the insane stunts in the finale you see in that movie, whereas 5 years later One Tough Bastard is more of just like a direct-to-video sort of Seagal knockoff you probably could have imagined another actor doing or someone out, it's not necessarily the Brian Bosworth show, whereas Stone Cold is like that movie is melded and formed to his absurd over-the-top personality he had as an athlete. So
They destroy a city hall in the finale. That's all I'll end it with. It's worth your watch.
Absolutely. So yeah, if you haven't heard that episode, once again, last week over at patreon.com/Sleazoids podcast, you will not want to miss it. There are a lot of listeners of this show who have known how much we love Stone Cold. And it's actually, I think I have 2 comments on my reviews from like 2020 saying, when is like the Sleazoids episode of this?
Yeah.
And the answer is last week. So it is finally here. So, but moving on to this week, as always, when a year comes to an end, which it just has, obviously, but we, it didn't really quite line up because the first episode was a Patreon episode, and this episode always has to be a free episode because the whole point of this episode is that, hey, the patrons already hear the bonus transmission all year long. You guys over on the main feed, you don't know a lot of our opinions about new release movies unless you follow us on Letterboxd, which I'm sure a number of you do, but sometimes you might want to hear us expand on that. Jamie doesn't write a whole lot of reviews. This is like you get a million Jamie reviews just like speed run sort of like fed to you. So if that's what you're interested in, this is the episode you've been looking for. This is where we celebrate the new year. We take a break on the main feed from older films just for 1 week only, and we count down our best or favorite genre films that came out over the course of the last 12 months. And also, as always, there are a ridiculous amount of honorable mentions, which is a segment you love. It's a segment we love, even though we get a little too crazy with it sometimes. But
yes, we do.
I have had comments about it where people go, really, you guys, like half the episode is just honorable mentions before you get to the list. Like it sounds absurd, and I totally get that. But the reason we do it that way is because sometimes the weirdest stuff you saw, the most underrated stuff you saw, is not necessarily the best stuff that you saw. And so there's a lot of weird genre movies, sometimes foreign genre movies, sometimes just really low budget genre movies that we feel, because we watch so many movies a year, doesn't quite get high enough, but we still want to give it a shout out. That is where, those kind of end up. It is an essential part of the spirit of this episode and of this show. And we've admitted for the last 2 years that we've gone a little crazy with the honorable mentions. And every year we're like, maybe we'll keep it under 2 hours this year.
Maybe.
So once again, we'll try to tone it down, but we cannot make any promises. There's going to be a lot of honorable mentions. And honestly, hey, if honorable mentions aren't your thing, there's a time code. Feel free to skip right to number 15 if you'd like.
We're still thinking about you.
I would not begrudge you if that is more of interest to you. But once again, we will be doing a lot of honorable mentions. And what are some other things up front that we should mention? One, I guess I've already sort of mentioned it, bonus transmissions. Same as I brought up the past few years. For anyone who listens to this episode of the show and goes, hey, I really liked hearing those two guys talk about like that one film, but they literally talked about it for 3 minutes. We also do a bonus transmission series over on the Patreon where once a month, sometimes even more than once a month, depending on how many movies we're watching, we drop an episode on new release genre stuff that we're watching in theaters or on rental or on streaming. And we talk for anywhere between like 15 minutes to like almost an hour sometimes on some of those movies. So for, any patrons out there, a lot of the titles on this list will be familiar to you because many of them are stuff we covered throughout the year over on the Patreon. Mm-hmm. Though, as always, there are sure to be a couple surprises in here that maybe we didn't cover on the bonus transmission, or maybe we didn't catch it until sort of like the month of November, December, when we get a little bit quieter on the bonus transmission because we're bunkering down and watching film festival stuff, and we don't have as much time.
Back to the TIFF mode where it's just eyes are open and we're just watching 90-minute action or after 90-minute action.
Exactly. So there will be a couple surprises even for the patrons, but for anyone who is just listening to the show for the first time, and like we know that there are a lot, like this is always our most listened to episode of the year. We know we pick up a lot of new listeners through this episode, and if that's you and you go, hey, I would have loved to have heard them talk about that specific movie a little bit more, go over to the Patreon, search the title. It is actually quite possible that we already have, and we've already talked for longer about the film, and we just don't have the time to do half-hour discussions on everything we're going to be mentioning today, even if we wanted to, because we have a lot of movies we got to get through today. So that's always something we note up front every year. Also, spoilers.
Yeah, we'll try our best not to do them. And if I do say something, I'm going to try my best to edit it out. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If I do anything, sometimes I can't help myself, and maybe there's a detail that I might actually feel is kind of a sell for you to put it on your watch list, but I try not to as much as I can.
It's kind of hard to reprogram our brains sometimes because this is a very spoiler-heavy show typically. We do try to avoid spoilers on this particular episode because there are certainly people listening who are going to be hearing about a few of these movies for the first time, and we like the idea of this episode being like, you guys get your watch lists out and you're like, hey, I didn't know that thing that made their honorable mentions, that sounds really cool. I might have even liked that more than them, and maybe it would be on my top 15. Like, we like that as a function of what we do here. So we try, typically we don't care about too much on spoilers on the main show, and even in the bonus transmissions, we'll give them a little bit more of a heads up typically. But if it's been out for a few months and we really want to go deep on a movie, we will just get into the weeds on it. In this one, we do our best, to not get into some particular details, and every once in a while it's just though we get excited, we're talking about a movie we like, we're talking about a movie that's sometimes 9 months old, it's possible something will leak out, but we will do our best to avoid them as much as we can.
And I'm going to do 2 personal disclaimers very quickly, which is one, I have not seen Marty Supreme yet. So
that's an awesome disclaimer.
Probably be on my list. If it apparently just due to the reviews I'm seeing and the people that I trust, it looks insane. So I can't wait to see it, but I haven't seen it. So if anyone's yelling at me, how is it not on your list eventually? That is why.
Probably. He just hasn't seen it. That's
exactly. And then the other is that I have a list phobia, and I just like to say out front that the order of these movies, once we hit the list, is I feel like could change any day of the week with me a lot of the time, except maybe like the top 3.
This is the most fun episode of the year because Jamie doesn't like making lists.
I hate it.
He gets forced to make a list by you guys, and then I get to be surprised by a list because I go every once in a while, I'm like, I really have no idea. Did Jamie like that movie better than that movie?
I barely know.
This is the one time he is forced to make that choice, and even though he is qualifying it by saying it, hey, tomorrow that might not be true. At least permanent. For today,
this is a record.
For today, I know that you liked number 3 more than you like number 10.
That's right.
It's going to be interesting to know which ones those exactly are. It's always the fun of this list. But I guess lastly, again, for anyone who is legitimately listening to the show for the first time, the way that this episode works is that Jamie and I are going to go back and forth, each listing an honorable mention or 2 as sort of one big segment, trying to fire out basically just as many underrated or underseen movies as we can. And then from there, we're going to break each sort of top 15 countdown of our top list into individual rank numbered sort of segments, and we'll go back and forth doing that as well. So it'll be like Jamie does his 15, I do my 15, he does his 14, I do my 14. And same with the last 2 years, because Jamie and I just love our masochists and we love to see how long we can possibly make these episodes. We have once again are maintaining our newly expanded list of, we used to do a top 10, we now kind of do a top 15, which
because we can't help ourselves.
We can't help ourselves, but honestly, what we started to kind of realize is that it didn't actually make the episode that much longer, because what places in 11 through 15 is stuff we probably would have put in the honorable mentions anyway. What it just means is that when we eventually post the list, the joint list that Jamie and I put like on Letterboxd, it means we were able to sneak a couple more movies in that, we thought did deserve to kind of get a mention. Because sometimes we would post that list, people would be like, wow, you guys did a really long and good bonus transmission on that movie, how did it not make it? And it's like, well, it was both of our number 11s. And so that's how we have sort of got around to doing this. And so now we do a top 15, and once again, this is our show. We are the genre guys. We get to decide what genre movies are, and if you think anything we say today doesn't count, our usual message is just fuck you. That's right. We take a personal vibes-based approach to genre every year, and you might even hear us occasionally sort of like make our arguments for why it counts or what we were thinking kind of at some point. And we also do disqualify a couple movies that maybe we like and we think that, which is usually place to start. I'll start with both of the two lists that we do at the beginning. It's so funny how in the weeds we have to get about this up front. I feel bad for people who listen to the show for the first time, but we have two other last things before we jump into honorable mentions. We will do them fairly quickly here. One, Jamie, I imagine you have some too. The disqualified list, or movies that are not genre-y enough, or dramas or documentaries that I personally just didn't think qualified for my list. Even sometimes Jamie and I disagree, so who knows, maybe he decided one of these counted for his list. We'll find out. But the two are the titles for me: Lloyd Lee Choi's New York City immigrant gig economy take on bicycle thieves called Lucky Lou. I saw that at TIFF this year. Drama ended up coming out. Really good. Not enough for me of a crime angle to include it in sort of like a crime drama angle. Clint Bentley's historical sort of westerny drama called Train Dreams, which was really borderline for me, but I did kind of ultimately land with it's more of like Oscar drama than genre personally. Yeah. And then two documentaries, Laura Poitras's Seymour Hersh documentary Cover Up, which I thought was really good, and also David Ozit's Dateline NBC To Catch a Predator expose movie Predators. All movies I would highly recommend to you. I have very positive reviews of them on Letterboxd if you're interested in more thoughts. But I just decided none of these qualified for my list today. Did you have any, Jamie?
Yeah, that makes sense. Predators would be on my list as well. Train Dreams as well. Okay. One would also be, I was just talking to you about it actually, was I Swear, directed by Kirk Jones. It stars Robert Arameo, who's been in like, he was in The Empty Man. He's been in Nocturnal Animals. Yep. Game of Thrones. It's basically just about a man with Tourette syndrome, and he's been somebody that has advocated for more research and everything, and it's kind of a drama about him, his life, and it's very funny, very sympathetic. So I really enjoyed that one, and I think that's really it, besides the other ones that you've already mentioned. So so those are all disqualified dramas for us. We've actually been pretty bad about keeping up with some of the other Oscar dramas people are liking, like what's Academy nominated. Maybe there would be more disqualified but I actually usually wait until this episode is done, and my like January and February is catching up on more of like the Oscar movies. So who knows, maybe we both loved Hamnet and disqualified it. Who's to say? Exactly. Not us. The other short list that we do, and again I'm going to do this very briefly because these ones we don't even need to get into them because we might eventually. It's the saving for 2026, or it's the bragging section is what I guess we could call it. It's the movies Jamie and I got to see early because we go to the Toronto International Film Festival every year now. We've done it for 2 years in a row. These were movies we saw that probably would have even been like top 15 if they had come out during the 2025 calendar year. But none of these movies came out yet, so we're going to hold them till next year. Some of them actually even come out in like January and February, so you'll probably be able to see them soon. But we, they didn't qualify for like the Oscars this year. They technically didn't come out in 2025. So honestly, if the movie at least had like a limited release in like December 2025, we probably would have named them, but these ones did not. And I think a lot of them are going to be pretty similar for Jamie and I. There's Gus Van Sant's Dog Day Afternoon 70s hostage situation thriller called Dead Man's Wire. That was really good. Lav Diaz's Portuguese colonialist historical epic called Magellan, which you can hear me talk about more on the TIFF episode if you want. The piano tuner heist drama called Tuner, which I can't wait for people to see at some point. We got to talk about. I think you were about to say it. The Kenji. No,
you could do it. You take it. Yeah.
The Furious. Yes. That thing is insane. It's just
Face
nonstop
melter.
Action for 2 hours straight, and it's some of the best shit ever. It very well
could be martial arts movie of the year next year, but it is being saved for next year. And then the last one, Matt Johnson. He did a Toronto sci-fi comedy called Nirvana the Band, the Show, the movie, which I will not say anything more about other than we saw it at TIFF, we saw it in Toronto, we had an absolute blast with it, and I would prepare to see it probably somewhere in the top 15 next year when it eventually comes out. I think in like March or April of this coming year. I can't wait for all of our non-Canadian listeners to get a look at what the boys in Toronto are cooking up.
Yeah, it could easily be comedy of the year. It was so unbelievably funny. One other one I want to do is Obsession. It's directed by Curry Barker. and it's like this. It's honestly kind of like a dark comedy in a way, but there's a lot of real horror elements to it, of course, as well. And it's basically about a guy who's in love with a girl. He makes a wish for her to fall in love with him, and things go crazy. But it's really, really great, and we had a great audience reaction when we saw it. So I think everyone's going to really enjoy it.
That's going to do well with like the low budget, like multiplex horror crowd. People are going to like squirm in the theater and get uncomfortable and see some nasty shit. So that will be a fun, like go to the multiplex with your pals kind of horror film. So yeah, look forward to that. It comes out sometime in 2026. But going back to 2025 here, let's do it. Let's kick things off with some honorable mentions. This is going to be a big, long boy. And Jamie, kick us off with a silly one. Kick us off with something fun.
Okay, I think I had it already ready to go here.
Let's go.
Deathstalker, directed by Steven Kostanski.
That's a silly place to start.
Absolutely. So what this does is it's a remake of Deathstalker, which is an 80s fantasy action film, and it takes out all of the sexual assault and puts in a bunch of really great gore and stupid nerdy jokes and a lot of like world building imagery, like titans fighting in the background while people are having conversations and things like that. So it's honestly incredibly silly. They just ramp up that kind of that part of the tone. And it stars Daniel Bernhard. And he's just kind of playing that, the generic Jack swordsman warrior. And I had a blast with it. It's only for people specifically that want that kind of gore fantasy thing, and it's on the lower budget.
If you like sword and sorcery flicks from the 80s and you were like, hey, here's a guy who is literally a special effects artist turned low budget sort of cult movie filmmaker, the commitment to like the puppetry and the monster suits and swords chopping into pigmen and goblins and wizards, and it is kind of like a greatest hits collection of like swamp zombies and quadruple broadswords and all of this stuff. And the fact that this was like a small Sudbury, Ontario production was pretty shocking to some Canadian film fans, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And in general, Steven Kostanski, I've really enjoyed some of his films, so I'd recommend some of the other ones as well. So
yeah, that's a good place to start. That's exactly the kind of movie where it like wasn't good enough to get to a top 15 or a top 10 slot, but someone is going to throw that on or rent that, and they're going to be like, damn, that was a better movie than the amount of money those guys had.
Yes, absolutely.
So definitely a good place to start. And I'll sort of follow your lead here, and I'll do one that I actually caught up with just very recently that I wanted to throw in. And it is a movie called Frontier Crucible, because it was a last minute, the final couple days when Jamie and I are both like, what's a possible movie that could make the honorable mentions? And this one kind of surprised me a bit, because for anyone unfamiliar, when it was originally announced in the press, it was the Armie Hammer comeback movie. And you're kind of like, well, he was canceled for doing some pretty weird shit, right? I don't know if I'm interested in that. And it was also produced by the Cinestate guy, who is a right-wing freak who now primarily produces Daily Wire original movies, some of which Jamie has logged because he is a masochist, including, what was that? Was it like Lady Ballers?
Oh, man, that was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. It's a comedy, or at least they tried to tell me it was.
Produces now. And so I think if you go into the movie with that in mind, you're like, okay, well, they're kind of working with a guy who has rape accusations. He makes conservative movies. That's kind of wonky. But it turns out that this is a very low budget Western written by S. Craig Zoller.
Crazy.
Of Bone Tomahawk, Brawl in Cell Block 99, and Dragged Across Concrete fame. The sort of really pulpy, but weirdly kind of dialogue heavy and sometimes even poetic, as much as he is gory, genre filmmaker we've talked about a lot on this show. We've been in an S. Craig Zoller drought for approximately 7 or 8 years at this point, and he ghost wrote this Western. And it is just old school Western plot, former Confederate soldier looking for revenge, vulnerable husband and wife trying to travel through Comanche territory, violent outlaw bandits, everything that you can think of that you can see in a movie. But with, of course, S. Craig Zoller writing it. So it just goes to some extremely nasty and disgusting and gory places and has character writing that is far above its pay grade. The only issue for me was some of the acting was pretty weak, and some of the directing by the guy Travis Mills. You will wish that maybe Zoller was directing it himself rather than just a script of his being directed. But outside of that, I was kind of surprised by this movie. And if you're a big Bone Tomahawk fan, like, this is the only Western that has Fulci level nastiness in it that I have seen since that movie. So check out Frontier Crucible.
Oh, hell yeah. My next one is, it's called 40 Acres. I actually just recently checked this one out, but it's directed by R.T. Thorne. And it's about a African-American family that is living on a farmland, and this is in a alternate universe where it's become kind of a dystopia where there's not a lot of land that actually is able to farm crops. There's always a ton of people that are coming to attack them, and as a family, they've been kind of brought up to be very hardened and cold to every stranger. And specifically, it's very focused on the mother, that's played by Danielle Deadwyler. And she's been in I Saw the TV Glow, Carry On, Woman in the Yard. So she has had some pretty cool roles before, but this one, she's center stage, lead performance, and incredibly tense. Just a very intense performance. I thought it was great. It does lead into some really good action as well, but it does have like some familial drama stuff that kind of grounds it. So really cool.
Cool. Well, bouncing directly off of you there, Woman in the Yard, actually on my honorable mentions here, also starring Danielle Deadwyler. So she was in an action genre and a horror film that we both enjoyed this year. And we did a bonus transmission on Woman in the Yard, but, other than having maybe like a few reservations about how it ends up kind of being a really depressing drama about like suicidal ideation and like parental anxiety and all this kind of stuff, and trying to take that material and kind of fit it in the confines of doing like a Blumhouse, like spooky, there's a woman in the yard and the family's in the house and this is creepy, kind of movie. I think there's some people who would be like, maybe put it into that like prestige horror category, but it's directed by Jamais Colette Serra, who we've talked about quite a number of years on the show. Just a really solid journeyman genre studio filmmaker who does really good stuff with the camera. And I think here he works with Ari Aster's old cinematographer who shot like Hereditary and Midsummer and stuff like that. Some really amazing use of shadows, and literally there's a set piece where like the family is being chased by shadows around the house, and there's like spinning Dutch angles and like wide angle lens stuff, and really well framed like mirror and window reflection stuff, and just a lot of psychologically subjective imagery around the central locked location of, you are in like this, there's this woman in this gothic funeral veil patiently waiting out in the middle of like a sunlit Georgia farm, being like, death is coming for you and your family. And as far as just operating in like that register, it kind of reminded me of like a Shyamalan movie or like a Mike Flanagan movie or something like that. And it had some really solid, I think, sort of just sad and upsetting horror imagery down the final stretch of it. So if you didn't catch up with Woman in the Yard, which came out, I think in like January, February, March, maybe.
They tossed that one away, actually. Yeah.
It was fairly solid. It kind of stuck with me a bit.
Yeah, totally. My next one is Bring Them Down, directed by Christopher Andrews, which was a debut, I believe, for Andrews. I actually saw it at TIFF the last year, but it didn't get released until this year.
I forgot that came out this year.
Yeah. And so I was like, oh, cool, I can throw it in this time. But it's starring Christopher Abbott and Barry Keoghan. And it's two farmers that are kind of rivaling against each other. Keoghan plays more of a punk younger kid that gets into a bit of a back and forth with Abbott's character, and it just becomes like increasingly violent as the rivalry gets more intense. There's a specific thing that Keoghan and his partner in crime, if you want to say, there's a specific thing that they do that's very, very just violent and disgusting, that the movie kind of has you sit
I
with,
joked in my review, vegan alert.
Yeah,
vegan alert.
Vegan alert for sure. That's all I'll say about that one. But I will say it's got a really cool use of the kind of the landscape. There's a lot of hills and these kind of like rocky mountains and stuff that eventually is used for the violent interactions. So I thought it was quite good.
Yeah, nice. I like bouncing off of Jamie because I didn't remember to put that on my list, but like, yeah, that should probably be on my honorable mention as well. I totally forgot that just came out this year, and maybe I'm not sure if you did the same with this one or not. Sharp Corner,
yes,
directed by Jason Buxton, which was one that I also saw at TIFF 2 years ago. Finally came out this year. It is, as I kind of joke about every year, there is at least one or two movies starring Ben Foster that are usually like crime film adjacent, and we'll talk about one next year as well, because what was it, Motor City came out at TIFF this year. It never came out. That's macho crime bullshit. I can't wait for people to see next year, but it is hilarious how often there is a Ben Foster crime drama or action movie or something every year at TIFF. Every once in a while it's a bad movie, every once in a while it's a good one. Sharp Corner I thought was one of the better ones recently, and it's just basically this really silly psychological thriller that, you know, sounded a little bit Cronenberg-y to me, because like the log line involves a guy who is this, you know, very goofy, emasculated but polite and chipper kind of office drone dad who's he buys a new home for his family, and it happens to be essentially on this very dangerous stretch of Nova Scotia country back road where gruesome car accidents keep happening on his front lawn. They become like this regular occurrence, and so it sounded a little bit like Crash to me or something. Like the guy kind of gets really intrigued by car crashes, and I mean, he starts getting for sure a very vulturous kind of voyeuristic thrill out of it. There's even a part where, you know, a car crash happens and he gets so horny he like has sex with his wife about it, and it gets really perverse and fucked up like that. Yeah. And I do wish it maybe went to a couple more interesting places than it kind of ultimately does. It is played in a pretty low key sort of drama register, despite the perversity of the concept. And I do think that the wife, played by Colby Smulders, kind of gets less and less to do throughout the movie, and I think she could have been a little bit more used a little bit better. But like other than that, Ben Foster is amazing in it, and he is so darkly funny, and honestly it's a very upsetting and weird and kind of traumatic performance that he gives as this guy who just becomes so obsessed with staging and witnessing and seeing these accidents that the thrill literally overpowers like taking care of his family or his work life, and it's pretty nuts. Yeah, I think he balances like sympathy and being pathetic so perfectly in that movie. Yeah. It's pretty incredible. I agree. That was a great one. My next one is The Surfer, directed by Lorcan Finnegan. Hell yeah, this was on my list too. Yeah, this movie's it's like a dark comedy, I guess, but it's Nick Cage returns to a beach and he wants to buy a home, and he's also trying to kind of connect with his son and reconnect with his family that he seems to have lost based on his decisions, probably based on his work. And he's on this beach, and then all of a sudden people just start to kind of like gaslight him and make him think that he's this homeless man as he loses like his keys to his car, and they don't believe that he owns it, and then it just gets almost like surreal, like Twilight Zone-y. Yeah, it's like, and I don't want to spoil too much about what happens, but it just escalates from there, and it becomes more surreal and just confusing and disorienting. And of course, you have Cage reacting to all of this, so there's actually it's a proper vehicle for Cage to kind of do his thing. And honestly, he has his moments for sure, but I do remember his reactions being like warranted in this, and feeling like he still had some grounded balance to his character. So the whole movie is just Cage being tormented and going mad and getting progressively more disheveled in the parking lot and public restroom, like beside a beach, where a gang of Australians are like, yeah, you can't surf here because like you don't live here. Yeah. And like that's literally it. That is the whole concept of the movie. It just gets weirder and turns into psychological, you know, horror from there. And shout out to and fucking RIP RIP to Julian McMahon, who actually passed away this year, who played the villain in the film. And he's like this charismatic, like self-help guru who's almost like leading this like fucked up Point Break, like surfer bro, like cult. It goes to some weird places, man. It's a good movie.
Yeah. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, and honestly, I have so many ones that just double feature straight up with your stuff. But sticking around in the Australian waters, Dangerous Animals is next up on my honorable mentions, directed by Sean Byrne, which I literally only watched because it was a vehicle for Jai Courtney as the villain. And I have to say, man, he goes beast mode in that film as what is essentially like the log line, I guess you could call it, is like Peeping Tom on a rusty fishing boat. Like he's essentially he's literally called like a shark obsessed serial killer who likes to just kidnap people and like feed them to sharks and videotape it.
He has this whole spiel about it's like their last moments you get to see in their eyes or something like that. Right?
He is hamming it up and having a blast. There's a part of him where he like tapes one of the sort of like serial killings that he does, and he feeds someone to a shark, and then it cuts to him dancing to Stevie Wright in like a bathrobe and a Speedo. And I was like, I'm sorry, that's what I want out of a 90-minute Australian shark horror movie.
Yeah, we gotta freshen these shark movies up a little bit, you know? Yeah.
I don't really think I need to pitch it more than that. Like, that's Dangerous Animals. Check it out.
Well, it's kind of awesome you said that, because I actually do have a shark movie as well here.
What? Another shark movie?
Yeah, Hot Spring Shark Attack. This thing,
what the fuck is this?
Someone watch listed it, and I just was like, okay, I'll see what this is about. And then I looked it up. It didn't get released until this year, but I think it was made last year. It's directed by Morihito Inui. Hopefully I had that right. But it's just about a small town that gets this giant shark and it attacks them, but it's built on this incredibly low budget kind of style where it feels as if they're using a lot of like green screens and like digital art animation and things like that. At a certain point, there's like this big guy that they call Buff Man or Macho Man or something, and he's just constantly shirtless and ripped, and he like punches the shark in the nose and fights it underwater. But it's very it's almost cartoonish the way it's so low budget, but it's more of a comedy than anything, but it obviously has some of the horror elements with the gore and the shark attacking people, but it's very silly. So if that's kind of your tone that you like, then I think you might be into it.
Sick. Well, sticking around in the low budget territory, I actually watched a movie pretty recently here called Bum. Directed by a filmmaker, Anthony Leroy, who both directs the film, stars in the film. I'm assuming, writes the film, produces, edits the film. He does everything in this film. And essentially, he kind of plays like a sort of foobar, like reject, like Canadian Hick style character who is like part of the video crew of a freelance news crew that is essentially investigating what sounds like a kind of vagrant or an unhoused person who goes off and starts sort of like killing people. And it is very much done in this kind of found footage hangout comedy register of just these incredibly obnoxious characters that are essentially trading dialogue that is obviously very anti-homeless in like a street trash or like a chud level way, the way they talk about like class inequality and all of that. And you essentially just grow to hate these characters, even if some of them are funny, and you can tell the joke is on the characters, because there's one part where like he starts screaming at these two women who walk into his shot. He's like, "Who are these bitches walking through my shot?" And then he literally confronts them and they beat the shit out of him. He just gets his ass kicked by two women with purses and shit. Like, so like that's the level of comedy we're dealing with, but it's only a 40-minute long film. It's barely a feature, and I was just impressed that around the 20-minute mark, it really does switch to filthy shot on video splatter movie where they go into the place where there's supposedly this vagrant is operating, and it is a full-on like monster movie, and heads are being split open, throats are torn out, babies are being sacrificed into burn barrels. It is like just filthy and disgusting, and it does get, pretty experimental in terms of how it uses the cheap video format, and just gets grainy and gory and surreal. And I do think that I would have gotten pretty tired with it if they had even expanded it to probably about 90 minutes.
Gotcha.
But it hit that sweet spot where I was like, just impressed at how vile and strange it was.
Oh, awesome. I've been meaning to watch that once. That's sweet. My next one is a animated film. It's The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie directed by Peter Braungart. The release on this is a little strange because it did have a premiere in 2024. It says that there's a theatrical limited in 2026, but then there's also a theatrical release in 2025. So I just figured I watched it this year. I'm going to include it here. But it's about Daffy Duck and Porky the Pig, and that they're kind of the duo in this one. And it's about a secret alien cover up that is taking over people's minds, and they're trying to save the day. It's got all the classic just Looney Tunes hijinks. It's great animation, 90 minutes, just very fun to watch and easy to watch. So.
Damn. Yeah. Well, speaking of easy to watch, I have one in here. I'll be the one to do it. I'll be the first one to be a dickhead and throw in a really expensive movie that does not need my attention. It does not need to probably be in the honorable mentions, but I was able to rewatch it actually over the Christmas holidays, and I had fun with it again. F1. Directed by Joseph Kosinski, starring Brad Pitt, the follow-up to Top Gun Maverick, same director, Jerry Bruckheimer returning. Basically, they're just doing Days of Thunder, but with F1 and with basically an elderly fucking Brad Pitt being the oldest F1 driver who's ever lived, going movie star mode, barely acting his way through a movie where he's really ripping around in F1 and in F2 cars. And I will say, there's really nothing to the writing or the characterizations or anything to do with that aspect of the movie. You just like hanging out with Brad Pitt and a little bit with Carrie Condon and a little bit, especially I think, with Javier Bardem. You just hang out with those characters, and then you watch really, really impeccably shot and staged racing sequences with incredible, like honestly seamless visual effects when it comes to filming some of it for real, then compositing some of it. I watched some VFX behind the scenes, and I was once again kind of mind blown by the amount of work that they put into those racing sequences. And I threw it on over the holidays because my dad really likes racing stuff. And literally within about 2 minutes, I think, a rock song hit. Brad Pitt like did a little smirk and was like, I'm going to get into that car and I'm going to race the fuck out of it. And then he does, and he wins the race. Yeah. And my dad literally turned to me and was like, this is awesome.
Yes. Oh,
I went, you know what? This movie found exactly the audience that it was looking for. And, you know, even if I had some F1 nerdisms as someone who actually does watch and care a little bit about that sport, and there was stuff about it that I was like a little bit like, I don't know, I would have preferred you did it this way. I can see when a movie works, and that movie worked. And yeah, it deserved a shout out here. Yeah,
absolutely. It's a good one. My next one is She Rides Shotgun, directed by Nick Rowland. It stars Taron Egerton and Anna Sophia Hegger, she's a child actress. She's only been in one other movie called Things Heard and Seen, which I haven't seen, but it's basically about a father and daughter who is on the run from a white supremacist gang that's after the father because he's been in and out of prison, and while he was in there had some trouble with them. It's just a very intense thriller about them being on the road and going from person to person, him trying to, get favors from people from his past, try to keep her safe. She's growing an understanding of who he is and whether or not she feels that he's a danger to her or not. I think Egerton is really great in it, but specifically Anna Sophia Hegger, the young girl that stars in it, is fantastic. Like, I think it's one of the best child performances I've seen in a bit. And so that's like mostly my recommendation, to see that. But I think it's still very well directed. And has some good action sequences when it comes down to that. And John Carroll Lynch actually plays the like major kind of sadistic white supremacist. So just to see him play kind of an evil role is interesting as well. So yeah.
Sick. Well, speaking of bouncing off child performances there, I had one that I wanted to shout out too. And it was in the movie Bring Her Back by Danny Philippou and Michael Philippou, who getting to this one a little early, because honestly, this one was fairly close to making my list. It just barely kind of didn't make the cutoff. If I would have cheated and done like another, like put two into one number, which I sometimes do, but I am glad to say I withheld myself this year. I did not do that. I did not cheat.
Yeah.
I have 15 movies for the top 15. I did not do, I got to throw another one in here.
Yeah, so, no surprises. Yeah.
Exactly. So Bring Her Back might have been the one that I did, which was a big surprise for me personally, because I enjoyed Talk to Me, but I didn't enjoy it as I didn't think the filmmakers who made Talk to Me had something like Bring Her Back in them, because Talk to Me was kind of like a fairly standard neon, sort of like horror movie or A24 horror movie fare that I kind of went, the fact that these are some asshole fucking YouTubers who like to be pranksters and who like to be disgusting and do gross things elevated Talk to Me a little bit, but I didn't get a lot out of like what was maybe underneath it and what they were trying to say with it and some of the characterizations in the writing. And I did think that with Bring Her Back, they made a bit of a leap in terms of just like writing character and kind of caring about the two siblings that center the film, the sort of partially blind sister and the sort of abused brother whose father dies, and they get basically put into foster care with Sally Hawkins, who essentially gets to do, you don't know right away, but kind of this like hagsploitation style, which kind of became a theme of this year. There's another great hagsploitation performance we'll talk about at some point here, but Sally Hawkins I thought was really fantastic, essentially as this former like child services sort of psychologist and helper who adopts these kids in and really gets to some uncomfortable places with the way that she treats them and what she wants these kids to be in her life and how she's willing to violently go about achieving that. And I won't spoil it, but there is a performance in the film, I think by Jonah Wren Phillips is the kid's name, who plays Oliver, who is the kid she already has.
Yeah.
And let's just say she's doing some weird possession movie ritualistic violence to this kid, and what this kid is asked to do in terms of body horror and in terms of things coming out of his eyes and things that he's doing, particularly to his mouth and to his teeth. I found some of the most upsetting and disgusting and disturbing imagery I saw all year. And in particular, the fact that these guys were doing it to children, and the fact that these guys were also taking it seriously that they were doing it to children. Yeah. We ended up reading up when we did the bonus transmission about this film and these guys, and that this did come from a really personal place about a child dying, and also some of their own upbringing where they were kids who their parents run around and got into crazy shit that they probably shouldn't have. And it kind of came from, it felt like they were, either way, they were exercising some personal emotional things that they were feeling through some pretty disgusting hagsploitation and possession body horror. So I was impressed by Bring Her Back. Yeah,
that was one that grew on me. Hawkins in particular is like a character that's built for you to absolutely just hate and get under your skin as you see the abuse, and then by the end there is
and the gaslighting is almost worse sometimes, like the way that she psychologically fucks with those kids, right? You're just like so uncomfortable.
Yeah, and then yet there by the end I do feel like they have some room for sympathy, which is difficult to do, and I do I commend them for it. So yeah, I agree. That was on my honorary mentions as well. My next one is The Ugly Stepsister, directed by Emily Blitzfeldt. I think it's a Norwegian film, I believe.
Correct. Yeah.
And it's basically Cinderella, but it's from the perspective of
boy is it
it's a Cinderella but the perspective of the stepsister, and it's kind of about how the stepmother is trying to form her into a woman that the prince would be interested in, and with that they turned it into a body horror film. So they're going into these kind of more old school ways of doing plastic surgery, like taking a hammer to your nose and reforming it and things of that nature. I don't want to spoil too much of it because a lot of it is based on kind of, again, the escalation of what she has to do.
Tapeworm.
Yeah, that is. Yep. There you go. It's got it all. Let me tell you, it's got bones breaking. It's got fluids.
It's an image I haven't forgotten. I'll say that much.
Yeah, it's quite the film. If you're into that kind of thing, yeah, I will say it's not for the squeamish, but if you like that kind of thing, and I did like seeing that this weird, darker fantasy part of the Cinderella story, because they still imply that there's some magic going on. It's just not as like in the center of the film.
Hell yeah. Well, speaking of kind of like also kind of fairy tale horror, I guess you could call it, one I saw at TIFF this year that I was surprised eventually did come out this year and didn't really get much attention at all. I don't know if even people really even checked it out. Dust Bunny
Oh, yeah.
Directed by Brian Fuller, which I had a little bit of reservations about it going into it because it looked a little quirky. It looked in like that kind of negative way you sometimes use the word quirky. Like the premise was very Mads Mikkelsen doing sort of like Leon the professional, like he's an assassin. He gets into a relationship with like a younger girl that he's kind of protecting, but like he kind of becomes a bit of a partner in crime. Like that's the dynamic that they have. But it feels set in kind of like a Guillermo del Toro kind of like fantasy world a bit. Things are a little exaggerated. They're very production designed, very costume designed. There's a lot of sort of surreal world building to the entire thing. And the basic sort of, I guess, quirky concept is like literally the kid is having people in her life, including parents and adopted parents, literally killed by the monster under her bed, a giant dust bunny that keeps coming out. And it is actually a full-on like monster that's like a little bit of puppeteering, but definitely quite a bit of CG as well, in order to get this monster literally popping up and just killing people. And, you know, she essentially crying wolf, and none of the adults believing her until Mads Mikkelsen here is the assassin who kind of takes her a little bit more seriously. It is directed also by Brian Fuller, who was the guy behind the TV show Hannibal, which was partially why I was so intrigued, because I love the tone. I love the Mikkelsen performance in that. So it was cool to see these guys get together again. And I do think that the mix of like fantasy horror monsters, sort of like Pan's Labyrinth kind of like fairy tale mood of the entire thing, plus like Hitman John Wick action sequencing is, though very quirky, I thought actually fairly well done. And I didn't roll my eyes as much as I thought I was at sort of like the epic quality of the entire thing. And in fact, had a pretty good time, especially with the just chemistry between Mads Mikkelsen and the girl, who I forget her name, but she's really good in the movie too. Speaking of child performances, there's a couple good child performances here.
Totally. Yeah. I remember her being just very sassy and confident about certain things when she's talking to the adults. And
hers is the more like precocious, like a child has never spoken that way. She's way too smart. She's way too independent, but in an entertaining way.
Yeah, definitely. And the set design is really good too. But yeah, nice. I'm going to actually go with that a little bit with kind of a creature movie myself with that is kind of a kid's movie too. It's called The Legend of Ochi, I believe. It's directed by Isaiah Saxon. It's a cross between the country America and Finland. It stars Helena Zengel, Willem Dafoe, and Emily Watson. It's about I
heard the effects in that one looked really good.
Yeah, that's kind of like the big sell for me, honestly, when I was watching it. The story, I've definitely, you know, I've seen this story many times, where it's about a family that's kind of afraid of like an animal, of a group of animals that's in the woods, and there's all these legends about them, about how violent they are. And then one of the children interacts with one of the children of the animals, and then they have this kind of relationship that builds their families and puts them together and all that. So it's got all those classic kind of cliches, but I did think that just the look of it was really gorgeous. The set design is amazing. They're always in these in the forest, and the mix of the practical effects with the young baby Ochi that the girl's taking care of, and the actual location work is, I think, really seamless. And they try their best to use practical effects the majority of the time, even at moments where I didn't quite know how they were pulling it off here and there, because it did look real. Maybe it was a mix of CGI and practical, but they do it very flawlessly. So yeah, it's very simple, but I think if you're into that kind of, you know, family adventure film, you might dig it.
Nice. Well, speaking of movies you should get the whole family around to watch, I'm going to nominate here The Shrouds, directed by David Cronenberg. Bring the children in. Get into a conversation about grief, how badly you want to get into the coffin in the cemetery with your wife, and then probably have sex with her corpse or something. Get you know, just thinking about mortality and sex, which you're usually thinking about with David Cronenberg. And yeah, this is in the honorable mentions for me, which I was a little sad about, because the last David Cronenberg film, Crimes of the Future, was honestly like somewhere in my top 5, I think, the year that it came out. And so The Shrouds I didn't quite like as much, but I'm still going to throw it here because it's David Cronenberg. The dude does not make bad movies. or at least very rarely, maybe some of his earliest movies, possibly when he was still figuring it out, is maybe the only ones I can think of. And for a lot of people, The Shrouds was, exactly what you want from a late period auteur like David Cronenberg. It's very weird. Yeah. It definitely has a very late style kind of digital look to it. And, despite imitators when it comes to the sci-fi body horror, perverted, uncanny kind of genre movies that he makes, there is no one quite like David Cronenberg. And I have thought about it a lot. I kind of wish I had time to go back and revisit it, because I didn't. Maybe if I went back to it, it would have grown on me a little bit, and it would have maybe even got a little bit higher. But for the time being, Vincent Cassel being a tech bro who invents technology where cameras can be put in the coffin with his wife so that he, because he feels tangibly still sexually connected to her body, even though she is decaying in a plot of dirt. It's a very uncomfortable idea and a very personal idea. We did see it actually at TIFF with Cronenberg there, who was very open in the Q&A about how he was processing his wife's death through this film, and it was where it came from. And it was just that he had just such an emotional, psychological, and spiritual and bodily connection to his wife that he described it as he had an urge to get in the box with her when she was being lowered into the ground. It was just so sad, and there's something that idea does make its way into the movie. So despite being bizarrely horny and funny and kind of confused in moments where I didn't know exactly if like the whole conspiracy element of the movie or the tech bro element of the movie worked for me, there is a strange beauty to the depiction of what it feels like to be severed from a lover in what he depicts there. And Vincent Cassel especially, also gray hair, fitted out, looking exactly like David Cronenberg, which I thought was pretty funny. So it's a very autobiographical film, you can tell. It's
a film truly that only Cronenberg would make, and there's some moments in there that that are just, again, they have that cross between being kind of creepy and then hilarious all at the same time. It's a very strange tone that he balances, but it's pretty awesome.
Worth watching for sure. You might like it more than we did.
Yeah, for sure. My next one is The Long Walk, directed by Francis Lawrence. This is starring Cooper Hoffman and David Johnson. It also has a bunch of other characters. There's a ton. Given
it's a big cast.
Yeah, given the premise here, but it's in a dystopian America where every year they do a long walk that's just I can't even remember. It seems to be like just hundreds of miles. It's 50 boys, and the last one standing gets whatever they want, and it's supposed to motivate production because the economy's doing poorly. It's a adaptation of a Stephen King short story, I believe. And really, why I think it works so well is the performances, for sure. The characters, the way they interact with each other is genuinely heartwarming as things just get worse and worse, and they're trying to kind of create some unit, but then slowly realizing that eventually that has to break for one of them to win. It is pretty ruthless in its depiction. I mean, we're talking broken ankles. We're talking guys shitting on the road. We're talking like it doesn't.
There's an image I haven't forgotten either. Goddamn.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's like you can't stop walking to like have diarrhea. They're just like, no. If you have diarrhea and it slows you down, we are literally going to shoot you. And like it is straight up soldiers walking up to like a 12-year-old and just shooting him in the head for having diarrhea. You're like, Jesus Christ, what a version of like a really R-rated survival horror Hunger Games dystopia kind of thing. But yeah, definitely Stephen King material from like the Vietnam era, where I think we talked about the fact that it was based around like him watching kids around him getting drafted and killed. And so, this was sort of the metaphor he came up with what that kind of felt like it was this big pointless game essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark Hamill plays the general officer that's kind of yelling at them the whole time, and he brings a little bit of like almost ridiculousness to it. Like he's hamming it up a little bit, but it's I think that it works well with the balance between the kind of sentimentality of the boys and then his kind of cartoonish ruthlessness. I think it works. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was a good one. And actually, I was waiting for you to say one of the two Stephen King movies so that I could say the other one and we could bounce right off each other. But for me, also, surprisingly, considering we did not care much for his last movie, The Running Man. directed by Edgar Wright, is worthy of an honorable mention this year. And I think partially because Edgar Wright's very sort of cutesy, kinetic brand of comedy and action comedy specifically does work for like a Stephen King satire. And I know that he is trying to make a little bit more of the serious version of The Running Man, because obviously they made this once before in the 80s with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they definitely took it in more of like a really wrestling, like a cartoonish pro wrestling kind of direction in terms of like the set design and like some of the choices when it comes to writing characters. And, you know, like there's a, you know, hockey themed guy in that one. I didn't remember his name, but it's like Ice Cold or whatever, and they go into a gladiator arena and fight each other. And this one definitely had more of that like Hitchcockian suspense element and like an actual running around the city, and more of like movies I kind of compared it to when we did the bonus transmission. Was it reminded me of like Spielberg doing sci-fi around a certain point. Like I thought a little bit, I thought about like Minority Report was like a movie I thought about while watching it, even though you can tell a little bit it's shooting closer for like a Total Recall or like a RoboCop or something like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't get anywhere near that territory for me, because I think Edgar Wright's sense of humor, which I at times can really like, is just not quite as bleak and angry as Verhoeven's can be, and as disturbing as Verhoeven's can be. He just doesn't quite take it that far, even when he is getting R-rated in terms of the violence and stuff like that. But I will say Glenn Powell is the lead in The Running Man, and it is a really good showcase for Glenn Powell movie star talk, because you know, this is it's a pretty generic role, and he carries it through sheer just like jaw, sweat, physical determination, and sort of like charisma. It's like the classic thing a movie star used to do, and he very much does it in that in this sort of like satirical sci-fi dystopia action film.
Yeah, you can tell he's working very hard. I think he did as many his own stunts as he could too, at least ones that weren't going to totally land him in the hospital. But there is a risky one that he does on a bridge at a certain point, a big dive, and it's pretty wild. But yeah, I think Glenn Powell is great, very charismatic, perfect for this role. And I agree, I had fun, and it was nice because I hadn't liked an Edgar Wright movie in a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm hoping that he's back in form in some way, shape, or form. But I would love him to get back with Simon Pegg.
He would have got the extra star out of me if he had the guy heroically commit 9/11. Yes. But unfortunately, just like he does in the book, but unfortunately, he didn't quite stick with that ending. So Edgar, that's why you're in the honorable mentions, Edgar.
That's right. Yeah. Next time you fight against the studios, boy, and you get it. Anyway, my next one's also an action film that's called The Shadow's Edge, directed by Larry Yang. This is a new Jackie Chan film, and I have to say it's like one of the best movies I've seen for Jackie Chan in a little while. It still has its limitations, and I mean, obviously Jackie even has his limitations because he's much older now, but also shout out Tony
Lung Cafe as well.
Who definitely
is a Johnny 2 regular, films like Election and Throwdown. He is also a 60-year-old former Hong Kong like action and thriller star who is the villain up against Jackie. And it's like two 60-year-old Hong Kong. This is like if like De Niro and Pacino were like 70 and they were former martial artists. This is what this meeting is between these two guys. It's hilarious.
It's killer. And you get some back and forth, and they even have like a finale fight against each other. So you're having the two like 60. I think Jackie Chan's even like 70 years old now, and they have some moments where you see the wide shot. They're doing some of the stunt work. We even have a classic blooper reel at the end with Jackie Chan, which I just like warmed my heart. It was unbelievable. And it was
with really, Gen Z hip hop playing over it, which is a beautiful touch.
Yeah, it's like, here's the new age, baby. And it's got a little bit of a like weird sheen to it that feels almost too clean at times, and all of the bad guys, which I actually ended up kind of liking in some way, look like idols, like they look like the pop stars, and
some of them literally are, I think.
Yeah, like I think exactly
of the industry. Like it's literally two old Hong Kong geezers teaching the next generation of young like Hong Kong and Chinese actors how to make these like action thriller films, and literally stealing the premise, this like cops and crooks like surveillance heist thriller premise, is from an old Johnny To movie from like the mid 2000s or something. Like they're literally remaking like an old movie of his.
Oh, cool! I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to check out the original as well. But yeah, I thought it was just so much fun, and it's very well made. I think Larry Yang has a very like fluid feel to his direction. There's a lot of camera movements that kind of go along with the escapes and the running that a lot of the younger thieves do when they're escaping their heist. It's just a really fun time. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes, so I'll say it's pretty long, but I just think it flows so well, and there's a lot of action in it that you're probably not going to notice that too much. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was just great to like really enjoy a Jackie Chan movie again. So
yeah, no, that one was a good one. Jamie gave me the notice on that one just a few days before we recorded, and I checked it out too, and I was like, yeah, that's a lot of fun. Definitely one of the better Jackie Chan movies that I've seen recently.
Probably since The Foreigner or something like that.
Yeah, it's been a number of years. I haven't even gone. Never even watched like the Panda one, and some of the ones people said were just like absolute trash. So
yeah, I didn't either.
But hey, the sequel to the Panda one's coming soon, so there you go. If Jackie's getting right back into the slot, but who knows? Maybe he'll be motivated to keep working with the next generation of young Hong Kong action stars. But speaking of action stars, I do want to briefly shout out the direct to video action segment of the show, which we don't spend the whole year doing it, but we try to make some room for some direct to video action films. And I wanted to shout out once again the god of the direct to video action film in its modern state, Scott Adkins. Who did a film this year called Diablo, directed by Ernesto Diaz Espinosa, which was definitely one of my favorite direct-to-video movies that I saw this year. It has a very basic old school action thriller plot that you would see in any 80s or 90s movie. It's made with very meager resources to the point where you're kind of like, damn, did these guys have a budget? But these guys are really, really good at shooting and staging clean martial arts set pieces and just basically loosely stringing together a plot as an excuse to deliver on them. And as a result, frequently they punch an entire weight class, above than what they probably should be. And in this case, Adkins is playing like a former thief turned prison fighter who, and I can't remember if this is exactly the plot, but like he has an affair with like a Colombian drug lord's wife, and then they have a kid, and so he has to go like kidnap the kid, and because the drug lord like kills the mother or something. There's a whole crime family melodrama, but literally it is all an excuse for Scott Adkins to be protecting a kid and to be hunted down by a bad guy played by Marco Zaror, who is a fantastic martial artist, essentially playing this bald, bespectacled Terminator-esque contract killer with like a metal fist that he can unscrew, and sometimes he screws in like a hook or a knife into it, and it literally just becomes a series of like Hong Kong style, like one-man army raid sequences with Adkins running into like a casino club and just beating the shit out of people, or doing like the Jackie Chan, like I don't want no trouble at like a gas station against some soccer bros, and eventually getting into a really genuinely absurd like 1v1 in a factory with Marco Zaror.
Yeah.
That is just one of the, more insane, like straight up combat set pieces that I saw this year. So shout out to the movie Diablo.
Definitely. I always love when a villain pulls off the side king, the bald side king.
Yes.
And he's cool about it. Like he is honestly so evil and cool in that movie. It's unbelievable.
And dude, I still think about the some of those drone shots that were like spinning around them while they were fighting in that finale too, and the way that it goes up like a crane and uses the entire factory as a location. I was pretty impressed with just the fighting in that movie.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do another action here. It's called The Prosecutor, directed by Donnie Yen. It's also starring Donnie Yen and produced by Donnie Yen. So this is a pure Donnie Yen
the goat, Donnie Yen.
Yeah, so it's on Amazon and Tubi, but it doesn't seem like a lot of people checked it out. But it's kind of just it's about a man that was wrongly accused of, or wrongly charged for a drug trafficking. And Donnie Yen plays the prosecutor and also kind of the like undercover cop at the same time, so he can go back and forth between a court drama and an action movie. And it kind of just does that throughout the whole thing until the case is solved and he saves the day and exposes the system and all that good stuff. But it's if you just want to see like Donnie Yen kicking ass, it's a good way to do it. And it's also, honestly, he's a pretty good actor too. So him doing some of the court drama stuff is interesting, and just having him direct himself is cool too. So.
My next one here, let's see. I still got, God, we do this every year, and every year I'm still like, I have how many left? All right, I'm going to keep going here. Let's do it. I'm going to shout out Roofman, directed by Derek Cianfrance, because it's the first time he's made a movie. I think he's been making TV for a little bit, but first time he's made a movie in quite a while. But he was a really big deal if you were like a film Twitter person between like 2010 and 2013, because he did Blue Valentine with Ryan Gosling, and then also Place Beyond the Pines, also with Gosling, but like also Bradley Cooper in that one as well. And he was a pretty exciting filmmaker in terms of like making these crime dramas, these very emotional crime dramas. And so he comes back with this biopic this year, starring Channing Tatum as Jeffrey Manchester, apparently the real life rooftop robber who essentially used his U.S. Army training to perform a series of McDonald's robberies, got arrested and convicted, escaped from prison, and then spent a couple of bizarre months basically living in the back rooms of a Toys R Us in North Carolina, where, you know, before he was recaptured by police, he actually managed to start a new life, and he attended church, and he started dating a local woman played by Kirsten Dunst in the film. It's just a really bizarre, true story that Cianfrance handles, I think, with the right amount of like comedically absurd details of like, this is a stranger than fiction, like true life story. Yeah. But at the same time, being sensitive to it and shifting the tone a little bit every so often to the kind of weepy, you know, sort of masculine crime movie that he likes to make, and, you know, really making the Channing Tatum character this like sad, desperate father who is, you know, though he's very silly, he's also kind of kind and generous, and he does all this stealing, but he does it literally just to like give it away and spend it on his friends and family and like all this kind of stuff. And, you know, there's it was a surprise for me just how charming and a return to form it was, I think, for Cianfrance. So I liked it.
Yeah, absolutely. My next one is Warfare, directed by Ray Mendoza and Alex Garland. It's about a platoon of American Navy SEALs that are in the Middle East and trying to take over a specific kind of basically just like a neighborhood, because they're locked down and trying to get the location of the enemy for them on the grounds. And it's basically just the entire experience of everything going wrong in this mission, and them having to take over like a local family household and bringing the violence into their home, and them just kind of, it feels as it's one of those classic war films of them realizing that, you know, this is not where they should be. They have no idea why they're there. They don't understand the location the way the locals do. They don't even give them like a proper mission. They're not accomplishing anything. Like it's definitely one of those ones where you could see it being like a Black Hawk Down, you know, type movie. Right. But it is specifically so subjectively made in the perspective of what these guys are doing that, it's just completely senseless to the point of that's this overall sensory experience. Like it's literally, they get stuck in that house and the whole mission is, well, I guess we got to leave this house. And that going horribly wrong and just gruesomely. Yeah. And it's I don't know. It's basically that's the thing. It turns into just kind of like a sensory overload because it's 90 minutes and it really is just being in the war zone and them trying to survive and get out of there. And it's just, it feels very, very intense. It doesn't have a lot of that, like, you know, you're going to get the reptilian brain going a little bit because the guns are firing and there's blood and all of that. But it really does feel just like sad in a way. And Warfare, very surprised because Alex Garland has not been doing it for us particularly. But this year, the comeback. He did Warfare, and he's got another one we're going to talk about probably a little bit later. I don't know if it made both our lists or not, but we shall see. What should I highlight next? I'm going to throw in a movie that we saw at TIFF this year called SLEAZOIDS Oh, nice.
Which I believe was it a Spanish film? Yeah, it was a Spanish film. And I wanted to get a chance to rewatch it, but I didn't end up doing it. It's directed by Oliver Lax. It is essentially sort of a man and his son going to a rave in the Moroccan mountains looking for their missing, I guess you could say, daughter or sister who has disappeared. And they end up basically falling into a community, this kind of found family of ravers who are also, for whatever reason, sort of driven to, search, and they're looking for something in their life, and all these people kind of relate to each other, and they ask them to be able to join them to literally driving from one desert rave that gets broken up by the police to the next desert rave. And the whole movie is quite literally, can they fucking make it? And I won't spoil some of the particular places this movie goes, but Jamie and I described it on our TIFF episode when we watched it as EDM sorcerer. It literally does become like tense and stressful about driving over these sort of like perilous sort of natural locations, but with characters who are really into EDM music, and every once in a while literally stop, make some food, bust some speakers out, and just fucking kind of like dance. And it gets into a much weirder place than I expected to, a much darker place than I expected it to, that I won't spoil, but I had a good time with it.
Yeah, very intense theater experience, I will say that.
Very loud theater experience.
My next one is this one's a little bit more low-key than that, but it does have this kind of survival aspect to it. It's called Last Breath, directed by Alex Parkinson. It's starring Woody Harrelson, Simu Liu, and Finn Cole. It's about deep sea divers that one of them gets disconnected and trapped like hundreds of feet below the water, and they have to rescue him. And essentially the entire thing is just a 90-minute procedural of them trying to rescue their crewmate, and it's based on a true story. It's just very, very intense. I just love watching guys do their jobs well. So it was definitely something kind of built for me in that way. And I also kind of have a fear of the ocean, especially the deep, dark ocean where you can't see anything around you for hundreds and hundreds of miles. So it kind of tickles my brain in that way as well. So yeah, it was quite good and well made and pretty basic in its style, but for a procedural, I think you're going to be captivated if that's what you're into.
Sick. Well, I'm going to throw in another late style auteurist choice, because I feel like we've been lacking so far. We've gotten some good thrillers, we've gotten some good action films, blockbuster films, but it's time. I'm throwing in Takeshi Kitano's new film, Broken Rage. Which we saw kind of earlier in the year. It was about 60 or 70 minutes long. It's literally a 78-year-old Takeshi Kitano, still being as playfully aware of genre mechanics and self-image as he was back in his like peak sort of like 90s run. And in this film in particular, he basically does two movies. The first half is he's playing the sort of Yakuza movie Hits, where he is very aware of the fact that he is now sort of like an elderly version of one of his weary, cold-blooded sort of hitman characters he might have played in the 90s, doing classic cool crime movie scenes like a club and a sauna assassination and all that kind of stuff. And then in the second half, he repeats all the same scenes again in this very meta way, and he restages them as the Mirror Universe scenes, where he does them again, but they're all slapstick parody, and like he's like the worst hitman who ever lived, and he's literally falling over and just like making them all go wrong, and doing like an interrogation scene, or doing, scenes that should be quite serious, and just mugging and falling over and setting things on fire, or being hurled from like a treadmill, or accidentally shooting someone, or there's just a couple really hilarious moments in this film that has stuck with me. And there's, as always, a very interesting tonal tension, I think, between doing this very kind of poetic and tranquil kind of crime drama, and doing these very destructive gangster movie things, and then just throwing in the absurdity of his background, of which, you know, for a lot of people who only know him for his, you know, dramas and his crime films, he's a famous Japanese comedian. And this is one of the funniest things he's made in a long time, very playfully making fun of himself and pointing out, you know, the tropes of his own movies. And there's even a part where he's doing something and like you see a bit where there's online live stream chat of people being like, is Takeshi doing like a bit, you know, is he, you know, like what the fuck is this shit? And it's so ridiculous. And it was a lot of fun and definitely one of the weirdest movies that came out this year. So I had to give it a shout out.
Yeah, definitely. That movie's very fun. Excuse me. My next one is Caught Stealing, directed by Darren Aronofsky, which I was actually surprised about because...
Great cat.
Great cat. Yeah, that's the thing. If you want a cat performance, it is supreme. It's very good. I'd really also like Austin Butler. He's very much growing on me. He's kind of got a specific tone that he likes to take currently, but I think he's doing it very well. He's playing an ex-baseball player that's gone through a car crash and kind of down on his luck. He's become an alcoholic, and he's cat sitting for somebody. And basically, he just, because of who he's cat sitting for, gets in trouble with a bunch of criminals, gets beat up, and kind of has to go on this 1990s New York City adventure. And it kind of reminded me of like a Guy Ritchie film, something like Snatch, or even like what's that Scorsese film where the guy is on the run for the whole night, or he's like looking for something?
After Hours,
something like that, where it's just kind of like you're hyper focused on one character meeting a bunch of different characters in different locations in a city. And I did end up really enjoying it. It has a little bit of a weird tonal balance because it's Aronofsky, so he has to be like super dark and gritty, but he's also trying to be more lighthearted and funny in this as well. So watching him do that is interesting, and I don't know if he hits all the marks, but I think he hits enough that I find it
the dude has a bit of an edgy, sadistic streak in him sometimes, and there's definitely some moments of like just gross detail and violence and stuff in that movie, which I think some people will appreciate. Totally. But it sometimes makes it hard to immediately go back into like, oh, I'm having fun with this movie again and these characters when you're just like, wait, what did that guy just do to that person?
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like with something like Snatch, it's like even though a bunch of terrible things are happening to people, that keeps a tone where it's still funny in that tone, where this one, it really does have moments where it's just like heart-wrenchingly depressing, and then they're like, all right, but back to the New York City antics, and that can be a weird whiplash effect, but at the same time you might find that very interesting, and it might work.
My next one here, I'll throw in, I don't know, I'm just gonna throw a dart at a board, and we are going to land on, let's do it, Volcanizadora? Is that what this was called? Is that how you say that? I
hope so.
I'm just going to do it the once and hope that was right. But it's the new movie by the director Joel Bprefix, who, believe it or not, I think might have even possibly made the top 10, or was at the very least an honorable mention in the very first year of this show, with a movie called Relaxer, which was very briefly one of the few times that Josh and Jamie ever debated and we had a 4-star, 2-star differential on how we felt about
that, see if I still feel
a specific movie, because that movie was so gross. Joel Bprefix has such a very specific brand of just like indie, slacker, geek, lonely, toxic, juvenile kind of male friendship dramas that he makes that are also, you know, inflected with the guy is into horror, the guy is into crime movies, and, you know, he throws in some of these more disturbing genre elements throughout them, but he essentially makes these very sneakily bleak and sad, like regional cringe comedies, I guess is how I would describe them. And it's actually a sequel to his 2014 film called Buzzard, starring both himself and Joshua Burge, and basically catching up with those same sort of like lo-fi dirtbag characters 10 years later and what they're up to. And it turns out what they're up to is like essentially trying to keep their friendship going, despite the fact that these guys don't even really seem to like each other all that much in the woods, and having this very stunted middle-aged adulthood crisis with each other in the woods, where I don't even know if I should necessarily say exactly what it is that they plan on doing, but they name drop Faces of Death is all I will say. And they go in there, they do it. And about halfway through the movie, it makes a switch where one character makes a decision and the other one doesn't. And suddenly you are just in one of the more just cruel and sad and guilty and self-loathing dramas I think I've seen in a while, that is actually so bleak it kind of circles back around to being a bit funny.
Yeah, it does feel like unbelievably just depressing and ugly, and you feel gross. And I feel like that's kind of the what I would describe him like watching a lot of his movies are like, right?
It makes
like
really sad, like man children, kind of movies in that way.
Sticky and like, just like, ugh. But yeah, I that one I thought was great too. That actually almost made my top because I thought it was really powerful. But yeah, my next one is Don't Trip, directed by Alex Kugelman. You can watch this on Tubi. It's got like less than 1,000 on Letterboxd right now.
Co-starring friend of and guest of the pod, Will Sennett.
Hell yeah!
The boy.
Shout out. Yeah, and he's
Shout
great,
out to Will.
by the way. Will, you're fantastic in this. And also Matthew Sato, I believe, plays the guy that's opposite to him. But it's about
I'm starting a new I don't know what you like a campaign. Get Will Sennett in the next Safdie Brothers movie.
Yes. Oh my God, he would suit that so well. Honestly, he's got a wide-eye performance in this that's just completely. I mean, it's hilarious in ways, but it does strike fear in me a little bit, Will, but anyway, so yeah, it's about a screenwriter who's kind of struggling and is in Hollywood and just recently lost his job, and he befriends a Nepo baby son that's who Will Sennett plays. And his father is a powerful producer, and so he's trying to basically form this friendship so that he can get an in on the industry. And then eventually you see Sennett kind of figure that out, and things kind of unfold from there. But just I think the balance specifically that Will Sennett takes between the kind of psychopathic, just completely self-involved and like self-important kind of vibe that he has. Like he's got all these parties. He's very rude to people when he talks. And the
social power he wields over like this guy and how he abuses it. Friend of the pod, Eddie, compared his performance to somewhere between what Denzel is doing in Training Day with like how much power he has over like the Ethan Hawke character, for example, and how he kind of is like fucks with him and goes on rides with him all day. But also the Derek comedy sketch Bro Rape, which I don't know if you remember that.
That's so funny.
So I thought that was a pretty accurate description of what Will Sennett is doing in that movie. Because his performance really is the movie. It's the centerpiece of what it's doing. Yeah.
And I think he carries it very well. So shout out Don't Trip and shout out Will Sennett.
Yeah, well, because you went with such like a micro budget, low budget movie, I feel once again comfortable throwing in another massive movie that maybe the most expensive movie of the year. I don't know, maybe not more than F1. I guess we'll find out when they eventually do some actual reporting. But Avatar: Fire and Ash, which I'm a little disappointed is only in the honorable mentions because Way of Water ended up making the top 15 for me the year that it came out. I very much am an outspoken liker of Avatar and Avatar 2, and with 3 I was a little bit bummed to find out that basically the last hour of the movie is doing the Way of Water again, doing the exact same set piece with the exact same characters, the exact same resolutions, the exact same situations, the same boats. I was like, how many times can I watch this military guy kidnap his kid and say, come get your kid on a boat while like crab submarines are like punching a whale or something? I was like, it's the exact same set piece. And like people said it about the second one, and I didn't really agree. I was like, the forest fighting and like the giant mechs with Bowie knives and guys with arrows like shooting them and stuff was very different than the whale versus boat violence of the second one. And it was like we went to the water place and there was a whole new environment and all new characters, and the actual set piece mechanics of it I thought was fantastic. And so with this one, when I heard it was like the fire people, the ash people, I was very intrigued to see how that would change the environment. Unfortunately, by the end of the film, you can tell that this probably was meant to be one film that he split into into two. But it's in the honorable mentions because the first like hour to maybe even hour and a half of the movie I still thought was really, really cool. The whole section of like getting on these like flying jellyfish pirate ships and falling off them in an action scene in the sky, and like going into like these crazy jungle set pieces, and Spider is back and hugely involved in the movie in a way I don't think anyone dramatically cared for, but I found really entertaining. The girl, is it Una Chaplin, who plays the villain here as the very erotically charged and horny leader of the fire people, who gets into this bizarre power-obsessed romance with Stephen Lang's Quaritch, who has always been the best performance in the entire franchise and gets a lot of incredible things to do, including a scene where he gets really high and horny with her at one point for like burning people to death with fire. And I was like, that shit's fucking crazy. There's a whole part where they put the whale from the previous film who committed war crimes like on trial, and they have subtitled conversations about whether they should let him back into the community or not. Like, this still has as much weird, specific James Cameron fetish sci-fi imagination as I hoped out of it. And even if it's got like broad, clunky melodrama storytelling and very open-hearted, you know, liberal hippie environmentalism and anti-imperialism, and it's still mixed in there with all that dorky, pulpy, sci-fi military fetishist action stuff that he likes to do. And for about 60 to 90 minutes of the 2.5 hour or 3 hour runtime or whatever it is, I was locked right in, especially a prison escape sequence they do at one point with Sam Worthington being saved. That I just thought was like a terrific old school James Cameron sci-fi, chase set piece and escape set piece. And I was really only disappointed during the big climax of the movie. Otherwise, I thought this deserved to be an honorable mention.
Yeah, for sure. I also really liked it. I would say cut it down a little bit, just given when certain things were repeating, but I also enjoyed it. I still think that those movies are impressive. My next
As James Cameron, no one directs action scenes like that guy, man. Like, it's just, you know, there's a reason he is who he is, and it's I will, every however many years it takes, I will still watch another James Cameron action set piece. Yeah,
100%, absolutely. Well, I'll do another sequel here for you. Den of Thieves 2, Pantera.
Nice.
Directed by Christian Gudikis. Big Nick is back, baby. G-Butts is back. If you're a fan of Den of Thieves 1, I will say it's very different in tone or just how they kind of use the action. This one is a lot more character, I would say, in the sense that it's just more low key, where even the heist is designed more like those old French heists where it's like they take out all the score. They slowly go through every single sequence. It just doesn't feel, it's not the same as Heat, which is definitely what they were trying to get from the first Den of Thieves. So the first time I watched this, I didn't know if I took to it, to be honest. And because it was just so different, and I was expecting more of, you know, G-Butts taking a donut from a crime scene and eating it and all that. You still get some great scenes where he's in a club taking ecstasy with the bad guys and yelling "fuck NATO" and all these things. So, you know, there's some classic Big Nick moments. O'Shea Jackson Jr. is also a pretty big part in this, where he's playing this. He's kind of like playing undercover in the sense of he's acting as a Frenchman. Sometimes I think the performance works. Sometimes I think it's a little bit asking a little too much from him. But I do think that when he's working with Butler, it's fantastic. And then when they do ramp up the action near the finale, it's got a great car sequence, and it's actually using the actors in the actual stunt car. And you can tell just by the way that they're moving and reacting that it's, you know, they're going at a certain speed. And it's just, it feels authentic. Absolutely. And I do really enjoy it now. It's very much grown on me. So.
Yeah, and friend of the pod, Christian Gudegast, interviewed him earlier in the year. If you want to go hear more about him and Den of Thieves and making Den of Thieves 2.
Yes. Please do that.
But yeah, keeping with the sequel game, there's a lot of sequels this year and a couple of good ones. And for me, one of the ones that I was very pleased about was Wake Up Dead Man, A Knives Out Story, directed by Rian Johnson, which was Jamie and I were on the record not fans of his last attempt at a Knives Out movie, Glass Onion, where he just got a little too broad and kind of up his own ass, and it didn't look very good. And it, like, doing the whole sort of like tech bro island, it just looked garish. The mystery was incredibly obvious because you just knew the political point he was making before he even made the movie. So I did not find that a particularly enjoyable experience, and was happy that Wake Up Dead Man kind of scaled himself back down a little bit. And similarly to the original Knives Out, which just took place in like a mystery writer's house, this one broadly takes place in a really small, like, I think it's like upstate New York, like community where there's like a church essentially. And once again, you do have an early section of the film where you get him definitely stunt casting a bunch of big celebrities who want to be in his movie as these very sort of like easy targets to hit with these sort of heavy-handed satirical sort of talking point sense of humor he has about, you know, about a bunch of bitter and anxious and wealthy people who are essentially going to this church because it's led by Josh Brolin, who is this very anti-feminist, anti-Marxist, very cult of personality kind of driven priest. And there was parts of me that was a little bit like, oh God, are we doing the exact same thing we were doing with Glass Onion? However, once he gets that kind of setup out of the way and he gets into the actual sort of like locked door mystery, I actually thought that this was maybe the best mystery of all three of the movies in terms of some of the, you know, diversions and sort of directions he takes it in. I thought this one looked a lot better than the last one. And I thought the co-lead role of Josh O'Connor here as a kind of boxer turned priest who is trying to live a more honorable and graceful and, you know, trying to be a much more faith and forgiveness driven priest than the, you know, more sort of right-wing leaning sort of community figure. I thought his performance was fantastic. How much the chemistry he has with Daniel Craig shows up and does the Daniel Craig thing, which I will just listen to him chew dialogue in this accent all the time. It's a blast. And eventually, I will say, it gets into like some Scooby-Doo shit, gothic, supernatural, like horror mood and stuff when it using the church setting. And yeah, I don't know. This was just like, it really did, once it leaned away from some of the sort of political points it was trying to make, which I don't even think you can't include in a movie like this. It's just sometimes that outweighed actually being a fun, well-oiled, like mystery movie, which was what I enjoyed so much about that first Knives Out. And this one definitely goes back to that kind of just old school, well edited theatricality, well written, and it gets to some pretty crazy places I won't spoil, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Josh O'Connor, incredible. I just got a shout out. He's a rising star that I'm absolutely loving. So he's awesome.
Challengers was pretty high on our lists last year, and Josh O'Connor fever is only getting bigger from there.
Oh, definitely. My next one is Black Bag, directed by Steven Soderbergh. Now, I don't know if I could necessarily explain to you the plot of this. It's about like intelligence agents that are all betraying each other, and it gets, you know, all the wires are crossed and everything. But really what this is focused on, I think, is the interactions that each character has. This is like an insane cast. You have Cate Blanchett, Michael Fassbender, Tom Burke. There's one, I want to make sure I get her name because she was my favorite. I think it's, is it Marissa Abella? I believe
right.
It's Marissa Abella. She is incredible. She kind of plays this agent that is on the rise in the company, and kind of has this crush on Fassbender, who plays a very like straight and narrow, hyper focused, hyper detailed agent. And just their back and forth is hilarious because she's very like cute and bubbly about it, and Fassbender reacting in the straight man is kind of awesome. But it's just very quick. It's very witty, to be honest, and I like just all of the back and forth. It really is like scene after scene of people talking and kind of trying to one up each other and get information from each other. I just think they do such a good job at it. It's very entertaining.
Hell yeah. My next one is If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, directed by Mary Bronstein and starring Rose Byrne in a performance, a virtuoso performance in terms of the gimmick of the movie, which is that she is essentially playing this mom whose entire life is just a mess, and it is photographed in just extreme fragmented close-up for essentially the entire duration of the movie, with the exception of sometimes you can hear the sensory sounds around her and the people she's talking to, and also the fact that she's taking care of this kid that you really don't see for basically the entire movie. It is a story told entirely from the perspective of just Rose Byrne's stressed out, wine drunk, domestic horror situation that she has found herself in, where holes are in her ceilings are coming. She's got to stay in the shitty motel. Her kid is begging her to get her a hamster, and suffering from some sort of unnamed sort of illness that means she needs to be eating through a tube, and all of these stresses just building in this just close proximity point to the fact that you just you will connect to the experiences of what any mother has gone through watching this movie. And I think Mary Bronstein is just really, really good at getting you into that psychologically subjective, the world is hell, why am I doing any of this, should I even be a mother, oh my god, is this what this is like? Yeah. Like kind of reality. And Bronstein is also a friend of sort of like the Safdies as well, and has collaborated with them previously. So if you like movies like Good Time or Uncut Gems, I wouldn't necessarily compare this like one for one, but a lot of people have called it like, if the stress of Uncut Gems, but like it's a mom taking care of like the Eraserhead baby or something like that. Right. In the sense like it's about just like parent anxiety and relentless claustrophobia and the psychological complexities and ambiguities of what being a mother is like, and just how the sustained textural unpleasantness of the movie is just psychotic, I think. Yeah. And it's kind of really stuck with me. And honestly, it's so intense, despite the fact that it really is a drama, it does at times play more like a horror film. So that's why it gets an honorable mention for me. Yeah, it is pretty, it's like just it's like a relentless pressure is what that movie feels like. It just like keeps going.
Mm-hmm. That was one for me as well. My next one is Sovereign, directed by Christian Swiegel. It's starring Nick Offerman and Jacob Tremblay and Dennis Quaid. It is about a father who is indoctrinating his son into the sovereign citizen movement, but to like incredible extremes. And really, it feels more as you kind of uncover the father and what he's going through. He's reacting to something that happened in his life, and now he feels like this is his only way to fight back. But unfortunately, it does lead his son to believe in things that are going to amount to violence, or at the very least, failure in his life. It's kind of just the unraveling of that, and how that kind of like heavy indoctrination can really damage a young mind, and I mean an old mind. We've seen what the internet can do nowadays, especially with all of these kind of these smaller subcultures that make people believe in things that can really be terrible. So yeah, I thought it was very well acted. It does have some really intense moments with just the mix of his belief in the Second Amendment, and how he feels he has every right to use it against who he feels is going up against him, in his own subjective view. So it's quite good. I liked it a lot. Damn, I'll have to check it out. My next one is a movie called Resurrection, directed by Bygone. I didn't get to see this. I know, well, because it had a very small sort of theatrical sort of limited release. It was one of the last things I actually rolled out to the theater before the show, because I was anticipating it making somewhere on the list, especially because his last movie in 2018, Long Day's Journey into Night, did place actually in my top 10
that year, and I remember telling Jamie about the crazy experience of watching like a gangster neo-noir, very dreamy film that literally halfway through the movie has you put 3D glasses on, the title card hits, and turns into one dream oneer for the entire second half of the movie, where all the details of the flashbacks and the sort of missing girl, guy looking for her, she has a gangster boyfriend who maybe killed someone he loved, and all this kind of stuff makes its way into the dream sequence, and it just gets really beautiful, very lush, very surreal. He is one of the definitely, in terms of just like pure visual filmmaking, one of the most astonishing filmmakers working today. Resurrection didn't quite hit me as hard as Long Day's Journey into Night, but it's also a very different movie, and I am very curious to go back to it at some point, because it's so beautiful, it's so weird, it's so self-consciously artificial. It's essentially, from what I could gather, it was a little dense. It's about a future where humanity has essentially surrenders its ability to dream in exchange for being almost like immortal, like vampires or something like that.
Okay.
And essentially, we are in the perspective of a character who kind of is trying to give that up and trying to retreat into the worlds again of sort of illusions and movies and dreams, and ends up essentially going through a series of various genre pastiches that are very based in the history of movies, including starting out in like this silent expressionist like horror section, which is maybe my favorite section in the whole film. It looks fucking amazing. It has all those amazing, like, just imagine modern cameras shooting elegant photography through what is like silent era sets and trying to light them like those old like deep blues and deep reds and all of the artifice on the walls and a guy just walking around them, and then gets into more like kind of like noir-y kind of territory, then gets into some more sort of like historical drama territory, basically kind of seems to jump like almost somewhere like 10 to 20 years kind of each jump, eventually ending at a last one, which is a 1999 New Year's Eve like gangster noir segment that is very similar to Long Day's Journey into Night. For anyone who's fans, it is primarily shot in a oneer. It is a guy kind of following a girl around, and it's very wet and neon lit. It's beautiful. And the only thing for me is I just found it incredibly overwhelming, and I thought it's one of the rare times I watched a movie and I'm like, I don't know if I'm smart enough for this movie.
Right.
I was like, it's so audacious, it's so strange, it's clearly having so many conversations with itself about just like Chinese political, spiritual, technological, and movie history, and ends in this very meta place where it is trying to wonder like what the future of movies is going to be and what it's going to be like, and especially movies as like a shared dream and like this magical thing and almost a machine we all trust. And it gets to some really interesting places, I thought, but not quite enough to make the list.
Cool. Yeah, I can't wait to check that one out, honestly. My next one is Bugonia. Directed by Yorgos Lanthimos.
Hell yeah, same for me, actually. I really like this.
Nice. Yeah, starring Emma Stone, Jesse Plemons, and Aidan Delby. Also Stavros Halkia, who is a very funny man.
Looking like a Dennis Franz as the cop. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so awesome. So it's about two conspiracy guys that kidnap a CEO of a company, and they believe that she is an alien intent on destroying the planet Earth. And it's basically just them having these interactions with each other, obviously throughout learning more about each character's past and whatever. But one of the major questions is, of course, are they crazy, or is she actually an alien, as they just kidnap her, tie her up, and kind of do these like a bunch of conversations, but then also just do these like tests on her to try to make her expose herself. And they have all these theories.
It's a remake, right, of a Korean film that we've both watched. I Saw the Green Planet.
Yeah, I think it's I Saw the Green Planet.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's Save the Green Planet. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And that one, honestly, that one I remember being a little bit more wild in its style. This is very much in its style a Yorgos film, but
I remember us comparing it almost to like Saw or something. It goes like when they bring her into the facility, it's almost like this like torture porn dungeon kind of area, whereas this is more that like modern American conspiracy theorist, sort of like everyday, I guess you could say sort of like dirtbag left coded kind of like incel kind of guy.
Right.
And like that's just what Jesse Plemons kind of plays the character as, and in a way where you're, I think, meant to be like, do you trust this guy, or has he just gone down like these crazy right-wing conspiracy threads online, or is he right? Is Emma Stone an alien? And credit to Emma Stone, you do watch her and you're like, she could be an alien, maybe. She's got like a Tilda Swinton and Michael Clayton, like just like corporate speak, like, are you a human kind of quality to her? Yeah,
and even the way she negotiates is kind of in this very calculated way. So it makes you start to believe, but then they do a lot of like rug pulls, and I thought it was really funny too. It's especially funny. It gets to some sadder moments as it unravels, I guess,
and some violent moments. Jesus,
yes, very. But I thought it was great, and honestly, I liked, I think, pretty much every Yorgos movie I've seen in so far, but this one is the first that I've really enjoyed in a while, because I've struggled with a couple of his other ones. Not that I don't like them, just that I didn't love them as much
and
as
Kinds
other
of
people.
Kindness I have liked a little bit less than some of his earlier ones, and this one I think I agree with you. I kind of liked this one a little bit more than those two, even if it definitely still goes to a place where you can sometimes feel that Yorgos vibe of like just being very self-satisfied about some of the things that and the way that he orchestrates characters into just doing gross, sometimes edgy things. And some people complained that this went to a pretty shallow, nihilistic place, but I did find it, regardless of if that's what it's doing, I found it went to some entertaining place in a kind of cruel and gross way. Yeah,
it's something I kind of want to tackle again, to see, knowing exactly how it all unfolds will make me curious how I feel about the first hour again and everything. So, but yeah, I found it very entertaining and great to really enjoy a Yorgos movie again.
I'm going to give a shout out here to Life of Chuck, actually, directed by Mike Flanagan, which was one that we saw, I think, 2 years ago at TIFF now, but I watched it again with my wife, and I had a fairly good time with it. Again, this is the third Stephen King adaptation of the year, and I do think it was my favorite Stephen King adaptation that
me too
was done of the bunch. It's definitely more of one of his dramas rather than one of his sci-fi films or horror films or dystopias or anything like that. It's essentially the reverse chronological tale of a dying accountant who at one point, I guess, wanted to be a dancer, and whose final moments alive is what the film is. And it sounds like a spoiler, but the movie starts that way actually up front, in order to give you the sadness up front, and then be like, then you experience the sort of strange sensory memory apocalypse kind of in his mind, and go to his time as sort of like an adult, and then go to his time as a child. And I think that there was a lot of critiques when this came out, sort of well after we had talked about it, where that it definitely gets to some pretty sentimental and saccharine places in terms of just how life-affirming and sort of supernatural and cosmically kind of sweet the entire movie is. Like, some people, I think, could imagine this as like a, it has almost like a Hallmark card kind of sentimentality to it at times. But I did find that Tom Hiddleston is quite good in the role of Chuck. And, there's a whole section where he goes into like a Gene Kelly sort of like dance mode where he's really good. And there's a whole section where, speaking of Mark Hamill and Stephen King again, he plays his Booby at one point, or his Zadie, sorry. And, gets into these very sort of moving existential sort of conversations with him. And it does go to this kind of ghostly Mike Flanagan place, which I won't entirely spoil for you, but it is reckoning with mortality and kind of trying to find an optimistic spin on it in a way where, you know, Flanagan has always been good at being very existential and emotional and using the cumulative power of nonlinear editing to get there. And I think Life of Chuck was very much built for his sensibility. Yeah,
totally. Yeah, a lovely film. I agree. My next one is a Harvest Brood, Harvest Brood, directed by Joe Meredith. This was kind of I think a DQ shout out from the Discord was the person that let me know about this. They posted it and I just started watching it, and it's kind of a shot on video horror movie. It's starring Sydney Meredith and Claire Meredith and Joe Meredith. So I imagine this is very much a friend and family kind of made thing in some way. But it's very well made, and I think what really sold me on it is the straight up evil vibes. This has like no sense of like wanting any levity in any of its moments. It's trying to be like a very straightforward kind of evil slasher, and I think it does a great job. It's got, you know, practical effects for gore. It has kind of a masked sadistic killer. It's just I had a really good time with it, and it was 50 minutes long, so I love that. And
hell yeah,
couldn't recommend it enough. I think it's on YouTube, I believe. I think you can find it there, and it has an amazing credit song. And I just want to give a shout out to the band because I just thought it was awesome, and I've been listening to them since. But it's the song is called "Ron Hubbard Was Way Cool." And it's by Stomach Book, and I loved it. So anyway, yeah, big shout out to that movie.
Sick. Yeah, I gotta check that one out. My next one here, and we are getting closer to the end here.
Yeah.
Junk World, directed by Takahide Hori, which I had to throw on here. We saw at the Toronto International Film Festival this year. It is the sequel to a 2017 stop motion animation project that was basically a one-man project. He worked on it on weekends for like a decade. It's a crazy, just like surrealist, sci-fi, underground, weird little puppet guys doing gross shit kind of movie. Junkhead was an absolutely fantastic movie, and I caught up with it when I found out that the sequel was going to be going to TIFF because it was 8 years later. So Junk World is definitely kind of an expansion, but it very much is true to watching silly, disgusting, little intricately handcrafted stop motion guys with exposed butts get into like hyper violent anime fights with each other.
Top tier butt comedy, I will say that.
There's some butt comedy, there's some crazy jokes. He has expanded it to work with like a bigger crew, so he is able to get a little bit crazier with some of the world building, some of the action scenes, an entire time travel component that I think some people might find repetitive, some people might find completely delirious and insane. Maybe it's a little bit of both. But yeah, there's one section of it where little Junkhead like goes into an alternate dimension and essentially experiences the entire histories and civilizations of another dimension before coming back out and getting into like space-time, the loop mech suit fights. And God, there's two guys literally eat a blurry dick-shaped mushroom food. It's just, there's just crazy, gross, weird things coming straight out of this guy's mind. One of the most imaginative and weird movies I watched this year. So I had to give it a shout out here, Junk World.
Yeah, and at the end they show like all the sets and what they look like, and when you're watching the movie, you're kind of like, is at least half of this done on a computer? And then when they show it to you in the credit sequence, it's truly unbelievable. The craft on display is stupid.
If they ever made a documentary about like this guy making these two movies, people would have their minds fucking blown, I think.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
So impressive.
Absolutely. My next one is this one's kind of a strange one, but I felt like it counted due to its format and style of how it's directed and shot. It's 2,000 meters to Andrivka. It's about the Ukraine and Russia war right now, and it's about a Ukrainian platoon that's trying to get to a specific city, Andrivka, and and they're just trying to overtake it and get that territory. And basically they have actual cameras on the soldiers, like, and they're doing POVs that look like, obviously it doesn't look like a video game, but it's the same thing as like Call of Duty. So you're watching all of the soldiers interact. They're in their trenches or whatever, like overnight, talking about the war. They're talking about what they want to, they're just normal things in life, talking about their strategy. You see them actually fighting. Then there's kind of a narrative built around it about what feels like at a certain point, kind of the aimlessness of it, and how they're fighting such an uphill battle. It's just, I don't know if I've ever seen something truly like the perspective that it takes and having you be locked into something so just visceral and horrific. And because of that, I guess I counted it because it felt kind of like, strangely enough, like a war action film because of the way it's directed. So yeah, I thought it was a pretty powerful film, and it's available on YouTube for free, so you can check it out.
Okay, my next one, and we're getting real close to the end here. We're so close in the honorable mentions. Final Destination: Bloodlines, directed by Zach Lipovsky and Adam B. Stein, which was quite a big surprise, I think, for both of us. Totally.
As much as we like this, I was pretty shocked. I was just hoping to get there, be slightly entertained by a couple deaths, and then get out, and that's it. But I ended up really enjoying all the stuff they do with the lore, the kind of the fake outs, because they know people are so used to certain beats in this movie. It was fun.
Yeah, like I really didn't expect to be wondering, should this be? It was closer to the list than I thought it was going to be, especially when we got to the end of the year and there was stuff that was slowly pushing it down. For a lot of this year, this was in the range, and it just barely got kicked out, I think, by a couple movies closer to the end here. But the only really reason I think it didn't get higher for me is because, I mean, like, the new metal sheen of those original 2000s ones, and, some of the chunky, squishy practical gore effects is some stuff I still kind of wish that these had a little bit more of. I think that would have been the thing that took this to the next level for me. But otherwise, the high concept premise of this, of cheating death and using premonition filmmaking and Rube Goldberg sort of murder machines, where you put characters into a contraption, you watch them try to figure it out, and then just get fucking torn to shreds in a way where you're misdirected and you're like, oh, that's what got them. That aspect of these movies has been rock solid through every single one of them, and you could just tell that these filmmakers came in, they knew exactly what it is that they wanted to do about it. Yeah. They expand on the history in just enough of a way to be like, there's a little bit of uniqueness in making it the bloodline component of it, making its way through an entire generations and through an entire family and kind of going in that order. But ultimately what you're here for is the gruesome supernatural splatter kill compilation montage stuff that this ends up pulling off. And this had some really impressive ones, including an insane fucking MRI one that I won't spoil for anyone, an absolutely ridiculous one using a garbage truck that I just couldn't believe the build up to it and how it got you psychologically involved in the sight and the prescience and like kind of knowing that something is off, but not knowing how to exactly read the signs, and how it ends up doing all of that. And yeah, I just thought that this was consistently entertaining front to back, had some amazing Final Destination kill sequences, which is exactly what you want out of this thing. And honestly, some of the characters and performances were a lot of fun, especially the one sort of like alt tattoo artist guy who I thought was really funny in the movie.
Yeah, who they have like multiple times where they're like, oh, we're gonna kill him, no we're not, now we're gonna kill him, no we're not, no, like, that almost becomes a joke too, which I enjoy. Yeah, just playing on all the stuff that they've established in the other fucking 6 movies or whatever it is, and then still kind of making it fresh is pretty impressive. I mean, if this is the 6th or 7th installment, that's wild. But honestly, these will always work for me, just in the sense of you have, you got your group of 10 teenagers and they're all going to die in these ridiculously cartoonish ways. I'll probably watch it. But I do find that this one is at least a good start to the new generation, and very, it's like very playful how it operates.
And is that it? Have we done it? Is that the honorable mentions?
I think so. I think we got her.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, people, if you got your stopwatches going at home, let us know how we did. That might have been the shortest honorable mentions round that we've done in a little while. We tried to keep it a little bit more limited this year, or at least targeted. We definitely have some more that might come up in each other's lists as sometimes arises throughout this show, but we will wait for those until we get to them on the list, because I'm excited here. We're going to jump right into it. We are going to kick things off now with the official list of the top 10 best genre movies of 2025, 15. According to Josh and Jemmy.
That's right.
Top 15. That's right.
Because there's no way that we could do top 10.
No, top 10 would be fucking crazy. We got to do a top 15. No doubt. No doubt. So starting with our number 15. My number 15 was one we recently covered actually on the bonus transmission, but it's the only, I think, debut feature film that I've got on my list. It is the movie Lurker by Alex Russell, which I wanted to throw on here. It ended up bumping a couple things out that I expected to be on the list, and I was like, you know what? This one has really sort of sunk its claws into me a little bit. It is just such a tense and uncomfortable sort of cringe comedy thriller that really does kind of blur the line parasocially, essentially, between this rising LA pop star and a psycho fan. Like if you think of movies like Misery or sort of King of Comedy, but it's one that uses the music industry specificity of its story to develop, I think, this even trickier and more contradictory one of like, are you a real human friend with this person you view as like a symbol of your own dreams and your own aspirations, or are you kind of a resentful employee who serves them as like a brand or a product in order to kind of get to it? And it's just a movie that I was, not surprised to learn at the screening that Alex Russell was someone who had spent some time with characters like this, who had, kind of couch surfed for a little while and seen these kind of social hierarchies that build within these relationships between people who, are you close friends with someone who plays video games with them, or are you kind of just like a hanger on who is using this person in order to, fulfill your own financial needs, for example? And just taking that idea and turning it into like full-on sadistic stalker thriller territory about this like modern Instagram junkie version of like Rupert Pupkin, who instead of wanting to be a comedian wants to be like the videographer for the Odd Future Hype House, like shooting all their music videos and behind the scenes docs. Like, it's such a cool idea for a film. Russell has some real skill and confidence behind the camera. Like, the film photography looks great. All of the 2010s period sort of camera and like iPhone stuff is really cool. The central performances, he gets really good performances out of Theodore Pellerin, who is playing the sort of the psycho fan character, and Archie Maddock, who is the sort of up and coming pop star, and both are really great, I think, at navigating this toxic symbiotic kind of relationship that these two have with one another. There's a really cool score and sort of electronic pop soundscape to the film by Kenny Beats that's really cool, and I don't know, I was just really bound to like a movie that's so clearly pulling, I think, from like the Safdies and doing the sort of 16 millimeter look and the spacey soundscape, and doing again this kind of very close proximity to abusive transactional decision making by some of these characters, and really just taking that to a really claustrophobic and kind of competitive extreme in a way that we brought it up in the bonus transmission, but Pellerin so much reminds me of the Jake Gyllenhaal character in Nightcrawler, in terms of just like being this dead-eyed sociopath grind set guy who is like, is he like, every time he's being a friend with someone, you're like, he is putting on like an alien performance of being a friend with someone. And despite going to some, I think, really dark thrillery kind of places with this, it does pull back and like end in a more kind of low key, more realistic kind of place, but doing so in a way that is so dark, once again, it kind of loops around into being something kind of funny. Like there is a stretch in here I won't spoil that involves like blackmailing and kind of almost like a hostage situation style friendship. But in a way where you kind of go, maybe there is something, maybe both of them are kind of getting something out of this, and maybe there is a weird kind of perverse fucked up rom-com happening between these two characters, and the way that they just behave with each other and some of the lines that they get. It's a very sad and funny movie.
Yeah. I have it a bit further on my list. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I totally agree. My number 15 is The Naked Gun, directed by Akiva Schaffer.
Oh, hell yeah. I should have mentioned this is an honorable mention for me. This actually literally, I think, got kicked off by one of these two movies that got just snuck in front of it.
There's been a few of those that I just was swapping all day today, to be honest. This one made the 15. I've shown it to a few people. I've already watched it 3 times this year. So I just figured I obviously really enjoy it. And I know that it's...
that's quite the upgrade. I think you 3'd it the first time you watched it. So you just watched it so many times that it's like, it's on the list.
Yeah,
baby.
It was kind of like, I feel like I just kept missing certain jokes, and I was like, I want to re-watch those jokes and then find out whichever ones I missed, because it really is designed to be like an airplane or something like that, where it's just gag after gag after gag so often that if you are laughing at something for a good amount of time, you're probably going to miss the 2 after it. And it feels like something that you can kind of rewatch over and over again. It's 80 minutes long. It's literally just a comedy. Like, it's not trying to be anything else. It's rare that you find something like this nowadays. I find when it comes to comedy, everything has to be more like heightened or even more kind of stoner or laid back. I just like that this is a straightforward, goofy movie. And I mean, Liam Neeson, Pamela Anderson, and Paul Walter Hauser doing it is incredible, especially with Liam Neeson playing, honestly, the kind of dumb comedy guy instead of the straight man, and him being Liam Neeson, the action guy, and
but doing exactly what Leslie Nielsen did so exceptionally, which was technically being the straight man of this universe, and that making it even funnier.
Yeah, exactly. It's fantastic, and I just love when a movie like a comedy really doesn't make itself, the rules aren't involved in reality. It's just kind of like whatever's funny we're going to do. And this thing just has countless gags, and I can't recommend it enough if you just like to laugh. It's awesome.
Yeah, shout out to Kiefer Schaefer, who
he's killing
mixed like ZAZ, like old school spoof, comedy of that era, and it was just merged it so well with like the Lonely Island sense of humor and sensibility that those guys obviously have. Like of course these were the guys who were going to bring back like the classic, like spoof movie era, right? And just do straight up 80 minutes of nothing but just stupid gags every few seconds, whether it's a sight one or a wordplay one. There's so many of these. I actually how I mentioned I threw on F1 for my dad, I threw on Naked Gun for my mom. And my mom was locked in the whole time. She was like, this is incredibly, she could not believe like the fat bozo chowing spaghetti, like Pam Anderson's whole like scat routine that she does, and the fucking the windshield bit with Liam Neeson, and there's just
so many good bits.
Oh my god! The cops cam as he's just like shitting his pants. I've thought about that line so many times, where he's like the self-loathing confession, where he's
in
like,
a corner, in dark lighting.
I had 5 more that day.
He's like sweating and crying. Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's awesome. I can't recommend it enough.
And the fucking snowman fucking montage, which is like classic Lonely Island.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
it's so well directed.
What a fantastic comedy. It's so rare to get just a straight up studio comedy like that, nowadays. So
totally
good shout out. But moving on to number 14 here. My number 14 is actually one that Jamie already mentioned. Black Bag, directed by Steven Soderbergh, because
sexy movie.
Yeah, I mean, just one of the great modern American filmmakers, one who supposedly retired but then didn't, and now does these like tautly scripted genre experiments about once a year. I think he's made this list once or twice since we started the show, because Unsane, his like mental hospital sort of like horror thriller one, did, No Sudden Move, his like noir caper he did a few years back, like during COVID. I'm pretty sure we threw somewhere on the list.
Yep.
But I was really taken out of all the ones he's done since then with this husband and wife romance meets like espionage thriller, which, as Jamie mentioned, stars Michael Fassbender and Cate Blanchett as a pair of sort of middle-aged spies who are also married to each other. And according to the film's screenwriter, who Soderbergh has been working with a lot recently, David Koepp, who is the guy who wrote Mission Impossible and Jurassic Park back in the day, the origin for this film I thought was so interesting, which he said that, you know, like doing an old school spy movie as marriage melodrama came from his research into the work-life routines of spies while he was writing Mission Impossible, where he basically realized that even more interesting than the actual sort of trade craft itself was how these people who worked it psychologically balanced it with their domestic lives, and a number of them admitting that like their mission-trained skills for voyeurism and cover-ups, it made any sort of long-term romantic trust like next to impossible. And so he used that as like this hook to be like, you know, you've seen sort of this premise before in like sexy rom-com form, like Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie kind of has a little bit of this dynamic. Yeah. But that one was more about like a lustful like remarriage, and it was exciting, and those characters experiencing those things through action thrills. And what I liked about Black Bag was how it really underplayed the kind of spy thrills, and it went into this more kind of cutthroat, mundane, older, wearier. These characters have been married for a longer amount of time. The tradecraft was more in like that John le Carré sort of register, right? Like it reminded me of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy or something like that, where Fassbender and Blanchett have these just like reptilian poker faces, and they're in this constant state of like loyalty driven surveillance of each other, but sometimes for each other. And sometimes you're like, are they having a work conversation, or is this pillow talk, or you know, what is this? It's a fantastic dynamic that really is ambiguous and mysterious while you're watching it. And you know, whether they're throwing an office dinner party for their colleagues, or they're uncomfortably sort of like probing the compartmentalized boundaries of what is this a professional conversation, is this a personal conversation, it's really, really well done. And I think Koepp does a really good job of weaponizing these very chicly attired characters and all of their incestuous dirty laundry that they have, all these moves and counter moves they're making. It's kind of a confusing movie when you watch it, especially when you incorporate their friends like Tom Burke and the Marissa Abella character that Jamie highlighted rightfully. She's fantastic in the movie. That line where she's like, my God, that's so hot during her polygraph scene. Or so fucking good.
Or Michael Fassbender going, are you what is it? He's like, are you tensioning your sphincter right now?
Yeah.
Like, so she can get used to or get through the lie detector test. Oh man.
Yeah. It's just the way it again. Some these characters treat it as like workplace observation, but part of it then blends into like international murder plots, and part of it blends into like, are these people actually horny for each other? Like, do they want to take each other to bed? And all of that just gets really, really mixed together. And it does have a really fantastic kind of mystery resolving sort of finale, where it basically almost goes like Columbo mode, trying to figure out like what was happening in the George Smiley like hookup crew essentially. And I really liked this movie.
Nice. My number 14 is The Mastermind, directed by Kelly Reichardt.
Awesome.
I mean, again, Josh O'Connor, unbelievable. Stars Josh O'Connor and Elena Haim. And I have to say, I am like just on the Josh O'Connor train so hard. Every single thing that he's been in, I think he's fantastic in. And this is no different. It's a heist movie. It's about it's in Massachusetts, circa 1970, and he's trying to do a heist out of an art museum. And it shows like the whole process of it, but then a lot of the movie ends up just being like him going through the aftermath of it, whether it be like getting the money, them closing in on him and everything like that, and then him balancing his normal life, like his family life, which is played Elena Haim is his wife. And I just found it to be really different and kind of it's very low key, like it's very subtle compared to what I thought it was going to be when I'm presented with a heist movie with Josh O'Connor. A lot of it is him kind of like walking around almost sad and not knowing what to do next. And it's the score is especially interesting because it kind of contrasts that whole vibe, because it has like a score that you would hear in the movie Whiplash. Like, it's all jazz drums and it's very exciting, to be honest. And it creates, like, even when there's kind of slow movements going about, whether it be the heist or the aftermath of it, it always feels as if there's like this tension rising and something is about to happen, even if it doesn't. And I don't know, I always felt completely locked in, and I think the score had a huge part of that. And it has I'm not going to spoil it, but I really, really liked the ending too, which it felt kind of, just compared to the rest of the movie, it felt almost surreal in a way, just given how the rest of it is kind of stylized. So I thought it was really great, and it was kind of a late watch for me. I don't think it was really became available until recently, so who knows, it might even grow on me, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too, actually. It's going to appear a little bit further up mine, so I'll wait for some of my comments. But yeah, no, it's a fantastic movie. So moving right along here to number 13. My number 13 is the unexpected late sequel to 28 Days and Weeks Later. Oh, yeah. The British zombie apocalypse movies with the original writer Alex Garland and director Danny Boyle and cinematographer Anthony Dodd Mantle. It is called 28 Years Later, and it is all of these filmmakers returning to the genre that they gave a sort of renewed jolt of experimental, sped up and rage-induced life to in the mini DV era 2 decades ago, and somehow they made a movie that was just as weird, just as sad, maybe even more gross, but equally formally experimental on a way bigger budget and shot on iPhones. And this was a movie that is almost solely being on here because of the pure surprise weird factor, because I haven't cared a whole lot for what Alex Garland has been doing recently. I haven't cared a whole lot for what Danny Boyle has been doing recently. And for whatever reason, when these two get together, they are like, let's push each other in such weird directions. And I just could not believe, like, 28 Years Later is apparently setting up like a trilogy of movies. The next one we're supposed to be getting this month, which is kind of crazy. That is crazy. So I'm curious where they go with it. But even just the fact that, like, they expand beyond the realm of the first 2 films, which have those really upsetting outbreak sequences that you're familiar with, like zombie sprinting, vomiting blood, infected parents, and children being killed, and it's all manic and jerky and, you know, all this kind of craziness, and just pushing the setting to this sort of decades later reconstruction process in the, you know, since those initial days and weeks after the outbreak, and really building out the world, like tracing the survival tactics and the routines of this isolationist island who have managed to recreate a community of like farmers and fishers and hunters. And they have this like religious patriarchal sort of tradition fetishing society, and just using this kind of bleak and lonely reality of their situation where they're kind of rebuilding the world, but kind of also regressing back to this like medieval times of fathers and son bonding and sport killing and getting drunk and telling bullshit war stories. And, you know, Aaron Taylor Johnson is playing this kind of asshole father to this this new kid actor Alfie Williams, who's really good, and he's essentially being taught about the world and just sort of coming of age in this, you know, the safety of this island, but also coming of age to the point where he is going, now he's a man and he needs to go on the brave hunting expeditions, where we get a view of what the quarantined mainland looks like, and it is like English folk horror countryside Mad Max. It is a legitimate like George Miller fucking wasteland with literal big dicked alpha zombies fucking running around and chasing them. There's slow crawling like bloater zombies. There's these skinny sprinting ones. There's zombies like taking soldiers' heads and tearing them out of their bodies so the spinal cords come flying out. Ralph Fiennes is playing like this old world medical professional who has become this like iodine drenched like Colonel Kurtz. Essentially, he's like a fucking shaman who like worships mortality and is trying to find like a way of sort of accepting this kind of mass death event they've all gone through, as this kid is like going through this coming of age odyssey through the forest, and it is just such a strange, kind of beautiful, kind of sad, kind of ugly and disgusting movie where two filmmakers are operating at the most hyper digital experimental they've been in a really, really long time, including doing like blood red neon night vision stuff. There's like these Matrix bullet time rigs as arrows are going into zombies. There's a crazy like chase on like a water lit by like northern lights that looks like just absolutely surreal. And I won't spoil some of the sort of final emotional beats of the movie, but I thought it ends up being a really good depiction of the son and the mother and their relationship to each other and how the kid has to learn to cope with death. And it also ends up having one of the most surprising final 60 seconds of a movie of the entire year, that even in the theater when I watched it, which I won't spoil for anyone who hasn't experienced it yet, but like when I was in the theater, multiple people were like, what?
Yeah.
Like, and that was it. And you assume that that's the setup for the next one. And I'm whatever it is, I'm fucking in.
Yeah, I'm totally in. I can't wait. I'm still processing that's actually coming out just this month. That's wild, actually. That's a little further on my list, but yeah, I totally agree. Loved that movie. My next one is this number 13, I believe. 13 is A Friendship, directed by Andrew DeYoung, starring.
Oh hell yeah! Also on my honorable mentions.
Yes. Starring Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd and Kate Mara. This movie is essentially just Tim Robinson trying to befriend Paul Rudd because Paul Rudd is just the coolest mustache neighbor that's ever lived. And he's got this cool group of friends that Tim Robinson feels left out about. And it's very classic. If you're a fan of Tim Robinson, you know his comedy style. So I would say that if it's not for you, then you're not going to like this movie. But if it is for you, I Think You Should Leave. You've liked his new show, The Chair Company. If you like that stuff, The Detroiters, I think, is another one of his. You will enjoy this. It's the same kind of tone, but instead they build it around an actual narrative. So it is really interesting to watch him play a character that feels a little more grounded in an actual person, a real personality, rather than just like, him screaming nonsense or, making an infomercial or something like that for 30 seconds. But just all the humor is very, offbeat and kind of off rhythm, and it feels...
I was gonna say, even though it does eventually go into those like bizarro detours where you're just like, I don't think the movie's going to explore that. That's just a weird thing we did that was absurd and abrasive for like a few seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's one, I won't spoil what happens, but he goes on an acid or psychedelic trip of some kind to kind of go through like a spiritual awakening, and what he ends up doing is
I don't know if I laughed harder at a scene in a movie this year than that specific sequence.
It's ridiculous. It really just shows like his character's personality and how bland he is and everything. It's very funny. But yeah, it also has these weird like relationships where Kate Mara is playing his wife, but clearly is into her ex, and even like strangely maybe into her like teenage son, which is like it's definitely funnier than that probably sounds right now. But yeah, it's great stuff. And Paul Rudd is fantastic. He knows how to play like charismatic and cool, but also fully aware that this is, very silly. And I just find that he's a perfect casting for that kind of tone. And ultimately, again, I won't spoil it, but it feels like what this resolves as is it's just one of the funniest kind of displays of like what's important to a male friendship, and how he kind of saves him at the end of the day very superficially is very funny. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
But I think moving along to number 12 here, my number 12 is one that not too far off from where Jamie placed it, The Mastermind. Nice. By Kelly Reichardt as well. And Jamie gave you a pretty good description, so I'm not going to go too deep into it. But what I will say is that I really love Kelly Reichardt. I think what is unique that Jamie was describing about it is Kelly Reichardt's whole deal. She makes these very real, subtle dramas, very subversively low-key and depressed takes on American genres specifically. And films like Old Joy or Certain Women or Wendy and Lucy fit the sort of drama bill, but like Meek's Cutoff and First Cow were her attempts at like making westerns. And maybe Night Moves is maybe the movie I'd compare it the most to, as that's the one about a crew of radical environmentalists who blow up a dam or attempt to blow up a dam, and it kind of gives way to what she described that film and this film both as an unraveling unraveling aftermath film, where essentially the sort of guilt and the individual moral compromising that those characters do is weighed against the clear necessity of what it is that they, were trying to rage against, and how they feel kind of poisoned by the world. And the mastermind is very similarly, like, it's politically and morally conscious in terms of what it's doing as a crime film, but this time it is doing a heist film meets one of those like thorny, selfish 70s loner, hustler, drifter kind of character studies, and adopting the authentically grainy sort of 16 millimeter glowing look, and as Jamie highlighted, that very off-kilter jazz score, which is really cool, and also just that slower sense of 70s crime drama mood that really does underplay in this very minor key what another film would make like more exciting. Yeah. Like one of the opening of this movie is like a procedural small time art gallery heist planning and orchestrating sequence, and it's something that another film would like really mine for the most amount of tension, whereas for her version of it is like there's a scene where he climbs up and down a wooden ladder for like 10 minutes. It is fucking electric because she knows how to do this. O'Connor is a huge reason too. I mean, obviously very highly on our list last year due to Challengers. Also already mentioned because of the Knives Out movie. He's the lead here, and what I love about his style is he's just so not showy. He's so naturalistic, and the way that he plays this frustrated art school dropout, like fail son kind of character who decides he's going to rob a local art gallery. I love how small time the crime is too. He's a mastermind. The title's almost ironic. Like, he's not. The plan goes wrong. It's a shitty plan to even he doesn't even know the value of what these paintings would even be worth. Like, who cares about these small abstract artists in like a small community? But he feels like he's straight up walked off a 70s set. When he's doing his heist, it's like this matter of fact, like Jean-Pierre Melville kind of thing. And when it spirals and goes wrong, it turns into this existential tragedy, but just less in that like usual macho tough guy kind of way. It really is much softer, and yet still increasingly sharp and cutting of this character, of this guy who lives a kind of cushy middle-class life with his wife Alana Haim, and is able to borrow money from his parents, and who are just, his father's like a local judge and is like, I'll help you get a job or something. And, he's clearly just rejecting this sort of mundane middle-class life, and he's given an outlet. It's like, you can join all these Vietnam and civil rights political causes happening all around you. And he's like, nah, I'd rather like rob an art gallery and go on this weird, pointless, like on the run road movie where I'm now like a mastermind criminal, even though I'm shitty at it. And it's just, I don't know, there's something so weird and sad and kind of honest and low key about this movie that made it kind of easy to watch and easy to kind of just and get into the vibes of the autumn knit sweater kind of just atmosphere of it. And as it builds to its sort of climax, which I won't spoil for people, it really does end up getting to a pretty dark and dirty place just emotionally with this character, where he does become really, really pathetic and lonely in a very different, in this very different lifestyle he has to adopt, where like, he's like, oh, I have to be on the run criminal for the rest of my life, even though you're like, why did any of this happen? And you're totally right about the ending, which has this almost comically surreal punishment kind of quality to it in a way that I really didn't expect, but was, really, really taken with. So great movie. Yeah, totally.
My number 12 is Ephus, directed by Carson Lund.
Hell yeah.
I mean, this movie is awesome. It's a comedy about baseball, and it's specifically from the perspective of like an older league, kind of like an older beer league. And it's on their last day on the field before it is going to be, I don't know, made into a school or a parking lot or something along those lines.
A school.
So which, and oh, right. Cause that's a key part of the irony too, is that it's probably going to, it's something that they're losing, and they feel very like they're, they have memories about it. They've been probably been playing on that diamond for a very long time, maybe even as kids and stuff. And so it is interesting though, that it's being replaced with something that will probably help the community, but there's still this like sadness of having to let it go. And basically it's just their last game that they play together. And you have all these different characters that, you know, you got the drunk, the guy that's not taking it seriously, the guy that's taking it way too seriously. You have all the people that just kind of show up from the community that are interested and just like are keeping score for no reason, just because it's like something to pass the time. And I just found it to be incredibly heartwarming, and it reminded me of playing baseball even as a kid, even though like this is focused on adults. It's just there's something about that game in general that's obviously generational, and it's I think a beautiful thing to when they hit a certain moment where, you know, like the lights are off and they want to continue the game because they don't want to let it go. And so they start using their car headlights to shine a light on the diamond so that they can continue to play. And I don't know. I love that. It's like the determination and the community aspect. And it is very, very funny as well. So big highlight on that one.
Yeah, and shout out to Nate Fisher,
yes,
guest and friend of the pod, who wrote the movie, and Eddie Averill, who was in the art department and did a lot of the stuff you saw on like the benches and stuff like that, like all the props and whatnot. So
yeah, it's great.
We don't just love it because friends made it. We do actually love it, and actually you'll see it again a little bit further up my list here.
Beautiful.
But moving on to number 11. My number 11 is the latest film by French filmmakers Helene Catet and Bruno Forzani, Reflection in a Dead Diamond, which believe, Jamie, this almost made your list.
Yeah,
it was a last minute watch for you too.
Yeah, it was, and that's the thing. Some of these were like, I've watched them a week ago, and I feel like if I had more time, they might be. But this one was amazing. Really loved it.
Yeah, this one jumped up my list pretty quickly because it's such our show. This is exactly what we talk about. It's exactly what we love. I mean, this couple in particular have spent the last 15 years doing these very specific postmodern, like avant-garde, essentially ASMR, like fetish aesthetic exercises, trying to keep like these 60s and 70s, specifically Italian exploitation cinema style, alive. Their previous films, like Amer from 2009, was them doing the kind of like nothing but the most surreal and colorful and sexual parts of like Argento style Euro horror and giallo films.
Yeah.
Let the Corpses Tan from 2017 was them doing the same with like spaghetti westerns and Polizio Tetsky films, and Reflection in a Dead Diamond is just a natural follow-up, and it is them doing, as best as I can describe it to you, essentially like a Sean Connery Bond legacy sequel about him elderly and retired and sitting at a seaside resort having what is a refracted, like kaleidoscopic death dream about his career, and experiencing this like meta identity crisis that blurs fiction and reality between himself and his character. And if that film was directed in the style of like Mario Bava's Danger Diabolic, for anyone who has seen that like level of colorful surrealism and production design and costume design and just insanity. And
like the gadgets are strange. They almost feel dreamlike and fantasy-esque. Like there's the eyeball ring and things like that. Like it just feels they feel otherworldly in a way. Like it has to be from a fractured memory or a dream or something. You're not based in like the grounded reality of a Sean Connery movie.
Yeah, there are times where you're watching this and you'll, I think, be confused at what it is that you're even watching, and very deliberately so. Like you're watching something that literally does feel psychedelic and psychological and hypnotic, and at times you'll be in a hotel room with like this Italian acting legend Fabio Testi, which is awesome that they got him to do this, because he was actually in some of these old Italian genre movies, and here he is like doing a kind of Connery impression, and he's literally just drinking and pondering his past, and then going into these warring flashbacks that will compete with each other throughout the whole film. It's like real ones of his time making those 60s movies based on this popular pulp character, which is essentially Bond, and then the actual violent sexual macho fantasy Euro spy sequences themselves, where he gets into shootouts and chases and gets women killed, and it's stuff that could have been made like into a compelling, straightforward action crime plot, but because these filmmakers are just so experimentally driven to tell these stories in this impressionistic and very fragmented style, it does feel like it's reckoning with the history of these movie making and these types of men, both on and off the screen. And it's just such a cool and unique way of doing this. And people often compare them to like Tarantino, but essentially if all of the talking parts of the Tarantino movies were taken out, like it was just the quick cutting exploitation inserts and action bits. And I think for some that can be confusing or overwhelming, maybe even a little monotonous. But I got to be honest with you, I think I would watch them make like 10 more of these movies if they just want to keep doing, like, just go to the next Italian genre. I don't fucking care. This one, I had an absolute blast. It's so beautiful and so insane.
Yeah, and the editing is seamless, the way it goes in and out of reality and dream. It's like, I mean, that might be the confusing part, but I found it to be just kind of like a beautiful ride. Like, it felt very fluid. So yeah, I really took to it as well. My number
and crazy bar fight. I won't spoil it, but crazy fucking bar fight in the movie.
My number 11 is Sirat, directed by Oliver Lax. Now this one I didn't get to rewatch, which I really wanted to. So this is curious for me, where if I were to rewatch it, I'm wondering if it would be higher or lower, because the reason I put it in this section is I just had such a visceral experience in the theater when watching this, not knowing at all what it was. I think, Josh, you might have told me it had something to do with like EDM. And so I was like, okay, that's sweet. Like, I'm into that. So let's go. And I mean, we've already explained what we call it, but the EDM Sorcerer, I think, is perfect for it. And I mean, that is one of my favorite movies of all time. So you add some electronic dance music in the desert to that, and, you know, you got a fan here. But then, you know, there is like a very nihilistic quality to it at a certain point. I really took to how it unfolds, and you think it's going one place and then it goes the complete opposite. A lot of it is to do with spoilers. So I think we've covered most of what, you know, the sell of this film would be. But just personally, I in the last, like, I would say 5 years, I met some friends that we started to go to dance shows together. And so having that kind of come into this movie, and I felt it felt like a personal kind of thing where they start to, you know, the traveling starts to be a little bit more dangerous, and the loss, I guess, at certain point, I started to feel in the mix of like that community that people have found with this music, and how outside forces can kind of take that away. So it's, I thought it was really, really just unique, especially. And the finale is incredibly tense. And I'm looking forward to rewatching it. I'm hoping that I still feel that same way. But with that first watch, I have to say, I was just like, so locked in. It was unbelievable. This is
definitely the movie the most neutered by the fact that spoiling it would be such a disservice to the movie.
It really would.
Like, we literally can't mention anything that happens in the second half of the movie without
like nothing. Yeah, so just know that I think it's worth your time, and if you can find it, watch it.
Hell yeah. Well, moving on to number 10 here. My number 10 is another film that we saw at TIFF, maybe even on the same day or pretty close to it anyway. It is the latest film by the Brazilian film critic turned filmmaker Kleber Mendonça Filho, The Secret Agent.
Yeah. Nice. That would be an honorary mention. That's why I didn't mention it.
Yeah, really, really good movie. He first made an appearance on the show a few years back with his political satire film that turned kind of like action thriller Bacurau.
Yes.
Which was about this like almost impoverished social realist village film that then kind of expanded into this grisly, like a most dangerous game, like siege film with all these American outsiders getting violently dealt with by like the armed resistance of this small village in Brazil. And just a really fantastically absurd genre movie made by a guy with clearly real knowledge of his Brazilian film and political history, and it was kind of a joy to discover in such a kind of entertaining way. And I do think he's managed to do the same thing with his new film, The Secret Agent, which is notably a follow-up I've mentioned when we did the TIFF episode to a documentary he made called Pictures of Ghosts, which was all about historic movie palaces of the 70s that he grew up with, and sort of taking a bunch of the very passionate nonfiction research he accumulated while researching that documentary and turn them into a fictional film. In this case, a sort of late 70s period piece that's kind of like a paranoid political thriller and neo-noir. Definitely in the vein of a kind of movie that maybe would have played in the theaters from the era that he was researching. And if you haven't seen it, it's essentially about this former academic named Armando, played by Wagner Moura from Narcos, who ends up caught up in the I don't know, bad graces, I guess I'll call it, of the military dictatorship of Brazil in the 1970s. And he tries to sort of flee the country and get his son out of the country, but he essentially has to go into a form of kind of like witness protection underground before he can. And it gets very, very strange from there.
Yes.
It is a huge reason it appeals to genre nerds like us, is very much the kind of vintage look and feel and production design and costume design and anamorphic photography and all of that. It's a very technically impressive movie. But what really took me by surprise with it, and I don't necessarily know why, based on the premise, I really, in the poster and the log line, I really did think this was just going to be less playful and less eccentric and less weird than it ended up being. And the genre bending he does and the formal insanity of it, I was just so taken with and surprised by. And so, like, if you want a 70s crime film, I really wish I could get into more detail, but I really don't want to spoil where this goes for people. But like, essentially this guy ends up taking on, like, he's evading government conspiracy and evil businessmen, and there's hitmen on his tail. There's kind of an assassination attempt, gunfight, foot chase sequence that's like straight out of like a William Friedkin, like the opening of Sorcerer almost.
And it has that same kind of realism and grit to the violence and the way that they use the geography.
Gory, and there's bizarre humor, and there's so much of the movie takes place like inside these old movie palaces and these recreations of this block when like the kids are all trying to sneak into Jaws, and then there's actual shark attacks, and Udo Kier appears. Once again, rest in peace. He passed away this year or just last year. Doing a weirdly kind of normally he's used as like a menacing sort of Nazi-esque guy. Here he's used as like the reverse, which is really interesting. And yeah, there's just some absolute insanity I can't even describe further than that as this goes along. But yeah, the 2 hours and 40 minutes for me went by surprisingly quickly, because this was just such an unpredictable movie. So if you haven't seen The Secret Agent, I'd highly recommend.
I agree. It's fantastic. My number 10 is Weapons, directed by Zach Kreger.
Oh hell yeah, this was an honorable mention for me too, actually. Forgot to bring it up.
Hell yeah. It's I mean, this one, it was a pretty big movie. It's got like 2.6 million on Letterboxd, so it was a pretty big hit. I think
how much?
2.6 million
holy
logs.
shit.
Yeah, crazy. I didn't know
what
it was
a huge
that
hit.
big. Honestly, I didn't know until I looked at it just a few days ago. But I mean, I'm definitely a fan.
The barbarian guy is going places. Who knew?
Yeah,
or the whitest kids you know guy is going places.
Yeah,
if you're an old
the director of Miss March is going places. I think next he's doing Resident Evil, I guess. So we'll see. I hope he can keep it up, because I really do like his style. I would be curious if him not doing an original movie is going to be a little strange, but because I love Barbarian. But yeah, Weapons is about a child from a class kind of mysteriously vanishes, and he's acting very strange for a few days. And they take 6 different perspectives on revealing why that is and what the mystery is. I guess I don't really want to spoil it, because it is, even though it is a very popular movie, there could be people that haven't seen it. But it goes into some supernatural elements. But I would say that what I like about those elements is that it has a very tangible feel to it. The way that the supernatural stuff has to take place, there's actual steps to it with specific items. It feels as if it's not, it's this kind of like really tangible magic that feels grittier and just I mean, it gets to some really bloody and disgusting
Yeah, it
places,
takes a while to get
honest.
there, but it does go to a legitimately like literal occult hagsploitation kind of movie, which, you know, for some people, I think that's going to be really exciting that it wasn't just like, this is all a metaphor for grief or loss.
Yeah.
Like it actually does take it into, no, there is kind of a monster and there is kind of there is a physical altercation that needs to take place. And by the very end of the film, boy, does it take place.
Oh yeah, it has honestly it's like gory, but one of the funniest endings ever in this very dark way that I can't wait for you guys to see if you haven't seen it. But Amy Madigan is the villain in this. I won't say anything else other than her performance is incredibly just like skin crawling, and also again kind of darkly humorous in a way, just the way she's designed and the way she speaks and everything. But it's kind of it's really is just that. It's like 6 perspectives and an unveiling mystery. And I personally took to it. I think some people might have said that because it's a repeating storyline that you have to see 6 different times, it might become monotonous. But for me, I found it showed a different perspective enough that I didn't feel like it was getting repetitive. I just felt like I was, receiving the information in a pretty well-paced way. So I really took to it, and I'm hoping that Craiger can keep knocking these out, because Barbarian and Weapons for me are both pretty high 4s.
Yeah, I think Barbarian was pretty high up on our list. And the only reason this one was maybe a slight downgrade for me was just because the Barbarian trick of doing the perspective flip twice in this movie was so unique in that movie and hit me so hard. There was nothing in Weapons that hit quite like Bill Skarsgård's head being smashed by like a castle freak in a basement, cut to Justin Long being the most monstrous character you've ever seen riding in his car. Right. And I remember when that happened in that movie, I just went, I don't know where this is going.
Yes.
And that sense of unpredictability and just like freedom of like, I'm in the hands of someone who's doing something insane hit me so hard in that movie. And I do think that with Weapons, he tries to do that again, but he does it so many times that it lost a little bit of impact for me personally. Yeah. But I will say some of the sections are really fucking good. I did like particularly those 2 opening ones with Josh Brolin and who's the girl in the opening? I always forget her name. The girl from The Assistant, Julia Garner. She's the lead, and those 2 sections in particular, with the teacher and then with Brolin, who is kind of like the frustrated dad who blames the teacher, thinking that the teacher has done something with the kids, and dealing with those specific characters who are just so scared and anxious and angry and fearful, and then expanding that into the more literal place he takes the film is all I'll say. I remember we did a bonus transmission about this and we went really long on it, and the only thing I could really come up with was just that like there's 2 films. There's a really emotional character driven film, and there's a really fucking fun multiplex horror film, and sometimes the interweaving between the 2 got a little confused for me, but man, are both movies good. And I will absolutely, Zach Craiger will be on my list to keep watching whatever he makes, because he is making unique original horror. And maybe Resident Evil won't count as original, but I mean, I'm interested in what his spin on that world would look like.
Oh, totally. And I do think too, like the whole metaphor about home abuse that Weapons I think clearly has when it comes to the villain character is really...
Dude, the AR-15 radio in the sky is one of the main images I've thought about this year. And it's so funny that every single person has asked him about it. And they've been like, so was that like you talking about like school shootings? Like kids get shot and suddenly they're all missing the next day. Like, is that what that is? And he was like, no, I just had like a fucked up dream. And I was like, what the hell is that fucking AR-15 doing there?
It's like, I love it. No,
and I don't know if he's just being funny or an asshole or what, but like I have thought about that image quite a number of times.
Yeah,
so.
And there is something about like actual having like these child actors in these very intense horror scenes that I think makes you feel it just a little bit more. It's kind of like, not as an effective film, I think, but like It Chapter 1, where you actually have the kids interacting with a pretty like terrible entity that is willing to dish out violence to a 6-year-old, I think is creepy in its own right too. So.
Yeah, well, moving right along here to number 9. My number 9 is, I think, And I'll have to double check this, but I think it is the lowest average rating of anything making either of our top 10s or top 15s, but I don't care.
I'm curious.
I'm going to do it. It's Den of Thieves 2 Pantera.
Oh, hell yeah. I knew that was coming eventually. I should have assumed that one. Yeah.
I loved this movie. This is obviously LA director Christian Gudegast's follow-up to his B-movie heist thriller passion project Den of Thieves, or as we called it when we put it on our 2018 best of list, the Monster Energy drink version of Heat.
Oh yeah.
It, as Jamie already highlighted, stars Gerard Butler as the grubby, rule-breaking, trash-talking divorce detective Big Nick, and Ice Cube's son O'Shea Jackson Jr. as a bartending wheelman turned sort of like heist job mastermind Donnie. That movie was just such a January trash surprise for everyone 7 years ago, and the sequel did kind of come and go this January, not really building a similar cult following in its wake. I think partially because what Jamie already highlighted, it's kind of the lack of trashiness and dirtbag character writing.
It's a little classier this time around.
It's a little bit classier, even though I would argue I even rewatched the first Den of Thieves this year as a result because I was so taken with it. And I was watching that one and I was like, despite the memorably macho and silly, characterizations, there's a lot of really old school, pragmatic, like patience and mood and craftsmanship and just tactile procedural elements to even that first movie. And I think that is definitely more what he expands on here rather than Butler doing the full-on vulgar aggro dick measuring kind of performance he's doing in the first one. And he definitely tones that down a few notches, travels overseas to chase down Donnie in Europe in doing a Diamond District job. And definitely I could see some being like, the energy or the magic of the first movie is just not quite here. But my interpretation of it is that if that last movie was Heat, this one is Miami Vice. And longtime listeners of the show will know that is a movie I like basically as much as Heat for completely different reasons. And I think that this movie is similarly modulated in a way that it leaves many of the obvious sort of American reference points behind for a more Eurocrime neo-noir kind of thing that it's doing. And Big Nick and Donnie are doing old school buddy movie vacation hangouts in like fucking France, which peaks with, as Jamie highlighted, Big Nick in a fucking Hawaiian shirt screaming fuck NATO while clubbing on ecstasy is fucking nuts. And also doing the Miami Vice thing of like the romantic globe-trotting undercover component, before settling back down into the sort of hour-long, intricately staged, very authentically researched, if you listen to our interview with Christian, heist set piece that's so tense, so process heavy, based on the real 2003 heist of the century in the Antwerp Diamond District. And that sequence in particular for me is worth the price of admission alone. That was the sequence. It was one of my favorite tense thriller procedural sequences that came out. And the fact that a January American movie with fucking Gerard Butler is doing this kind of artful, silent, like nuts and bolts, like French kind of crime cinema sequencing, like Big Nick putting on a French suit or something like that. Like when we talked to Christian, he cited films like Le Cercle Rouge and Rafifi, and like the no frills, like purity of just documenting these guys, and with this almost like Bressonian kind of quality to it. And similarly to Latrue, which we covered on the show, he even consulted the actual people whose crimes were being reenacted so that this grounded vision was as authentic as possible. And you do spend an hour at a certain point just like meditating on what it is these guys are doing for work. And it's such a brave thing to ask a January audience to fucking roll out for. Like some guy is like, Fast and Furious man, love Gerard Butler, and he rolled out to this and he's like, they haven't talked for like 45 minutes. And like and it's so impressive to me that he is doing this. And of course, obviously the heist of the century has to go partially wrong. They get get into a great car chase, a grisly gunfight that, Christian modeled after Frankenheimer's Ronin, and a few last minute twists and betrayals. And maybe the most surprising thing of all for me, the romance and pathos between Big Nick and Donnie in this one. I found myself a little moved by the end when you got the M83 track playing. They're driving around, they're respecting each other, they're staring into the middle distance, staring out into the ocean. It is like, exactly what I want from this kind of movie, which I understand is not for everyone. People maybe wanted more trashiness out of it, but like Gerard Butler trying on an arty French crime movie suit and doing Miami Vice shit was made for me personally. Definitely. It needed to be on the top 10 here. And also worth noting for anyone who, like us, was maybe, I forget who else got the truncated release, but Jamie, when we watched it, we had a shorter runtime that had less hangout scenes. And I finally ordered the US version of the 4K and got it in and rewatched it. And there was like 15 more minutes of those guys bonding and hanging out. Oh, so. And I was like, why is this stuff cut?
And it's
like,
good?
This is the stuff this is what sells the ending. Yeah, it's some of the best stuff.
Oh, cool.
Like, I was like, it's really good. So either way,
I'll have to check that
higher
version
on my list than I think this will be on literally any critic's list. But Den of Thieves 2, number 9.
Beautiful. That's awesome. Number 9 for me is Lurker. Directed by Alex Russell, which we have mentioned before, but it's starring Theodore Pellerin and Archie Madekwe. Is that Madekwe? How do you say that? I'm not sure, but
I think so. But we'll just assume we're butchering it and apologize.
Absolutely, he's great. So yeah, we've already been through it. It's about a guy that kind of gets the in and a group for a pop star so that he can start to kind of form his art and honestly try to help him, which is kind of the beautiful thing about it, is that he's actually he's crazy as hell, but he's so passionate about it that he's really the only one on the team that's authentically trying to make his art better. And so you're kind of crossed between just how unbelievably inappropriate and in a way like psycho this guy is, so that he can get that job done. But it ultimately comes to this kind of question of like, what are you willing to do in order to get to that next step of your career, especially in such a competitive industry and such an industry that will kind of mock you if you're not being original.
Yeah, Jamie, being a musician, was taking notes. He was like,
yeah, definitely. Right. Yeah, like, you know what? That's not a bad move, to be honest, to get in on the record label. But yeah, no, it's I think it's...
In moments like this, I think about your King of Comedy review and you were like, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. In this industry, you got to do what you got to do. And that is kind of what it is. But obviously it takes a little bit more of a look at their actual relationship. Eventually there's definitely this kind of like homoerotic undertone with Theodore's character, but it mostly seems to be this like passion for the talent. I think he's in love with the talent kind of thing, and he feels like he has a vision and he's going to stop at nothing to get it done. And I just think the performance by Pellerin is amazing. I do think that Archie feeding back on him is very good too, but Pellerin specifically is amazing in this. I think just certain decisions they have him make too, like, him texting him certain things and he'll like delete them before he sends them. Like, I think one that you highlighted was when he's just like, thanks so much, daddy, or something like that, and then he deletes it. He's like, don't say that.
Daddy, I miss you, I think is what it is.
It's so funny. And he deletes it. He's like, that's crazy, don't send that. Just stuff like that, I think, really exposes the character in a way that only you get to see as an audience member, because it's from his subjective point of view. I think it's a great character piece, and I think it's pretty on the nose of like how people feel that what they have to do in this industry sometimes. Obviously this one's to a much more psychopathic thing, but it's like that determination that is almost required in order to compete in the highest of the high, like the pop charts.
Yeah, when he starts pulling that shit against the guys who are like lower than him, or like are on the same, like fighting for the same spot as him, and being like, how do I fuck with these guys so that they get kicked out of the hype house and shit like that, right? Like it gets pretty crazy. I
love too that he's got like he's so like he's a violent, eventually he's a violent person in order to get what he wants. But at the same time, when I'm watching him deal with like the other guys that are giving suggestions that are more generic and you've seen 1,000 times, and his character is actually saying like, we've seen that 1,000 times, why would we do that? I did find myself going like, well, yeah, maybe just just listen to him. You know, I know he just pushed a guy off a ladder, but like he's got a vision, you know, and it's just there's something about there is still kind of this I don't know, this like morbid understanding of trying to get to the top of this industry or whatever, and I just took to it very, very much so.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Moving right along here to our number 8s. My number 8 is a director I really did not think would ever qualify for this show and who I really like and surprised that he did. It is Iranian filmmaker Jafar Panahi.
Oh, yeah.
Who's It Was Just an Accident is one of the sort of film festival highlights. I assume it will be nominated for best foreign film, probably alongside films like The Secret Agent that we've already covered. These were some of the sort of the festival darlings that was coming out of Cannes and TIFF and Venice and all that. But It Was Just an Accident was a really, really good film, and one that felt like a bit of a culmination of the reality fiction blending kind of protest art that Panahi has been making for a while now, like This Is Not a Film or Taxi. Anyone familiar with these movies? They're just really moving and inspirational and formally inventive works of art by a man who constantly finds himself under house arrest or imprisoned or banned in his home country for making films that are perceived to be sort of critical of the government and the regime, and yet somehow still continues to find ways to continue making films despite the bans, and frequently smuggles his films out of the country in order to get edited and all this kind of stuff. And what's always been especially beautiful about his films, in my opinion, is that they, despite being righteously furious in terms of some of the political arguments that they're making, he is just such a warm and funny guy. And I think anyone who gets around to seeing This Is Not a Film in particular, like that movie is literally just hanging out with him in his fucking house while someone else films him, because he's not technically making the movie. That's how he gets around the band. And he tells another filmmaker the film he would have made. And that's what the whole movie is. And you're just hanging out in his house while he does that. And you love spending time with him in his house. And that's the kind of vibe he has. And I think that dynamic is so well baked into It Was Just an Accident, which is billed, and the reason I'm saying it qualifies, it is technically a revenge thriller.
Yeah.
I'm using air quotes here if you can't see, but like it is inspired by his own time being unjustly jailed by his government and interacting with a range of sort of fellow prisoners of the Iranian regime. And the broad setup is that, you know, a character who's playing a victim of fascist torture tactics happens to be driving around town, now free, and he happens to see what he believes to be his prison guard, oppressor, and torturer roaming free on the streets like a normal man. So he essentially proceeds to brutally and impulsively kidnap and attempt to bury this man alive before stopping partway through and going, Am I certain that this is the guy?
Yeah.
Is this the guy? And it's such a fantastic and tense and funny premise that early on it is played entirely for quiet tension and kind of menace and history, because you're just watching this one procedurally follow this other guy around like he's in like a Hitchcock movie or something, and then essentially attempt to kill this guy without saying any words. And after it hits that moment of realization of being like, how certain am I that I'm killing the right guy? That absurdity infects the rest of the movie. And essentially, he starts accumulating various other prisoners who all have varying degrees of, you know, differences in ideology and views about whether they should be violently resistant to people like this. And, you know, he's picking up friends and family members, all this kind of stuff. And it essentially does, for large stretches, turn into a slapstick road movie about these people driving a guy around like in a fucking like case and being like, opening it up and being like, do you recognize him? Is this the guy I should be murdering? And everyone going, I don't know. And then having moral doubts about it, and then being like, well, he kind of looks like a bad, let's kill him. I don't know. Let's see. And it's just, and how funny and bizarre and just, but using this real sad and scary history, the mix of it is just so well done. It's something that could have gone so tonally wrong, and it's something he does, I think, just walk a perfect line of when it comes to this film, where he never undermines or distracts from the actual ethical dilemma. He just makes you feel it even more. He makes you feel that these are like generally good people who are traumatized, who have families and are trying to move on with their lives, but feel so like what was personally and systemically done to them was so horrible they can't get past it, and kind of trying to blur that line. And the ending of the film, which I won't spoil, but it's really haunted me as I've kind of sat with it, and it does get a little bit darker and more serious and ambiguous as it sort of gets to its ending. But there's just so much humane feeling for what it is that this political system makes people do to each other on like a face-to-face personal level, that like, can you really live with that? And how do you move on from that? And so really, really dark and sad and harrowing film by the time it ends, that is surprisingly funny for a good amount of its runtime. So it was number 8 for me.
Nice. It's a little further up there for me. But
shit.
So I'll be talking about it.
Jamie's putting Iranian art cinema high on his list. Let's go.
I was shocked by that movie. My number 8 is No Other Choice, directed by Park Chan-wook, which honestly, this is another movie where I didn't get to rewatch it since TIFF, and I feel like if I did, it could be even further up the list. This thing is so well made. It's kind of unbelievable. Before I watched it at TIFF, I basically watched every single Park Chan-wook that I'd never seen before. And he's become one of my favorite filmmakers, without a doubt. The most recent stuff that he's been doing has definitely been more lighthearted in the sense, but he never, like, just in tone, because he never strays away from just like violence and people kind of doing ridiculous things that amount to violence or something along those lines. And this movie is just honestly strangely like fun based on what the premise is, which is this guy, he gets laid off and he needs to try to get a position in another company. And so he starts taking out all of his competition literally by trying to kill them. And he's not good at it, obviously, because he's just like a businessman trying to, sustain an income and take care of his family.
Late in life job switch to murderer. It's difficult.
Yes, definitely. So what it turns into a lot of the time is actually like physical comedy, a lot of slapstick. Again, because it's Park Chan-wook, he doesn't stray away from the violence or any of his strange style that he has. But I found it to be a lot more lighthearted, I guess, than what the premise would initially tell you it's going to be. It goes to, more serious places, of course, but it's just watching this guy fumble is endlessly hilarious. And I just love the way it's framed. There's a specific shot in the movie where it just shows like this giant hill going down to his car on the left side, and he's getting chased by somebody, and he's like falling over the hill, and he just looks completely pathetic, and like it's totally embarrassing. But it's also contrasted with like beautiful autumn locations and these like the colors coming from the leaves. It's just, they're surrounded by like this beautiful nature, but they're just, all the human beings are humiliating themselves and trying to kill each other. It's just very funny to me. And then again, some of the stuff he's doing with the camera and the editing and these fades are unbelievable. Like, he's at one point, he's like talking to a guy on the phone, and his face fades into his face. And then there's this one part where they start to do these weird scale things where there's like a bonsai tree, and he sees his son inside the bonsai tree, something like that. But it's scaling. What I'm really getting at is that he mixes these like surreal elements with all the things that are like actually going on. Just it's such a fluid style, the way the camera moves, all these crane shots and the tracking shots. He's an unbelievable filmmaker. I couldn't recommend it enough.
Yeah, same here. He actually is a little bit further up mine, so I'll talk briefly later. But moving on to our number 7s here. Number 7 for me is probably a no-brainer for this particular show. Ryan Coogler's Sinners.
Oh, hell yeah. That's up there.
Yeah, this one made a lot of sense for us. I mean, I've been a fan of Coogler ever since Creed. which for my money is still like one of the best, most formally elegant and like emotionally intimate like franchise legacy sequels we've gotten during this recent trend of like nostalgically trying to revive old IP. Like he did one of the best examples of it. And I think in part because he just has such a real eye for sneaking history and political symbolism and personal heartache into the demands of what is like pop filmmaking and franchise storytelling and myth making and all this kind of stuff. And I think he did that really effective again with Sinners, which is sometimes a little messy, but it's really ambitious and so effective at, I think, blending so many different types of things, including Depression and Jim Crow era, like Southern period drama, sociological cultural studies like blues musical, gothic erotic vampire horror, and full on like siege survival action thriller. Like it is all those things at once. So of course it needed to be on this list. And I think just one of the most impressive parts being how confident and patient Coogler is about his setup and his character work, because he takes what I think for other people would be a fairly simple like vampire exploitation movie premise and spends the first hour not doing any of that. Like it takes a long time before you find out that's what this movie is about, because it literally just is like a coming home melodrama about these twin brothers Smoke and Stack, a fantastic dual performance by Coogler's regular collaborator Michael B. Jordan, who are two guys who like fought in World War II in the European trenches and then went to Chicago Prohibition gangster underworld and have kind of come back in their own sort of great migration search for somewhere in the world where, you know, their lives wouldn't be defined by like racism against them as black men, only to basically find more of the same and be like, okay, let's go back to Mississippi. Let's use our strength and our skill for violence and our skill for business, and let's open up what they call a devil's music like juke joint inside essentially a local sawmill, which attracts the attention of violent predatory outside forces, namely Irish vampires, and clan militias by the very end of the film, who essentially descend upon them for what eventually becomes a big action sequence. But what struck me about the film was, again, the ensemble character work. Miles Catton as their younger preacher boy blues playing cousin Sammy is great. Haley Steinfeld as the fiery like biracial ex is great. Awesome. Wunmi Mosaku as the former lover and like voodoo expert character is great. Delroy Lindo, goddamn, as the elderly drunk like blues musician. Like all of these performances just really like you live in the complex, painful histories of what these people have lived through in the Reconstruction period of the American South, and having them all unite around like music and dance through especially that magical pure cinema moment of the time traveling through Sammy's performance, where you just, you know, pure artistic expression and celebration of black history and music and like the single roaming oneer, where you get all of these different eras of music and Ludwig Göransson doing the crazy like era bending sort of soundtrack work that he's doing, and briefly escaping into this like dream of what it could all look like if we were all connected and happy, and then being like, now there's a remaining hour of the movie and what to do with that movie. Jack O'Connell as a comically and deceptively charming Irish folk vampire who comes in, tries to get them to welcome him in, and they just go, no, you're a fucking vampire, and turns into a full-on, you know, infiltration and seduction and vampire survival horror siege film. And Coogler, the patience just pays off, because when he gets to go action movie mode and like the cross-cutting, the atmosphere, the gushing practical gore effects, the like Fright Night makeup work, the crazy like group dynamics under pressure. Honestly, there were parts of the movie where I was like, dude, this is like a modern version of Ernest R. Dickerson's like Demon Knight. But it's shot on IMAX and it's like $200 million or whatever. It was so impressive in that particular way. So yeah, Sinners, really loved it. That was my number 7.
Nice. That's up there a bit for me too, so I will talk about it later. Number 7 for me is The Phoenician Scheme, directed by Wes Anderson.
Hell yeah.
It is
a lot of crossover this year. That'll be further for me too.
It's these like, as we get to the top like 6, I feel like it's always just swapping places almost.
I was going to say, we've had less exact lining ups than we usually do. I feel like that normally that happens every once in a while. We just both get to go, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, very true. This one's starring Benicio del Toro, Mia Threppleton, Michael Cera, Riz Ahmed, Tom Hanks, Bryan Cranston, like just a ton. I mean, Wes Anderson, true Wes Anderson fashion there. And he kind of
star-studded.
He kind of plays like, this is almost like him doing the spy genre, it seems, in a sense. And you have Michael Cera playing this like kind of professor that ends up turning into a different character and having both kind of his like kind of dorky self mixed with the cool guy. Michael Cera is just unbelievably funny and honestly like legitimately cool. I think Michael Cera pulls off both tones incredibly well. Benicio del Toro has a very like kind of a smirky sense to his performance as he's going through meeting each like tycoon or terrorist or assassin or whatever character he's running into at the time. And I just found this one to be, with Wes Anderson, I think it's all about how he's using his style. I pretty much like every single film. It's just a matter of like these last couple that he's been doing gets very meta, and he's actually kind of talking about his format in general, and he breaks away from it. Like you'll go into his movie and then they'll kind of stray away and you'll almost be seeing like a play version of it at the same time. And there, I don't know, for me it was just I couldn't attach myself as well to that kind of narrative. But with this, I feel like he's just kind of back to the silliness with like great framing, great gags, like very funny characters. It kind of reminded me of Grand Budapest Hotel again, just in the sense of its tone and just how just honestly like endlessly funny it is. I think that's really what it took. I think almost every single joke landed for me. I loved all of the sequences, like starting out with him in the plane and then it just kind of blows up and you get this hilarious image of a man sitting there and then all of a sudden he's just halved with like cartoonish red blood on the walls. And so you get this mix of violence but still this kind of this playfulness to it. Then there's like a sequence where they play basketball in order to get further in their mission, and they're just playing like horse. And again with
Tom Hanks and Bryan Cranston too.
It's so great. Funny. And again with the framing that he uses, because obviously Wes Anderson is known for that symmetrical still framing. Having something like a basketball game go on and having him direct that is really interesting because the ball's bouncing all over the place, but everyone else is very still like a painting. And then eventually, which I love, there's this finale fight that I won't spoil too hard, but eventually he gets, he kind of lifts the camera for like, I don't even know if I've ever seen him do it, to be honest, and starts to do like a free handheld following the action sequence. And just to watch Anderson do that, it actually kind of shocks you because you're just so locked into his directing style and what he's known for. So, I really took to this. I thought it was hilarious. Very good action beats too when it comes time for that, which also play into the comedy. So,
hell yeah. Well, moving on to the number 6 spot. Number 6 for me it was real close to Jamie's positioning. No Other Choice by Park Chan-wook, which Jamie's kind of already described for you, but it was one of our most anticipated of TIFF for sure. Both of us watched a lot of Park Chan-wook before it.
Everyone wanted to get into that thing. It was hard at TIFF.
It was competitive. Yeah. We had to wait like over an hour in line just to get into the one screening. And but so obviously one of the factors there was that it is the new film by Old Boy director Park Chan-wook. And especially because in his recent mode, we have really enjoyed him. Like his last film, Decision to Leave, which had that femme fatale girlfriend, Hitchcockian obsessed man boyfriend thing going on, was pretty high up on my list, and had so many ridiculous narrative swings and hyperkinetic like digital formal tricks that really did take that tragic crime thriller romance at its center and turned it into this like perverse rom-com in a way. So this does feel like a bit of a follow-up to that. But the other factor is that this is an adaptation of a Donald E. Westlake satirical thriller novel, The Axe, that weaponized his decades of writing these kind of bleak ladder climbing plots through corrupt criminal organizations we've talked to in movies like Point Blank and The Outfit. And so that was the other thing that really intrigued me about this. And I think it's a really cool adaptation of Westlake, and Westlake, a later novel where he was expanding his, sort of organization to capitalism at large. And as a result, both Park Chan-wook and Westlake get, as Jamie put it, a lot more slapstick than I think they've ever gone.
Yeah.
And if you haven't caught up with it yet, Jamie mentioned it, but it's like the tumultuous quarter in the life of this emasculated and desperate family man. The performance is huge for me. A huge thing I love about this movie, Lee Byung-hun.
Yeah.
He is so fucking good.
He's so
and
animated with his facial expressions and everything.
He is. And in terms of like being so sympathetically stressed out and like as a worker who gets laid off from his job, like you're so inclined to like just relate to this guy, and how he will so often just turn into this hollow shapeshifter depending on who he's trying to manipulate or what he's trying to do, anything to get a job. And he gets a little bit more like reptilian and scary at certain points in the movie. Yeah. And he does both of those things, I think, extremely, extremely well. And the fact that he's experiencing what is essentially a crisis of identity because of this redundancy. And it's because, his existence is so defined by his status as like this upper middle class, like middle manager guy. The idea of his family not being as comfortable and having to downsize their house or like not have a new car or all these things, it literally causes him to have a psychotic break. And I think that that's a huge important factor to this movie. A lot of people have compared it to Parasite because of the sort of like, wealth inequality and sort of some of the tonal ways it walks, the use of comedy and violence and this kind of stuff. But the difference is that this guy's not poor, and he's really not even threatened to be very poor from losing his job. He could go out and like find another job or do something, and obviously maybe not in the same industry, maybe not as well paying. But the idea is that like this guy has gotten used to a certain level of comfort, and he is willing to be a cold-blooded cutthroat killer to hold on to it. And it's such a fantastic setup for just absurd and expertly controlled set pieces by Park Chan-wook of an incredibly clumsy man trying to kill people and behaving in such a way that's obviously unhinged and obviously unnatural to like just such a comical degree. The first time we see him try to kill a man, it's literally trying to drop a flower pot on his head like in a cartoon.
Like it's an anvil or something.
It's hilarious. And then the first attempted assassination sequence is like three people getting into a confused, what the fuck is happening? Who is in my house? What is it? Like no one is making the right decision. And the camera's moving around in all these crazy places. Just the perspective work, the choreography, the camera movement. It's really, really insane. And it really just does devolve into a series of absurdly stage managed and rehearsed plans that go a lot more wrong than right. And his attempts to just horribly correct and cover them up. And the point that it's largely making here, I think, of like, you being sort of a natural extension of this financial system, and that you are your job, that he feels like he's been used, he feels like he's been cornered, he's being pitted against other people who are just like him in a way and also desperate and also trying to find work. And it doesn't matter. He is willing to commit to the level of violence necessary to, be the last cog in this capitalist machine and have the salary and have the benefits. And I was just, I don't know, I was so taken with this grim, cynical, hilarious vision of all of this. I think Park Chan-wook did an excellent job.
Yeah, I love his style. And I like, usually when someone goes into this realm of tone, I'm almost like, go back to the gritty, edgy shit, because that's what it used to do so well. But I have been liking the mix of comedy with that, because it's not like he's straying away from any of the violence or our insanity as human beings. It's just he's just smiling about it now. Yeah. But yeah, it's great. My number 6 is Cloud, directed by Kiyoshi Kurosawa.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot you were including Cloud this year, because I was a bozo and put it on my list last year thinking that, like a lot of other Japanese releases, that this would just never come out in North America. And then this one did actually get a fairly sizable North American release, so a lot of people are counting it as 2025, completely justifiably so, but not on my, it actually probably would have been like top 5 for me as well, because I think it on my list last year, I think it was number 4 or number 5.
I think so.
It would be similar.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar here. So yeah, that's the thing. I just think that, I mean, I've been thinking about, I did get to rewatch it obviously this year, but I had been thinking about it since we watched it at TIFF the last year, 2024. And I think this thing, it's strangely like at times funny in the most like dark and morbid way, which I really enjoy. But it's about a man named Yoshi. He's a reseller on the internet, and he kind of screws people. Basically, he gets these like items and then sells them for a price that ends up actually harming the person that he's working with or selling for. And he accumulates a bunch of enemies over the years of doing this, to the point where they feel like they actually have to take revenge on him. And I just found the film to be, it's again, it's got this dark humor to it a little bit because of Yoshi's character, and like there's some mundanity to how he exists, and then him having to be forced into this like this violent interaction with all these people is really interesting. Starting it with this kind of drama and him trying to make money, and then it turns into like almost a straight up, it feels like a horror movie almost at a certain point, because even some of the guys that come and attack have like these like bags over their heads, and they are just eventually incredibly ruthless. Again, this is kind of one of those things you don't want to spoil, but it ends in like this huge factory finale where all of these characters are kind of coming together. And then there's also these like kind of certain relationships that end up being undermined, and it is a truly wild ride. It's very, very entertaining, but it is I feel like Kurosawa has this strange way of balancing tone. Like the whole movie, when I'm thinking about it, still feels dark, but I think there's just always this irony that he builds into his scripts that you can find kind of humorous, like the universe is laughing at these characters or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who literally steals and sells anime figurines online, and a bunch of people who are pissed off at him like come up to him and like try to kill him, like they're in the movie Reservoir Dogs or something. Like that's funny.
Yeah, definitely.
It's dark, and it's very much, it's definitely in conversation with our like new online reality and like money mindset, baby, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you're right. The tone, as always, and what modern living is, how it's depicted by Kurosawa, there's a creep factor, there's an eeriness, there's an ambience where you're like, I'm just uncomfortable and scared.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it feels like everyone feels alone in it. Like it feels like a lonely film in that sense. And it's like, it also I feel like there's a big commentary on the fact that these guys, they got screwed out of some significant money, I'm sure, but it's like the drive to do that in order to get the revenge, I feel like says a lot too. So it's it's great. I can't recommend it enough.
Hell yeah. We're in the top 5, baby.
Yes, we are.
Time. The top 5, kicking it off with my number 5 here. It is one Jamie has already mentioned, the micro-budget baseball hangout movie Ephus.
Oh, so good.
Which I have watched a number of times this year and just grown to love it more and more each time I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've even showed it to my wife, who is like not even crazy about sports movies and not crazy about baseball, and she was like, that is beautiful. She loved it as well. So I was like, this is just, it's working on everybody. It's not just on here because multiple guests of this show were involved in the making of it, but because it is a legitimately excellent merging of two things I genuinely did not think possible, which is sports comedy and slow cinema, is what I'm going to call it here. Yeah. And if you're, again, sort of like not familiar with what the quote unquote gimmick of the movie is, I guess it's essentially this warm hangout film, as Jamie said, set during the final recreational baseball game between two local New England men's leagues team before their field is demolished to pave way for the school. But it's one that, in my opinion, by simple virtue of like lovingly photographing their rundown amateur field, like it's like this place that they love, like they worship there, like it's a church, and it's like, and just subtly observing and distorting the passage of time in this very artful way. You get the feeling that these guys are desperately trying to extend their game from noon until dusk in order to literally avoid saying goodbye to one another.
Yeah.
And it becomes this this bittersweet elegy to like the fact that these goofy middle-aged men have formed a communal ritual social contract with each other, and that despite, you know, their feelings about it and sort of efforts to kind of prevent it, like things inevitably fade and disappear, and you kind of have to deal with that. And it's a really moving, really sad, really subjective idea. And to me, it was just expressed through really astonishing low budget filmmaking craft. Like, this is a well framed, blocked, and like you know, elegant film in terms of camera movement. It, a lot of the time, it replicates some of the static and meditative qualities of baseball downtime. Like if you love the boredom of baseball, there's parts of this film where it will just cut away to shots of clouds.
Yeah, or guys like, yep, just like looking at dandelions and shit, not like
I'm at a baseball game, baby. Yeah. What do you know? And it'll do that, but then it will occasionally it'll explode into a moment of there was one part too where like one character's delivering a monologue, and then bam, you hear a crack and someone hits a ball, and he's like, oh man, double, look at him go, you know. Yeah. And then you get into the brief excitement of a slow motion hit or a catch, and then retreating back into the textures of this vacant and decaying sort of baseball diamond and the lyrical landscape location, and just so much great casting too, of like wonderfully weird and funny personalities and kind of average everyday, like very non-movie star fucking faces, like guys with wrinkles and beer guts and just authentic lived in chemistry with one another as they like literally, you know, try to escape the real world and pretend they're baseball, like professional baseball players for a time. Some of them anyway. Other ones are taking it a lot less seriously for sure. But there's also, I have to say, some of the best sound design and mixing of any film I heard this year. Totally. It's Altman-esque in terms of like it sounds like every single character is mic'd up, and I don't even know where to begin with the mixing, because this movie maintains continuous I guess continuity of an entire game unfolding in real time, and every once in a while you'll be on second base listening to that conversation, and you'll hear little quirks of conversation happening from like the benches, or you'll hear some people fucking around in the background and doing something, and just maintaining that general like ambiance of what this feels like, and the overlapping shouting and jokes. And if you're not paying attention, sometimes a hilarious joke will just happen in the background of this movie. Like there's a guy shadowboxing in the background, or one of my wife's favorites was the casual throwaway of one guy's name being Bill Belinda. And the fact that at a certain point we're introduced to his wife and kids, and he introduces her as Linda, and just a few minutes later one guy off screen, you know, not even in the scene at all, just goes, I just realized that guy's wife's name is Linda Belinda. and there, I don't, there's just, to me, there was just so much life and so much community, and you know, to this movie in a way that, you know, I was really overwhelmed by the passion of it and the sense of loss, and how low stakes the movie is, and how, you know, turning something that I think for other people would be seen as so insignificant and so pointless. And like at one point there's even two kids watching being like, why do they care so much? Like, this is a stupid fucking baseball game, and shooting it in a way where you get it. Like, it feels like this is important, and it feels like there's poetry and humor and romanticism. And for me, if there was anything that summed up this movie, it was a fantastic line that it occurs about halfway through the movie, and the poetry and the hilarity of it was completely summarized in, is there anything more beautiful than the sun setting on a fat man stealing second base? And that is Ephus to me. It was my number 5.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic. My number 5 is The Life of Chuck, directed by Mike Flanagan.
Oh shit, this was way higher than I thought it would be.
I ended up loving this movie. I think it's because there's some personal aspects to it that just touch my heart and make me think of my mom and my grandma specifically. I guess we don't need to go through the plot necessarily. We've already talked about it. It's basically you're living through this man's kind of death dream, out of order. I love, like you mentioned, the Gene Kelly dance choreography and that sequence in the kind of the square, the town square that they're at,
and how it connects to the grandma who shows them all that jazz and the dancing in the kitchen. And
so he has this move where he starts to do it, and like there's a specific camera angle that he captures it in. Mike Flanagan captures it in, and then they translate that later on into him dancing with his grandmother in the kitchen with that same angle and everything, and she's doing it. So it's almost like he's now transferred that kind of spirit into himself as he's dancing, and there's this great dialogue where he's mentioning how he just felt right that time. Like it wasn't as if he's ever done that before. It was just something that it's like it took over him. I don't know. There's just something very beautiful about it. I agree. Like when I went into this, I think we both had that same experience where we're like, we know Flanagan can get a little sentimental and he loves his monologues and all of that stuff. I think that this film is like perfectly built for his sentiments, and like he just don't get me wrong, there are moments where there are characters doing the classic Flanagan thing and they're like, you know, we are what's the one line? It's like, we live in multitudes or something like that. Like,
oh no, we contain multitudes.
So it's like, it feels very much like he has these little like, you know, slogans that are kind of neatly put together and whatever. But I feel like it's all earned. And just taking a look at this kind of short life, actually, it is about a 39-year-old man dying. So there is something to find like the beauty in a short-lived life as well that I found really touching. But I think really what's lasted with me is that scene where he's dancing with his grandmother in the kitchen. That shit, like I actually would do that with my mom and grandma back when I was a kid. So like there's this deep connection to that. And as soon as I saw it, it was just like, I don't know, it just like took me totally, like it's like a giant tidal wave kind of thing. So I found this movie to be really emotional. I kind of watch it like choked up almost the entire time, I feel like. So it just hit me really hard.
Nice.
So yeah, I really appreciated it. And it was cool to see Michael Flanagan. I'm more used to his horror stuff, and I don't know if he's dabbled too much into this kind of like drama with a little science fiction, I guess. But it was really cool for him to do that. And again, how sentimental he can be works with this kind of thing. It might be too much for some people, but I've even found with people that, like, you know, yourself, I know that you can kind of be a little more allergic to the sentimental stuff than I can. And I remember us both coming out of the theater going like, I feel like hopeful. Like, how rare do you feel that way when you come out of a movie that's trying to make you feel that way, you know? So yeah, I think it's great. And Tom Hiddleston also, I think it's probably my favorite performance I've seen from him, because I've never really seen anything outside of like, you know, Loki and all that shit. So I just, it was really cool to see him kind of take I think he's a theater actor. And so I imagine he has a little bit of background in dance and that kind of stuff. And I feel like he got to flash that a little bit in this movie. So
yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what other one I would put up there. Like maybe like High Rise, I guess, was one that I kind of liked, but not a lot of people loved that one either. Deep Blue Sea, the Terrence Davies movie, I think is pretty good too. But yeah, this is definitely up there. Like one of the best like 3 movies he's been in, let alone performances he's given, I think. Yeah,
totally.
Yeah. But moving on to number 4 here. My number 4 is one that Jamie's actually already mentioned. The latest Wes Anderson film, The Phoenician Scheme.
Hell yes.
Which I did get a chance to rewatch this, and I feel like the ones that got higher up the list were the ones that I ended up sort of like rewatching the most and kind of understanding or feeling like I connected with them a little bit more. And so yeah, I feel similarly to you, where like maybe there was some that I only got a chance to do once that maybe could have went up higher, but this one slowly climbed. It wasn't in this position. I rewatched it and it kind of went up higher for me, because I did realize, similarly to you, that I do think this is like my favorite one that he's made since Grand Budapest, and I've liked, honestly, this entire run of movies that he's done in the sort of like 2020s so far. I know a lot of people have found that he's gotten kind of whether slighter or sort of more hermetic or maybe more up his own ass or whatever you want to say about it. He has been doubling and tripling down on the Grand Budapest thing of doing this like meticulous live action cartoon nesting doll stuff of his favorite filmmakers, but essentially doing these very handcrafted mid-century dioramas as films. But genre hopping, and like French Dispatch was obviously very much like French New Wave. Asteroid City was very much like retro 50s sci-fi and like theater. And this was definitely just more our speed in terms of doing like Euro spy, crime stuff, assassination thrillers, wealthy businessman government satires. There's a little bit of like Dr. Strangelove. Yeah. The screwball slapstick comedy, I think especially is just so well done in here. The sharp gag centric nature, I think, of this one's premise is what makes it the strongest. Like taking this morally dubious industrial tycoon and just having him narrowly escaping farcical assassination attempts throughout the entire movie is great. Having him suffer these like near death epiphanies that turn into these like Powell and Pressburger like death dreams. Yeah. And making him realize that his sort of last ditch effort to realize this sort of dream business project should actually be reconnect with his family, find an heir. And it's just, I don't know, there's something very plainly entertaining and emotional about this one, I think, in a way where it feels sometimes less ideas driven or less philosophically driven than it is. And I think those still ideas and philosophies in it for sure. I loved the character work so much in this. I loved Benicio del Toro in this film. I mean, Benicio del Toro had an incredible year, but like in this, when he's the swindling rogue of being like an unethical war profiteer, like arms dealer, and being so deadpan and about it, but also, occasionally sad and sensitive in terms of the way that he looks, but then sly and scheming and all of this stuff that he's doing where he's like, yeah, he's at least a little aware of the fact that geopolitically and capitalistically, he's committed a lot of sins in his life to build this family fortune. And the entire movie really for him is the relationship with Maya Threppleton, the daughter, and the fact that she is, she's obviously a nun, so she's kind of anti-sin. She's estranged from him, and she kind of resists her father's like evil monetary empire, and the two of them kind of have this warm affecting buddy chemistry as she begins to kind of figure him out, and he kind of begins to figure her out. And then you throw Michael Cera in there and we're cooking. Michael Cera, never been more perfect to become a regular in the Wes Anderson rotation. I don't think. Like, you're so right when you were saying that like he's great as both like the nerdy Swedish insect tutor, but then also the American spy he's kind of eventually revealed to be. It's just an incredible trio of actors I loved hanging out with. All the production design beautifully manicured. All the globe-trotting hijinks is so funny. There's multiple deaths by like plane crash and ejector seats. There's hoops, as Jamie mentioned. There's fucking like nightclub owners besieged by communist guerrilla revolutionaries. There's like jungle sinkholes. There's CIA stuff going on. There's just so much going on in this movie, and it's so ridiculous. And it does eventually, I think, build to just this really nice father-daughter relationship, which kind of became one of the central themes of the year, I think, in terms of, I think both Andersons, because we'll be talking about the other one later on, both had years where they've really grown up and they kind of connect more with the dad characters in their movies rather than the kid characters I think they used to. And it kind of gave Phoenician Scheme like a sneaky emotional core to it that I was really moved by the end. Yeah, and I really also, given all the ridiculousness that's happening around her, I love her deadpan delivery in almost every single scene. And it doesn't feel like an easy performance, honestly. It's still the way that Threppleton is delivering every single cold line, I think is hilarious. Dude, a gag I've thought about so much is every time they deliver here, take a hand grenade. And it's like a gift. I remember her getting like her custom made pipe, and she's just like, I love it. Thank you. Yeah. Like, just stuff like that I loved it. It's great. So fun. My number four. My number four. My number four is It Was Just an Accident, directed by Jafar Panahi. We already, I guess, have the premise. It's a guy that thinks that one of his torturers, he recognizes him, he takes him in, and he kind of contemplates whether or not it's the actual guy and if they should do something about it. I just think you were the one that actually told me before we watched the movie of his history. And so I think that really informed me on also how to watch this film. Because when it started to get comedic,
that surprised me. I think it would have surprised me on its own, but the fact that he actually went through something similar to this in the sense of actually, being targeted by his government. And you said that he was actually tortured as well, right? Or something along those lines?
I don't know if he was tortured, but he was imprisoned.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
I mean, I don't know if he's ever been on the record about saying
what happened,
what his exact prison experience was like, but it's certainly possible.
Yeah. And I'm assuming at the very least, it wasn't a fantastic experience. So that we at least
at the very least, even if he didn't directly experience it, I bet you for a fact he met people in prison who have experienced it and incorporated it into the script. Right.
And so I think that the comedy aspect of it and him actually like questioning himself, I think was such a big part of it, where he still had this like, how could I be so certain of something that is so heavy? And I really should contemplate that and wrestle with that before I make any incredibly harsh decisions here. And I just think it's very fun, like the images that he uses when the groups of people actually come with him to contemplate whether or not it's the guy and what they should do. Like her being in a wedding dress the entire time, his one friend, I think is such a great visual gag on its own throughout the entirety of the film, because it's like, here's the most important day of her life in a sense, or at least something that's supposed to represent love and community and family. And now she's contemplating whether or not she should kill an ex-terrorist that tortured them. And still doing it in this way that's like, asking, I can't remember if it's her character because there's several characters in this, but eventually they're telling him like, you are going to just keep digging yourself a hole. You might as well let this go and live your life that you have. Like, why let this go at this point? You've gone so far. And I understand there's this like need to want revenge, want some type of retribution, but is it really worth it? And I just think it's just to have like, I don't know, that second guessing of yourself, and have that kind of not the certainty that your rage is just like what you should listen to. I feel like that would be so easy to make in a way, just a simple revenge thriller like that. And it would still work. I think we'd probably still like it on this show, but the complications of it and the humor, again, I think is just so important. And I think it shows his personality as a director and writer as well. So, yeah. And
Absolutely.
Specifically the last thing I'll say is the sound design, the thing that he recognizes at the beginning of why, like kind of a tell of this man, he's got a prosthetic leg, is used in certain ways in the film that I found really powerful, and just a great subtle use of sound design in order to get that point across. So,
hell yeah. Well, moving on to number 3, we're in the top 3, baby.
Oh, baby.
Let's do it. And this episode hasn't even been 4 hours long yet, so we're not doing bad. We are killing it. This is not going to be a 5. Well, watch us take another hour to do the final 3. It'd be so funny, but I'm going to call my shot now. This episode is not 5 hours long.
That's right.
Success. Nailed it. But my number 3 is, I've used this word quite a bit, but I genuinely do think this was the biggest surprise of the year for me, that it is my number 3. It's Eddington by Ari Aster.
Very cool.
And the reason I say biggest surprise is because if I am 100% honest with our listeners and with Jamie, after Beau is Afraid, which I liked, but with a few reservations, of course, about like the length and the structure and the actual sort of satirical sort of content of the movie. You can listen back to our bonus transmission on it if you want.
Yeah.
When I heard that his next one was a 2.5 hour long May 2020 COVID set Western with Joaquin Phoenix again, I immediately said, that is going to be the worst movie of the year. That was my thought. That was what went through my head. Yeah. I said, that sounds horrific. What
sounds
do you
annoying?
Mean? Yeah. I was like, that's going to be Beau is Afraid was already probably his weakest film for me, even though I had stuff I liked about it. And I was like, that's going to be much worse than Beau is Afraid. There's no fucking chance. Like, please go back to the cruel existential horror shit. Go back to Hereditary. Go back to Midsommar, for the love of God, dude. So the fact that I have thought about this film almost nonstop outside of maybe the next 2 films I'll be naming, was really unexpected. And the fact that it's not just a COVID movie, but it's also this like slow burn, absurdist, doom scrolling kind of neo-Western, essentially about modern online alienation, was what kind of blew me away about it. And also the the gradual recession into, we have, as I guess, as you could say, as a society, have gone into sort of like made up half realities that we individually kind of subscribe to and have kind of algorithmically sort of fed back to us. That ended up being what the subject of this movie was, and I think quite effectively done in a way that he even, sort of criticizes himself. Like, this is clearly made by a guy who was like doom scrolling similar feeds as me during COVID and has somehow vividly turned that into a movie, which I would say for the first hour or so is like the only part of the movie that operates anything like what I kind of thought this was going to be, like the broad, straightforward portrait of like what the early days of COVID-19 pandemic was like, and things like masks and social distancing and how these things kind of compounded all of these social and political battle lines that people already had drawn, and everyone kind of grew isolated and angry and all this kind of stuff. And I definitely see why people would get frustrated with this movie or annoyed at this movie.
It had to grow on me, so.
Yeah, for just dragging you back to that time. Like,
Totally.
I think we've all collectively agreed, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to remember it. Let's not do that again. And to also reduce that time to a couple of arguably low-hanging fruit gags where, there's the anti-mask people, there's the anti-vaccine people, there's the conspiracist guys, there's the performative online activists, and the caricatured archetypes that Astor indulges in this film is definitely he welcomes the ungenerous interpretation that he is just being a South Park provocateur, a little stinker, like, oh, aren't both sides so wrong and dumb, and aren't I so smart? And I just personally think, having watched this a couple times now, that this movie's a little bit more complex than that. And I really do think that, all of his juvenile and cartoon attempts at humor are in service eventually of what is a kind of honesty and empathy running through this film, where it's not just ironic, it's not just cruel, and sure, he inflicts horrible things on his characters and laughs at these characters, but I think it's important that he doesn't exempt himself from any of this. He is like, I was feverishly paranoid. I was insane. I sympathize. I think it's actually the reverse. He sympathizes with every single rabbit hole each person goes into because the world is fucked up and these people are searching for answers. And I think he feels bad for every direction these characters go in, no matter which direction it was, including the conservative sheriff at the center of the movie, Joe Cross, who I think, Joaquin Phoenix obviously plays him in this kind of paralyzed male impotency kind of fashion, and definitely has fun with the fact that he's a middle-aged asthmatic fucking bozo in a sexless marriage and all this kind of stuff, for sure. But the movie is, sympathetic to the fact that he is largely well-meaning. His platform is of like kind of folksy kindness for your fellow man, and while never being ignorant of the fact that this guy is, despite having legitimate critiques of the liberal mayor played by Ted Garcia, played by Pedro Pascal, who I gotta say, I said it in the bonus transmission, I'll say it here, I think he is doing a little Justin Trudeau in that performance as Canadians. It's fucking amazing. But despite having critiques of that guy, he is also frequently motivated by just like baseless personal grievance and conspiracy and a desire to regain some kind of masculine power and dignity in his community, which he feels like he has been, deeply emasculated by the social distancing and the masking and the relationship with his wife, played by Emma Stone, who has a pretty horrible backstory. I won't spoil for anyone who hasn't seen the movie.
Yeah, it feels as if like when the things start to, like, those rules pile up on him and he has to do certain things, it feels less to do with the fact that he has to do those for health reasons and more to do with the fact that his personal life is already being controlled, he feels like, and he's like, oh, I have one more thing and now I'm going to fight against this. This is at least something I can fight against, you know what I mean? And
exactly.
So there is, I agree. I think that there's a lot more empathy there that you wouldn't necessarily think would be there on the surface, especially in an Ari Aster film.
And from what I understand, like, Aster spent his time, he went back to New Mexico during COVID, which was where he grew up, and he did speak to some sheriffs, and I guess him and Joaquin Phoenix did base this on a real guy, and, we assume the turns he eventually makes are not necessarily real, but like, some of the things and lines he says are directly from that, and so he knows that this is a real guy that exists, and that's about, like, the first hour or so, and then the second hour does, and I'll do my best not to spoil anything, it goes into some exceptionally weird and dark places and basically turns into a really gruesome, like Jim Thompson novel territory. And it just so happened that I had read like 2 or 3 Jim Thompson novels like the year leading up to this movie's release. And then I looked up later, and Ari Aster did said that like that was what he based the structure on and what he does. And I was like, so I was just so shocked that that was what this movie became, but so ready for it. And the fact that we just basically ride along with this guy and become witness to a guy who lives in a community where every individual has their own version of reality, whether you're the fucking, pedophile elite YouTuber played by Austin Butler, or you're the crazy conspiracist, sort of mother-in-law who he hates living with, or no matter, which, or the online teens who are trying to be very performatively, quote unquote, woke, no matter what, every one of these characters is sharing a reality, but at the same time living online in a way where, they have their own insecurities and beliefs, and they're all trying to like impose them on each other. And the fact that this guy just goes, well, how would an old-fashioned man of action, how would a Western hero participate in this kind of world? He would do it through force. And the fact that this just turns into like Coen-esque Blood Simple territory, a little bit of No Country for Old Men, a little bit of action, a little bit of Antifa super soldier shit gets referenced, and it just gets so absurd and paranoid and manic in a form that almost becomes like this cosmic punishment. And I don't want to spoil anything else about it, but I really did was just so taken with the sense of dread and alienation and helplessness and derangement and distorted reality of what living online and being so lonely is like. And I don't know, I do think that he surprisingly made some points in this movie, which was the last thing I expected. And I do think that a lot of his points were eventually targeted in the right direction. I think the final shot of this movie is incredibly important for what he is actually trying to politically say, which I won't spoil. But if you haven't seen it, check it out. Eddington.
That one really grew on me too. The second time I watched it, I upgraded it. So I think it's awesome. My number 3 is 28 Years Later, directed by Danny Boyle.
Let's go.
I really took to this. I guess we've already talked about what it is. It's obviously a sequel to 28 Days Later and 28 is it weeks? 28 weeks later.
28 weeks later, yeah.
And so we kind of know the general premise, but I think that just the style of this movie is really what brought me in. I think it's beautiful. All of the weird edits where they like attach a camera to the zombies and you get these like feverish, heavy breathing running sequences where it's shaking alongside them and they're like bleeding out of their mouth trying to get to their food, I guess. And I just think that all of those certain style changes that he makes are incredible when it comes to the action. And then he gets into like some legitimately touching sentimental moments. I think the whole what's it called, the Bone Temple sequences are just incredible. And again, we don't want to spoil anything, but just the way that he expresses letting go and kind of the visual, the symbolism of the Bone Temple itself and everything is like, you'd think you'd stumble upon it and it'd be this like haunting display of death and violence and just like almost like trophies or something. But what it ends up being is a much more respectful kind of graveyard to say goodbye to the people that you love. And it's like to have that in this world that he's created, which is just so horrifying, I think is a really beautiful thing. And then plus you have the balance of like Ralph Fiennes just like just being such a weird man. He's a strange man. He's been living amongst these infected for so long and by himself that he's definitely become a little bit weird socially, but he still has like retained his soul and heart, and seems to be honestly like still very, very wise, although he has like these quirks about him when he's interacting with humans for the first time in a very long time. I'm really looking forward to seeing whatever they do with him in the next one coming up. But and I also think Aaron Taylor Johnson's quite good. But kind of a standard character with the dad where he's just, teaching his son about this new infected world and how to survive, and that violence is going to be a part of it, and kind of forces his son to do certain things so that his son can kind of gain some type of kind of like callous for it in a way. And I also, the soundtrack, that one specific thing, they used it for the trailer, so most people have probably heard it, but they like reform a World War I or World War II speech and like put it with these big drums and like droning basses and strings and stuff, and it just feels so, I don't know, it feels like a proper warning of terrible things to come. And I think it's a strangely beautiful movie for what it is. For having a 8-foot infected, big dick swinging zombie, it's a strangely
definitely one of the most memorable
film.
images of the year. Giant prosthetic zombie penis just fucking whipping back and forth across the screen.
Yeah. And it has these moments too where it's like it's still trying to show the humanity of the infected. Like there's one moment with a pregnant infected lady, and that goes into some places that is both, obviously he's kind of doing the gross thing that he wants to do with this series, but then again adding a little bit of humanity to it. Yeah, I just thought it was again strangely beautiful movie.
Hell yeah. Well, we are down to the top 2.
Oh yeah,
it is time, so let's do it. My number 2 is coming out so late in the year, we didn't even get a chance to do a bonus transmission on it. Came out Christmas Day. My number 2 is Josh Safdie's Marty Supreme, which unfortunately Jamie has already mentioned he did not get a chance to watch.
Probably would be in the same spot.
It very well could have been. This one notably was made without his brother Benny Safdie, who was off making his own sports biopic this year, The Smashing Machine, that Jamie and I saw at TIFF and weren't too crazy about, but it wasn't like the worst. Yeah, it was okay. And while Benny was doing that and also acting in The Odyssey and doing all the other stuff that he's been doing, Josh and their usual co-writer, editor, Ronald Braunstein, essentially with Marty, continued their project of documenting very charismatic and self-destructive New York City hustlers that they have done so many times before, whether it's Daddy Longlegs or Good Time or obviously Uncut Gems more recently, which was one of our faves in 2019. I forget where it placed on our list, but I think it was top 3.
Yeah, it was pretty high up there.
I mean, if it didn't come out the same year as The Irishman, it very well could have been top 2.
100%.
Or top 1. But this one is essentially a loose retooling of the story of an American table tennis champion, Marty Reisman, who I was surprised to learn absolutely a real guy. And this movie, despite being a Safdie movie, does follow a couple details of his actual life, even though they do bend a lot of his story to their very stress-inducing sensibility. But he is a Jewish American athlete known for being very confident and self-promoting and being a showman and doing like teenage betting schemes and playing for the like doing Harlem Globetrotter fucking shows. And it took not too many tweaks to turn his life into the mixture of like flawed 70s character portrait and like anxious manipulative con man movie that the Safdies like to make. But the real kicker of this movie is Timothée Chalamet, who has been on just a really, really good run of movies and performances, including the Dune movies, obviously, which we liked a lot, and I think both made our top 10s the years that they have come out. Yep. Marty is his best performance. Awesome. He is finally gifted what I think is the perfect vessel for him if you've ever seen him speak in an interview, which is this extremely confident, almost like pro athlete kind of way that he talks about achieving movie star greatness. He's like, I'm going to hone my craft and I want to be one of the greats. Yeah. It's literally just how Timothée Chalamet talks. Marty is him. And the Safdies love doing this. They love casting people because of natural qualities that they can bring to the character. Mm-hmm. He clearly wrote this for Timmy. Timmy is amazing. Just being this like charming, narcissistic, driven by like single-minded grind set purpose to reach the American dream, a funny American dream of becoming the country's #1 ping pong star at the cost of every relationship in his life is so great. Similarly to Adam Sandler in Uncut Gems, it is also used as this larger sort of symbol of like Jewish assimilation and this idea of like it's post World War II. A lot of his relatives and family and people that he knows were obviously just involved in the Holocaust, and he kind of seems to implicitly see ping pong and being dominant at ping pong as like, how do you get Jewish men back on the world stage? Competition, capitalism, America, how do we do it? And like, that is ultimately what it feels like he's kind of motivated by in like that cosmic way. Like those scenes in Uncut Gems when he looks into the gem and he like sees the history of African miners and all that kind of stuff. Like that's that component of it here.
Okay, yeah.
But obviously the appeal of this movie is that, like Good Time and like Uncut Gems, if you just like watching movies of someone desperately and amusingly weaponizing every social interaction they have to be as selfish and cynical and like transactional as they could possibly be, and just arrogantly assuming that charisma will get him through every unlikable and dangerously irresponsible decision he makes. That is what 90% of this movie is. And the artistry and the craftsmanship, both by Timmy and Josh, is on display in how he spins these plates, how he walks around these set pieces. It's probably messier than either of the previous film. It's also bigger than either of the previous films. Some of these set pieces of him doing the money mindset, like bravado, and running around like a stray dog trying to figure out like how can he hit the next high and get the next plan right and get the next bit of money, and the house of cards nature of all of this clearly gonna fall down around him at any fucking moment, and just all the different ways that they come up with to keep this movie fucking going. There's like fire escape chases, there's Color of Money style like hustling, where you know how they're doing like the betting schemes around the pool tables and the pool halls and like getting people pissed off at them and having to like run away from them. They're doing this but with table tennis.
Oh, hell
There's
yeah.
full-on action beats in this movie, and I won't spoil them. There's like fucking like there's gunfight shit. There's fucking Abel Ferreira shows up as like a gangster who loves his dog who he tries to steal money from.
That's crazy.
It is. There's incredible stuff in this movie. Darius Kanji shoots the fucking shit out of it. He actually also shot Eddington, so he shot two of my favorite movies this year. Beautiful long lens, anamorphic. He also shot Uncut Gems, so he shoots it fairly similarly. But also, they're also working with Jack Fisk here, the production designer who did like There Will Be Blood. So he's doing the 1950s like New York period recreation. It's amazing. One O Tricks Point Never, or Daniel Lopatin, who did the Uncut Gem soundtrack, is here doing another score. Maybe my favorite score of the year, outside of maybe what we'll talk about next. But it's a very Tangerine Dream style score, very clearly influenced by like Risky Business. All of the soundtrack songs are like 80s new wave, so it feels like you're kind of watching like an 80s sports movie that takes place in the 50s. Like it's got Tears for Fears, it's got Peter Gabriel on the soundtrack. So much of this movie I just absolutely loved. And I'd be remiss not to mention the Safdies love to cast like crazy, and in here I think they did a fantastic job with Gwyneth Paltrow, who is like a sad aging movie star who's dealing with her own kind of like her dreams didn't quite work out, and here's this young guy still trying to make his dreams work out, and she's kind of looking at him like, you need to grow up, you need to figure out that maybe this doesn't work out the way you think it's going to work out. And obviously I already mentioned Abel Ferreira, the King of New York himself, who is just an absolute highlight every time that he's on screen. But yeah,
how was Kevin O'Leary? Was he good?
Kevin O'Leary is in quotations good.
Okay, but you feel like he's playing Kevin O'Leary? He
is used as himself. He is a rich asshole.
Gotcha.
I think there are some people who will be like, you probably could have found a guy who could have played a rich asshole who I wouldn't have hated looking at as much. There are other people who I think will go, the fact that you hate looking at him and you hate every scene he's in is kind of baked into what he's using him for.
Yeah, I feel like that'll work, to be honest. So sweet.
And honestly, Tyler, the Creator, shows up as one of his buddies, and he's really good.
Sick.
The overall casting of this, I think, is really fantastic. But what really rose this one straight near the top of the list for me is what I found to be really brutally honest, like artist self-portraiture in the movie. Josh Safdie has said in interviews that this movie was born out of having finished Uncut Gems, having achieved his dream a little earlier in life than I think either of them expected, and at the same time realizing that he had spent the last decade of his life like putting that movie together together and basically doing the same young idiot hustling shit that he probably ruined friendships and relationships and all this stuff to get that movie made. And so this movie, he said, was basically born straight out of that. And neither of them have ever been cagey about the fact that Uncut Gems and Daddy Longlegs were based on their dad, who was like a pathological hustler and kind of an asshole.
Right.
And basically, this movie feels like Josh Safdie realizing maybe some of those traits are in himself and in his own work, and, you know, doing it about a younger character, having Timmy like spend the whole movie ignoring the fact that he has a fucking pregnant girlfriend because he's like, I have to see this very specific thing through. I need to be the #1 ping pong guy in America, and I need to fucking destroy the Japanese on the world stage as a Jewish man, and all this fucking, like, it's nuts. There's an Auschwitz flashback. There is that just kind of blew my mind. There is so much stuff in this movie that I found tragic, but also kind of hopeful. And I do think that in comparison to Good Time or Uncut Gems, this movie definitely sees this character as someone who can grow, or someone who can at least see what they're doing is maybe destructive and maybe find some other answer to all of this. And I won't spoil it, but a lot of people have been debating the ending, but I found it really, really powerful and a really, really cool distinction from Good Time and Uncut Gems. Because there's going to be a lot of people who would be like, it's just Good Time and Uncut Gems again, sorry. And maybe you find that monotonous. Maybe you think there's diminishing returns on doing this over and over again. I'd watch this movie every 5 years.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to love it. Honestly, I have no doubt. I have no doubt in my mind at all.
But yeah, number 2, Marty Spree.
My number 2 is Sinners, directed by Ryan Coogler. Starring Michael B. Jordan, Haley Steinfeld, Miles Canton, Jack O'Connell, just so many. But
all the boys.
We have talked about it already, but it is just fantastic. I mean, I just think the genre bending of this is so smart, because I can't ever get my dad to watch genre movies. It's very difficult for me to trick him into it. It has to be like some type of dramatic anchor there so that he can, you know, kind of sustain along with all the nonsense that's happening, because he's just very much like the history dad, right? He's just like, give me a dry biopic about a president and I am like, this is a 5-star film. So I was like, Dad, let's check out Sinners. It is a vampire movie, but I'd already seen it. So I was like, I promise you, the character stuff is amazing. They still try to bake it into history. I really think that you're going to like it. And he ended up loving this movie, which is awesome. And
Hell
even
yeah.
by the time like it does the switch halfway through where it turns into the vampire movie, I think he was so attached to the characters, which is kind of the magic of the film, where it's like you're so attached to the characters now, it doesn't really matter if you're not into the genre stuff. I think now you just kind of channel it as like a, you know, they're just under attack, and now you're watching like this family and these friends be separated and being deceived by other members of their family, because of course with vampires they bite their neck, you become one, and then now you want to feed. And the way that they also have the vampires, it's not like there's this, you know, I mean, there's a romantic aspect of the film, but there's not this sense of like when you're become a vampire, you experience the loss of yourself. It almost feels as if there's like these endorphins or dopamine that rushes through you, and you're like happy to be a vampire and you want everyone else to become one as well. So there's like this seductive element to it that I think is really interesting. And so anyway, I feel like this movie could actually be built for people that aren't necessarily even into the genre stuff that it does. And I still think it's going to work as a gangster film, as an action movie, as kind of like, you know, it's more like pop culture history, but it's still there. And I still think it's important to the movie. We've already discussed the music. I think it's fantastic. It's unbelievable. That whole sequence where it turns into the like burning the burning bar that they have as all of the generations of music come together, and then that also kind of does this awesome camera move where it goes back, and then you see the vampires looking at them for the first time, and it almost is as if they expose themselves, but through like the magic of this history and everything. It's just I don't know. There's just so many elements to it. Also, the Irish vampires Irish dance, which is just awesome.
If anyone knows anything about Jamie, if there's Irish dancing.
Yes, I did do Irish dancing from like crazy fact, but I did Irish dancing from like 8 to 18 or something like that. So
now, did you think it was character assassination that the antagonists do Irish dancing, or were you just happy to see
I
Irish
was just
dancing?
happy to feel represented, baby. You know, that's all it was. And I also the charm of Jack O'Connell. I mean, he makes a little appearance in 28 Years Later as well. Won't spoil that, but Jack O'Connell is just. I think he's so good at playing.
Not
these,
just Benicio del Toro, it's Jack O'Connell's year.
Yeah, dude. I think Jack O'Connell is amazing at playing these like really strange, quirky, kind of tongue-in-cheek characters, even if he has a little bit of like evil element to him. He's just fantastic. And Michael B. Jordan, great. Haley Steinfeld, amazing. There's also like an element to this that I love, that it is a blockbuster, but you know, it does get violent. And one of the things that I think is really cool is that it's very like erotic. Like it actually has a lot of seductive qualities to it. Like the way that Steinfeld and Michael B. Jordan interact with each other. Like at a certain point, Steinfeld is spitting in the mouth of Michael B. Jordan before the vampires take over and shit. Like it's just, it's kind of unbelievable to have that kind of like sexual tension and drive in a huge blockbuster. You just don't see it as much anymore. So Coogler he's freaking out, and I like it. Just great stuff. Looks amazing too.
Hell yeah. Well, by process of elimination,
we did it again.
It's kind of like every other year. I feel like it's not every year, but like every other
like
year or so on this show.
Probably.
Definitely. Yeah. I don't know if I could count them all back to you, but I feel like I know Irishman was one 2019. Yep. We both built to it and we were like, yep, same number one. I'm trying to remember what the other ones were, but you know, maybe our listeners can go back and let us know which ones because I think last year we didn't. I ended up having The Beast, and I think, do you have Challengers? I think
that was one of them, if not my second. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but
yeah, and 2022, I think we both might have done Nope.
Oh, probably.
I think, but I'm struggling to remember exactly.
It's always
but
like swapping the top three, basically, if at least.
Exactly, and we've done it again this year. We have built to the exact same number one, which, Jamie, what is it?
One Battle After Another by Paul Thomas Anderson. Oh my God.
Yeah, not surprising. I think this is going to be number one for a lot of people. Yeah. If you came to us for thinking these guys are going to pick something else, well, you guessed wrong.
It was the only movie I fived. I was like, this thing is just undeniably incredible. And I feel like it's going to be a statement for the next, like, it'll be a movie that everyone talks about from this decade forever, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it is the only movie in the history of the Sleazoids podcast to get a solo dedicated bonus transmission on just it, and we went for like 90 minutes on just this movie. Like we basically did longer than a normal episode segment just on this movie. And, you know, as I said during that recording, basically, there are just so few filmmakers whose entire deals I would have thought less compatible with making a mainstream pop movie designed to be seen on like an IMAX screen than Paul Thomas Anderson. And
while he's doing
it is a miracle that we have that. And he didn't sacrifice an inch of what makes his movies weird and personal and exactly everything that he likes in movies.
I think that's exactly what I was going to say. I don't know if I've ever seen like a blockbuster that still retains everything you want from a director. It's just it's. I just think that
it's got the beautiful tactile analog film like fetishism in terms of the style. It's got all the eccentric character work and humor you go to for Paul Thomas Anderson. It's got another bizarre and anxious Johnny Greenwood score with those fucking spare piano notes, which is maybe the other fucking score that I've been thinking about a lot this year. It's got that flow and pace that he loves, where it does have a sense of patience, and it does pick up like periphery history and thematic density and ultimately really personal and intimate sort of like character stories that he's telling. It's got the pinch on obsession stuff. Like if you like Inherent Vice, for example, it's doing the same like paranoid hippie drifting through America's chaotic conspiratorial political system, and there's a strongman fascist on his tail.
I kind of love the old mentality of it too, with like Leonardo DiCaprio being from a certain generation and having to interact with the new revolutionaries that just have a different mindset, a different set of language, and all of that. Like, I bringing him up again, but I watched this one with my dad too because I figured he'd just love the political aspect and the character work. He said that this was going to be like a movie of the decade as well. And one thing I found when I was watching it with him was just like, you know, he
bring
grew
in
up,
Jamie's dad third mic one day.
Yeah, for real. He grew up in the like 60s and 70s, so he kind of saw some of that revolution and the hippie movement and all that stuff. And so I could like actively see him watching this and just identifying with the like, yeah, go out there and get him, boys, like that kind of thing. Like the hippie was like waking up inside him, and it hasn't been awake for 40 years, kind of thing. But this movie
stoner Steely Dan dads all feel so represented. They're just like, we've been waiting for this character.
Oh yeah,
Bob Ferguson.
He was losing his mind at the end when Leonardo DiCaprio was just trying to figure out how to take a selfie. Losing it. He's like, this is me.
It's like, dude, he's just like me.
I'm just trying my best to keep the revolution going and take a selfie. Damn it! It was great to watch it with him. But I mean, this movie, it just literally has it all. Like it's like it has a grounded, anchored like drama with incredibly in depth characters. It's hilarious the entire time. Like even when it has these like really evil implications, like you have the Christmas adventurers and all of that. The way that he still presents it feels like it's like we're in a reality, but there's also this almost like it's a little bit larger scale, but it's believable. Like having the Christmas adventurers, who are these white supremacist group that is kind of working in with like the military and the government and everything, having them be in this giant mansion, and then they go into a bunker, which leads into a bigger bunker and into like this like secluded room that out of 1,000 that you see in this long hallway, it never gets
where they're
to
having
any detail.
open conversations about like race war shit.
Yeah,
you know, like,
and it never gets to any detail, but it's just that heavy implication that it's like this is the kind of power and money that these movements are. That these movements have to work with, and it's terrifying. But then also he has this like tongue-in-cheek language with them where they're saying like "Hail Saint Nick" and shit like that. That is funny, but it also feels creepy.
Yeah, because he's also poking fun at it. He's like, this is so absurd. Like, I want you to know that this stuff is actually kind of real and out there, but at the same time, this is still
like how lame is this shit.
Yeah, he's still making an exaggerated satire in a way, and it's such a mix. Like, he's doing political thriller, he's doing action comedy, he's doing a chase movie, he's doing like a father-daughter melodrama that's really moving. He's doing this very absurdist but also earnest satire of like white supremacy, of police states, and of the sort of violent resistance that these characters are all kind of trying to meet it with. I mean, the thing that's really rattled around in my brain all year from this is the way it moves. The opening impressionistic montage prologue where you get Teyona Taylor as Perfidia Beverly Hills, all-timer character name, as the sort of quasi sort of leader of this Weather Underground style domestic terror revolutionary group, but also the object of sexual obsession of the film, which is Leonardo DiCaprio as the demolitions expert ghetto Pat Calhoun, who turns into the Steely Dan stoner dad Bob Ferguson when he goes into his own sort of like witness protection. This is also easily his funniest performance, up there with Wolf of Wall Street and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Totally. 3 best performances. This is right up there with them. But he falls in love with her, and Sean Penn falls in love with her too, who is the relentless lawman Terminator that's also a horny weirdo Captain Lockjaw, which is his best performance in who knows how fucking long. All 3 of these performances are incredible, and he spends the rest of the movie essentially chasing him around, and just the way it collapses this like generational personal political feud into such a strange and funny and kind of sexy and just fashion, and makes it into this action comedy where you just enjoy hanging out with these characters, but also you're fearful of these characters and this larger world that he's showing you. Like, it does feel like a movie made by like a cinephile stoner dad who has grown up and is like, shit, the world everyone has built around my kids is pretty fucked up.
Yeah, and I've been spending too much time hiding from it.
It's really terrifying, and and just like the fact that PTA so clearly has an analog in this Leo character getting stoned on the couch watching Battle of Algiers, and through the relationship to the biracial daughter Willa, played by Chase Infinity, who's a really great find by him, and obviously is he's also in a sort of biracial marriage and has sort of biracial kids, and so like this is something, it's obviously deeply personal to him. But man, when you get introduced to her doing karate with Benicio del Toro as Sensei Sergio, who's arguably my favorite performance of the year just in general overall. Benicio del Toro twice this year.
So
the
funny.
fact his Latino Harriet Tubman line and the fact that he's operating this network of like essentially saving immigrants from like ICE style raids in sanctuary cities, and just being such an effortlessly cool model of like casual everyday work about what it takes to kind of protect your communities, and kind of being the wake-up call for the Leo character of being like, look, you need to be active, you need to care about these kids, you can't just be fucking stoned on the couch. And the fact that wake-up call, which is a very moving political idea and clearly a self-incriminating idea, he's critiquing himself in a way, but also being like, I'm also gonna have fun with this, we're gonna have a fucking dirty work needle drop, Leo's gonna fucking hit his vape and call George Washington the Grand Wizard, he's gonna fucking chug Modelo's and fucking fall off buildings and get into these fucking extended chase scenes. Is like, what a fucking movie, man. I can't believe it's both like, it's a slapstick Odyssey movie and a really powerful political movie and a personal father-daughter drama. It's all these things, and it's so good.
It doesn't feel what's like convoluted in any way, shape, or form. He balances every single character and every single kind of
it feels laid back and purposeful.
Ocean waves, baby.
Ocean waves.
I've been saying that since, man, and honestly it calms me down on a rough day. I don't know, it's I mean, you can go and if you are a patron, you can watch us or listen to us talk about it for 90 minutes.
Yeah, we talked about this for like 90 minutes. So if you want more from us, you can get more from us. But
I just think this is one of those movies. Again, it's like for a blockbuster to retain all of the director's isms, all the quirks. It's so rare. And I think, technically you kind of got it 2 in a row here for me. Like Sinners has a kind of similar vibe. I think Coogler probably has a slightly more accessible, poppier style to him, but it's still
you watch the vampire fight scenes in Sinners and you see how that appeals to a modern audience and was maybe a little bit more made in a traditional style than when you get to, for example, I think the almost like Hitcher-esque desert highway car chase in this, which is one of the strangest photographed chase scenes I've ever seen, where he puts the camera in the cars on long lenses and basically has you experience this disorienting like roller coaster of going over these sight lines, being chased by a like Patagonia and like Lacoste wearing like white supremacist like Terminator guy.
Yeah, and it's by no means like slow like it is in that one Refn show / movie where the Too Old to Die Young like Mandy chase. Yeah, but it has a similar vibe in which it kind of like hypnotizes you into like being in its rhythm, and it's kind of like
it has this like hazy thrilling, mirage like kind of quality to it.
It's thrilling but still kind of calming. And then I won't spoil it, but there's this one part where he like stops that immediately for a very physical reason. It's kind of like a logistical reason, and it kind of frightens you a little bit. It even frightens one of the characters, and I think it's really smart. And there's countless examples of him just absolutely killing it. Like the sequence with the immigrants and the ICE raid or whatever coming to get them and get Leo is like a 30-minute sequence or something like that. And the balancing of all of these different entities that are coming together, it's just incredible. Like I can't recommend it.
The kids
enough.
On the skateboards and the kid who calls him and is like, yeah, sorry, your homie like fell off a building.
And the calm, like, what do you mean? Does he have the gun? Like, I love Del Toro's constant, no matter what happens, he's just a calming presence of Ocean like, well, what's the next step then? I guess we have to adjust. And I don't know. All of it's a perfect,
telling him that
like all
the
the
Tom
pieces come
fucking
together.
Cruise line, the few small beers line.
yeah.
Like
Him-
Del Toro
just-
had some instantly iconic
Just
ones
him
already.
moving his hips before he gets arrested and all that shit. It's just like I could go on and on.
It's so fucking good. And yeah, what ultimately I think stuck with me about what PTA accomplished with this one though is that like whether there were a lot of debates about this movie this year and whether you think it's like sufficiently radical enough or maybe it's too Gen X liberal dad or you know whatever for a $100 million plus blockbuster. I think it's actually very politically interesting for being a expensive studio
I don't know
movie.
what more you would really want if they're trying to also make a blockbuster. Like, I mean, we're not.
I don't know. Some people think that like movies are going to change the world, and I don't necessarily have that view of it. I think
a little. This is doing pretty good work for what we're trying to fight for here. Okay.
I think
Holy
PTA
shit.
is getting as politically and modern activated as I think you know someone in his position can, and he's directly head on addressing some pretty bleak and scary political issues pretty openly and honestly. I think.
Yeah,
and
my dad,
yes,
dude,
doing so.
who is a boomer. I swear to God, when this movie ended, I thought he was gonna go become a revolutionary. Like he was stoked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if I think it can do that, like it's got to have something in it that's getting the juices flowing and getting people talking and getting people to maybe just at least question whatever the hell's going on, this craziness.
Yeah, well, and I just like that he's thinking about these things and that he has this perspective and he's coming at it from the perspective of being like this laid back, chill, cinephile, stoner dad who's like, yeah, I have biracial kids and oh shit, my country is currently terrifying for biracial children.
Right.
Like this is fucking nuts and I don't know how to deal with that. And he parsed his way through that in a really hilarious and exciting and moving and just like beautifully artistic kind of fashion. And I do think that he is depicting America in a way that it's like it's this beautiful melting pot of all these different types of people, and it's also blatantly a pretty tyrannical dystopia in this moment. And he's like, I'm going to depict it in this like comically terrifying roller coaster kind of fashion where it's like, yeah, there are very real, very large things that you should be paranoid about and afraid of, and you know, resisting them is necessary. But I think other people would address this subject matter and they would make something pretty grim and they would make it really defeatist and they would make it a tragedy. And he's like, no, the revolution can be funny. It can be sexy. It can be a coalition of bozos and punks and nurses and karate instructors and migrant workers. And I thought that like the fact that he's like depicting all of these absurd political horrors of a genuine white supremacist military state hell. And he's just like, no. We should be energized by that, motivated by it. We got to keep moving. We got to prepare ourselves. We got to play defense. You got to make time to crack a cold one open with the boys sometimes. You got to help instruct and cheer on the kids who are going to probably be the ones who have a shot at fixing what the adults didn't. And I don't know. I found this like really beautiful and moving.
I think it needs to be hopeful. I do feel like a lot of the stuff that comes off as, you know, revolutionary cinema or whatever nowadays can come off a little bit like hopeless, where you feel like everything has defeated us already in a sense. And I think that this at least gives you that spark a little bit.
And you know me, I love misery.
Oh, of course.
And,
we love misery on this show. It's just like there's something about like, I don't think he's straying away from any of the truths that's going on in America. It's just that he's also saying it's like we are capable
no. You see
of
what
fighting.
happens to fucking Sean Penn. I won't spoil it, but what happens to Sean Penn at the end of this movie is very politically targeted about like what it means to get involved with these types of people, you know, and like what kind of people are attracted to this kind of power and abuse and all that kind of stuff. Like the Sean Penn character is, you know, a whole other beast than the father-daughter Leo Chase Infinity stuff.
Yeah, and I find
and Benicio del Toro stuff.
And I find that if you're just constantly making something that is just like we're looking at our world and we're just going like, you know, it suck? Doesn't it always just suck? You're like, yeah, it does, but I don't think that's going to motivate anybody to actually even just, you know, whether or not they're going to take action, that's something else. But like, just even think about it, think about what they believe in and start there. You know, I feel like if it's too nihilistic at a certain point, which again, we love some of that on the show for sure, there's no direction to take that. You're just kind of like, oh no, well, I'm fucked anyway, so I guess I'll just pop on the next movie and not think about it until we die or whatever. Whereas at least this feels like
and he leaves you with bleak things to think about on your mind, like how it ends with Sean Penn and how technically like the final scene where you know, there's a moment that he shares with the daughter that, again, I'm not going to spoil, but like there's this thing where they get close to each other and their little devices like sing to each other, and there's such a moving part where she basically kind of confronts him with the fact of like, Dad, why didn't you prepare me for what I've gone through? And the fact that the Leo character spends the whole movie trying to protect his daughter, trying to catch up to his daughter, trying to save her, and is fundamentally useless in actually doing that. She has to do it for herself, which is an amazing deliberate choice. I saw some people even like critiquing that and being like, well, he doesn't even do anything. And I'm like,
that's the point.
He's critiquing himself. He's like, I'm fucking useless.
He's like, I'm trying,
she is strong.
but I'm not doing
She's going
shit.
to figure this out. And I don't know. I found that, again, just so moving, and the final note of this film and like that final needle drop, just, I don't know. It's hit me every time I've watched it. I watched this movie 3 times. I saw it twice in theaters. The fact that something this weird and personal and political played on 70 millimeter fucking IMAX film for as long as it did, I am so impressed
people
by this
have
movie.
logged this 3-hour political epic. Like it's kind of crazy. And again, everyone that I've talked to that has seen it,
and it's fun.
Yes, that's what
you've shown it to your
you
can show it to your parents, and it's also entertaining, yet it has all these ideas in it still. So I don't know, it works on all cylinders.
Yeah, it's fun, but it doesn't take away anything that it needs to take seriously. I think it's just so rich. And I don't have anything else to say. I guess it's a 5 out of 5, number 1, baby.
A character at one point says the term semen demon, which I've thought about a lot.
That delivery too. God, Penn is amazing. Oh man. Yeah. Go watch all of those movies we just named now.
Watch them all, absolutely, but that will wrap it up. Number 1 film, genre film of the year. You've heard it. One battle after another.
That's
Paul Thomas Anderson. 2 film bros said Paul Thomas Anderson made the best movie of the year.
Sorry to disappoint.
Guess what happens next?
We fight our fight, baby.
You knew where this was going. Everyone knew.
You knew what you signed up for.
Look, you've been listening to this for 4.5 hours. You knew. But that being said, hey, dude, this is not a 5-hour episode. The first time not being a 5-hour episode in 2 years. And we are going to soak that in and try to wrap things up as quickly as possible so that is still the truth when we wrap this episode. But thanks so much for listening, for being here for another year with us. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I hope you hopefully heard about a couple movies you hadn't heard about and are going to go check them out. Please let us know if you do, and if anything makes your top 10, or if there's anything, actually don't tell us anything you feel we missed, because that would just make us sad.
Yeah, I know. Every year there's at least a few, and I'm like, damn, this was good.
But it's another year. Regular scheduled programming will be resuming next week, and actually over on the Patreon, it's going to be your guys' bonus episode that you guys voted for, because I'm sure a lot of you already know by now, but every 2 months we let you guys nominate on a double feature and upvote the one that you want to hear us talk about the most. And you guys said, get back to fucking work, you bozos. You chose The Wizard of Oz from 1939 and Mulholland Drive from 2001. A really cool, interesting pairing. I like the idea of girls retreating into fantasies to cope with their horrible realities. I see the vision here, but man, you were like, how do I make them have to talk about so much production history and so much like we're gonna be talking for a long time. It's gonna be a long episode.
Like, we've had one 4-hour episode. Let's make them do another one in the same
do it again,
baby. Let's go
next week over on the Patreon. So look forward to that. And then in 2 weeks time, we're going to be back with a special guest where we are going to be going Japanese horror mode. We're going to be talking about the original Ringu, or I guess maybe the translation, The Ring. Obviously they made an American version of it called The Ring, but we're going to be talking about the original Japanese film. And then we're going to be talking about a movie that I don't think Jamie and I have seen, but a lot of people have requested for a long time, and a guest has finally selected it. Noroi?
No,
The Curse.
Okay, yeah, I've heard it. Yeah, definitely. That's been on my list for a bit.
Yeah,
I feel like.
a lot of you have requested this. I have kind of been saving this because I've heard it's really fucking good. So I'm excited to finally check it out. But I really don't know a whole lot about it. I've been kind of deliberately keeping myself a little blind to it in order to, have it really rock me. So we're going to be doing that in 2 weeks' time with a special guest to look forward to.
Awesome.
But that being said, that wraps it up for everything this week. Thanks so much for listening, and keep it sleazy.
Keep it sleazy, everybody.
And Happy New Year?
Yeah, Happy New Year. And go watch those movies.